Chapter 32:45. What was a ranger? A ranger sounded very awe-inspiring. In the eyes of many people, it was a swordsman who traveled all over the world, upholding justice and helping the weak. Many of the chivalrous stories passed down by word of mouth in the secular world were also related to rangers. Rangers were almost synonymous with justice in people's minds. However, in fact, in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, especially in the eyes of those great Confucian families, rangers were synonymous with debauches. They were people who couldn't cultivate Confucian cultivation techniques and couldn't practice sword chi. They could only rely on their mediocre swordsmanship and wander around, idling around. In the eyes of great Confucian scholars, these people were all poor and destitute, abandoned children who couldn't accomplish anything. In short, they were a group of Confucian cultivators who didn't care for their grandparents and didn't love their uncles. They were a different branch of Confucian cultivators, but in fact, in the eyes of Confucian cultivators, they were just wild foxes. In particular, these rangers didn't care about etiquette, morality, honor, and shame. They were like male dogs in heat, teasing good women everywhere, destroying their chastity, and then patting their hands. They once again wandered around the world. They even said that they were in love with each other, so there was no need to spend all their time together. Rangers are the scum of us Confucian cultivators. Listening to Seventh Uncle's somewhat teeth-gnashing shout, Xiao Hua almost thought that some of Seventh Uncle's women had an affair with the rangers. However, after listening to Seventh Uncle's words, he finally understood that it wasn't Seventh Uncle's personal grudge with the rangers, but a group of great Confucian families who followed the rules and regulations of this free and undisciplined lifestyle. Confucian cultivators are upright cultivators between heaven and earth. Oh, Taoist Xiao, it's not that this old man wants to slander your Taoist school, but Taoist school steals the essence of heaven and earth for their own use, not thinking of giving back to heaven and earth for marriage, which is exactly what we Confucian cultivators despise. The disciples of Confucian cultivators should read the books of the sages, know etiquette, know right and wrong, hold the outline of heaven and earth, and follow the rules of heaven and earth. Use the outline of heaven and earth to rule the world, conduct yourself properly, and don't use the thoughts in your heart to kill. Seventh Uncle looked at Xiao Hua with some disdain and said, even if you want to eliminate evil and punish evil, you should use the methods of Confucian cultivators to punish, and not use your own evil. Rule by law, rule by law. This is the difference between us Confucians and you Taoists. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. Although he could also be considered a Confucian cultivator, and his Confucian cultivation was even higher than Seventh Uncle's, this was the first time he had heard words that integrated the principles of heaven and earth into people's daily actions and into the management of a country. Although Seventh Uncle's words were not without bias, Xiao Hua still felt as if he had been enlightened. He had already realized this when he was in the Dawn Rain continent. There weren't any restrictions between the three kingdoms of cultivation. Ordinary cultivators would draw their swords against each other from time to time and kill each other for their treasures. There were countless cases of greed at the sight of wealth. Isn't this just the lack of the Confucian cultivation method that Seventh Uncle mentioned? This Dharma was like the heavenly Tao of Taoism. All kinds of cultivation were under the heavenly Tao. One could comprehend the heavenly Tao, but one could not provoke the heavenly Tao. The Dharma of Confucianism was the heavenly Tao. If one violated the Dharma, they would be punished by the Dharma. Naturally, the heavenly Tao was far grander than the Dharma. The Dharma was merely a small shadow of the heavenly Tao under the governance of Confucianism. Seeing Xiao Hua's expression change, Seventh Uncle said proudly, although this old man is not good at our Confucian cultivation method, I often read the historical records of our Yu clan's ancestors. From the ancient history, Taoism didn't follow the rules, didn't know etiquette, and didn't establish the Dharma. This was why they lost their own rules. If you say they were annihilated by our immortal and Buddhist sects, it would be better to say they lost their way. They lost their direction of survival under your so-called heavenly Tao. Seeing that seventh uncle was talking nonsense again, Xiaohua smiled and said, "Old sir, some of your words are indeed enlightening and deafening. This Xiao can't deny it. However, if you want to generalize and use Dharma to cover up the annihilation of Taoism, it's not appropriate. No matter if it's Confucianism, Buddhism, or Taoism, they are all cultivation paths between heaven and earth. Although their paths are different, their directions and goals are not necessarily different. Since each of them can exist, they naturally have their own reasons for existing. Old sir, you're pointing out the annihilation of Taoism right now. Your words have evidence, but maybe there are other reasons. You're pointing out the annihilation of Confucianism and Buddhism with similarly conclusive evidence. Nonsense. Seventh uncle felt that Xiaohua was speechless and was acting shamelessly here. He smiled and said, "No matter where it is, Dharma is the epitome of heavenly Tao. Everything must be done under Dharma." As he spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. He pointed behind him and said, "Take those bandits from before for example. Exterminating bandits is an act of the country, the duty of the officers and soldiers. What we need to do is to capture them and send them to the government, not to let you kill them yourself." "Oh, that's right, this old man was talking to you about the ranger. This ranger carries on your Taoism's idea of freedom. He does whatever he wants and doesn't respect Dharma. As the saying goes, a ranger uses martial arts to break the law. A ranger only emphasizes martial arts, not Dharma. He kills as he pleases. How can he enter the Hall of Elegance? This." Xiaohua touched his nose and said with a bitter smile, "As far as this Xiao knows, these bandits seem to have some connections with the government. If we send them to the government, it may not be of any use. Even if someone sends them to the government, I'm afraid that they will suffer some kind of retaliation. Moreover, if this Xiao only wants to capture these bandits, there will certainly be some misgivings. The difficulty will also increase. Since they have blood on their hands, why can't this Xiao enforce justice on behalf of heaven? Who are you? No matter who you are, you're only a human. You're a Taoist. What qualifications do you have to enforce justice on behalf of heaven? What evidence do you have that they have blood on their hands? If you kill them, won't you be the same as them?" Seventh uncle seemed to have been prepared for this and asked several questions in succession. This. Xiaohua rubbed his nose until it was somewhat red. He really didn't know how to answer. As for the government colluding with them, that's just your guess. Even if it's true, it's just the actions of some scum in the government. All the more reason you should hand this matter over to their king and let their king punish them according to the law. Seventh uncle lectured again. When it came to speaking, Xiaohua had always been weak. He didn't understand the ancient records of Confucian cultivators and so on. At this time, he was even more unable to answer. In his opinion, if he wanted to answer, it could only be the words of Buddhism. If I don't enter the cycle of reincarnation, who will enter the cycle of reincarnation? Taking all the sins on oneself, let's see how Confucian cultivators deal with it. It was a pity that Xiaohua wasn't bald. He feared that he wouldn't be able to answer in such a way to convince seventh uncle. At this time, Yu Zhongquan, who had been eavesdropping from the front, faintly said, "Seventh uncle, what should you say about Confucian using literature to violate the law?" You. When seventh uncle heard this, he was so angry that his beard blew and his eyes widened. He angrily said, "This old man only knows that heroes use martial arts to violate the law. The laws of this world are all made by us Confucian cultivators. Who would use literature to interfere? There's no need to mention this kind of nitpicking theory." Speaking up to here, seventh uncle said, "Little Gongzi, my Yu family is a great Confucian cultivator family. There are many ancient records in our family. You only need to read the books of the sages in our family. Why don't you look at the teachings of other schools?" Who would have thought that Yu Zhongquan wouldn't pay attention to seventh uncle at all? He only said one sentence and hooked up with Louis again. Louis had always been clever. He was very congenial with Yu Zhongquan. The two of them talked passionately. If it weren't for the fact that they were on the main road, the two of them would have already beheaded a chicken and burned yellow paper. Although Yuanya didn't speak much, Louis would ask him from time to time, so he didn't seem lonely. Alas, this child. Seventh uncle couldn't help but smile bitterly. He's always so unconvinced. No wonder old madam wants to arrange a marriage for him. Oh. When he heard about Yu Zhongquan's marriage, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He asked, I wonder which family's young lady is worthy of your noble son. When it came to good things in the family, seventh uncle couldn't help but show off. He didn't need Xiaohua to ask and had already explained the matter clearly. Contrary to Xiaohua's expectations, this young lady's surname wasn't Huang, but Chang. She was the descendant of a great Confucian family in Xian country. She was well matched with the Yu family. Although the two families had the idea of marriage, the children of the two families were still young and didn't mention the agenda. Now that Xian country had an urgent matter that required Yifeng country's help, in order to find a suitable reason, Chang family took the initiative to propose marriage. Since Yu family had the intention of forming an alliance, the two families hit it off and settled this marriage. Yifeng country could legitimately send troops to Xian country. This was originally a good thing that would benefit both the country and the family. However, when it came to Yu Zhongquan, it was tantamount to a bolt from the blue. He had always had the ideal of being a ranger. He hoped to wield a 3-foot-long sword and sweep away all the injustices in the region. Now that he was trapped by marriage, how could he allow himself to be captured? Therefore, before the engagement ceremony was completed, he fled from home. Yu family's old ancestor felt sorry for Yu Zhongquan, so he sent seventh uncle and 2 family guards to protect him. He also brought Zhui Feng along. When seventh uncle caught up to Yu Zhongquan, he naturally gave Zhui Feng to Yu Zhongquan. Who knew that Yu Zhongquan would ride a horse and flee? Seventh uncle and the other 2 chased after him bitterly. If they hadn't been robbed by bandits, the 3 of them probably wouldn't have been able to catch up to Yu Zhongquan. Ha ha ha, with little friend Yu's character, as long as you practice a little more in the future, this Confucian cultivator's flying sword will definitely reach great success. Old sir doesn't need to be too worried. Xiaohua laughed heartily when he heard this and looked at Yu Zhongquan with interest. Although Yu Zhongquan wasn't a ranger right now and didn't even have the means of a ranger, he was able to pull out a sword at a critical moment. Others could call him stupid or rash, but Xiaohua just happened to like this kind of righteous person. For this kind of person who would rather throw away his life for his own ideals, how bad could his character be? Hearing Xiaohua mention the Confucian cultivator's flying sword, seventh uncle sneered and said without any trace of politeness, Taoist priest must also have some magical powers, but do you know what the real magical powers of us Confucian cultivators are? It's not those people who hold a treasure sword, nor are it those swordsmen who step on a flying sword and spit out a flying sword to take a person's head from 1,000 miles away. It's those great scholars who set the universe with a single word and soar to the 9 heavens. My Yu family's little Gongzi didn't walk on the righteous path of Confucian cultivators, but why did he walk on the path of flying sword? Oh. Xiaohua raised his eyebrows and said curiously, I can understand a single word and soar to the 9 heavens, but what about setting the universe with a single word? Chapter 32-46. The world is deteriorating day by day, and people's hearts are no longer what they used to be. People have always been opportunistic and eager for quick success. Seventh uncle snorted, even Confucian cultivators can't help but be contaminated. They gave up on the great magical powers of their ancestors and only focused on weapons. The sharpness of weapons, the heart of people, and the skillfulness of power can hurt the heavens. Although the flying sword is sharp, it is too frivolous. If people today are opportunistic, I won't take it. The reason why we Confucian cultivators are called Confucians is because we use words and literature as the foundation, qi and blood as the bones. This kind of magical power is the real magical power of Confucian cultivators. Xiao Hua was confused and asked curiously, could it be that reading words and literature can defeat the enemy? Why not? Seventh uncle said proudly, the mighty power of Confucian cultivators can defeat ghost qi with just words and kill evil spirits with a single word. See. Xiao Hua suddenly realized and almost lost his voice, I finally understand. Of course, at the bank of Liao River, Mo Jianli took out a small book. After opening it, hundreds of armor inscriptions bloomed inside. Weren't these armor inscriptions hitting the shrimp soldiers and crab generals like talismans? However, Mo Jianli didn't have enough energy, so those armor inscriptions couldn't exert more power, so they didn't show anything. Armor inscriptions. Green seal inscriptions. Gold seal inscriptions. Xiao Hua sighed in his heart. Yes, since the green seal inscriptions have earth-shattering power, and the gold seal inscriptions can also have the power of Buddhist mantras in the mouth of Buddha relics, then why can't the armor inscriptions? Oh. Taoist priest, you know the power of Confucian cultivators. Seventh uncle was a little surprised. Xiao Hua smiled and told him about Mo Jianli's book. Seventh uncle nodded slightly and said with a smile, I understand. The power of the armor inscriptions is passed down from ancient times. That book is the ancient imperial weapon of Confucian cultivators. It is preserved in some Confucian sections. It is one of the magical powers that I mentioned. What I said is also commonly used by Confucian families, but it is different. As he spoke, seventh uncle raised his hand and carefully took out a scroll from his bosom. He waved it in front of Xiao Hua's eyes and said with a smile, if I hadn't met Taoist priest earlier, I would have relied on this scroll if I wanted to rescue young Master Xiao from the hands of the bandits. Oh. This item. Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense and felt that this scroll was filled with a kind of overwhelming righteous energy. This righteous energy was like a sharp sword, and the scroll was basically unable to contain it. Can I take a look? Xiao Hua asked curiously. Of course. As seventh uncle spoke, he opened his hand, and the so-called scroll opened in the wind. Hiss. Xiao Hua looked at the slowly unfolding scroll, and his pupils shrank. It was a scroll that was 1 foot wide and 3 feet long. Inside the scroll, there was the word one written in a flamboyant style. This word was not the inscription armor, but the common language of the hidden immortal continent. However, the strokes of this word were like swords, and it contained a great righteousness. Instead of saying that it was written on the scroll, it was better to say that it was floating on it. The scroll trembled slightly, and the word seemed like it was going to fly out. Even someone as strong as Xiao Hua felt a kind of tyranny in his eyes, and a kind of suppressive fierceness came from the word. It was as if he was slightly unconvinced, it would fly out and attack. How is it? Seventh uncle smiled and said, Taoist priest doesn't seem to be an evil person. Otherwise, this scroll wouldn't need to be activated by qi or true qi, and it would automatically attack. If it was before, as long as I opened this scroll, the bandit leader would definitely turn into ashes in this word. Xiao Hua scanned the word with his divine sense, and a kind of strong repulsive force was born. He nodded and said, the power of Confucian cultivators really exceeded my expectations. This great Tao really is endless. I still have a lot to learn. Seventh uncle couldn't understand what Xiao Hua was saying. How could he know that Xiao Hua himself was also a Confucian cultivator? He laughed loudly and said, unfortunately, Taoist priest has already entered the evil path and is going further and further away. If Taoist priest goes into seclusion for another 100 years, you won't even see this word. It seemed that seventh uncle didn't believe Xiao Hua's words of seclusion for 100 years. It seems like that's really the case. Xiaohua didn't expose him and laughed as well. He watched seventh uncle carefully put away the scroll. There was no greed in his eyes. Seventh uncle also seemed to have realized that his expression when looking at Xiaohua was a bit different from before. After all, with Xiaohua's cultivation level that could save Yu Zhongquan, it wasn't necessarily impossible for him to snatch this scroll. Seventh uncle's heart, which had been worried for a long time, finally calmed down. After talking for a long time and walking for a long time, it was time to rest. The Yu family's guards had already prepared some dried meat and offered it to Yu Zhongquan and seventh uncle. Seventh uncle naturally gave it to Xiaohua politely, but Xiaohua only smiled and shook his head. As for Yu Zhongquan, he naturally wanted to share the dried meat with Yuanya and Lu Yi, but he only saw the two shaking their heads. Yu Zhongquan was surprised and asked in a low voice. Lu Yi originally lied perfunctorily, but after hearing Xiaohua's voice transmission, he didn't hide it and whispered to Yu Zhongquan. Yu Zhongquan's eyes lit up and he looked back at Xiaohua several times. Xiaohua smiled and waved at Yu Zhongquan, hinting him to come over. Yu Zhongquan was also very generous. He walked over and bowed, "Immortal Master, I heard that Taoists have immortal fruits that can stop one from eating for several days. I always thought that it was just a legend. Although I'm a great Confucian cultivator, after cultivating to a certain extent, I can also transcend the mortal world, but..." Little Gongzi, seventh uncle smiled and said, "I don't know whether Taoists have such things or not. But I know that Master has already cultivated to the point where he doesn't need to eat. If you cultivate diligently, you can also achieve it. Grandpa is so hungry that he's skin and bones. In my opinion, it's better to eat more." Yu Zhongquan said disdainfully. Little Gongzi. Seventh uncle felt a bit embarrassed and said anxiously, "How can you say that about Master?" Xiaohua naturally knew Yu Zhongquan's thoughts. Now that he was very rebellious, not only did he think that his little wife who hadn't married him was bad, he also thought that everything in his family was bad. He didn't cherish anything that Confucian cultivators had. Otherwise, he wouldn't have given up everything to become a ranger. He, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out 2 spirit jujubes and handed them to Yu Zhongquan. He said with a smile, "These things are just snacks for me when I'm not hungry." Thank you, Immortal Master." Yu Zhongquan took them and immediately put them to his mouth. He seemed to have heard Lu Yi say that he could only eat them in small bites. However, he didn't eat them yet. He immediately handed the other spirit jujube to seventh uncle and said, "Seventh uncle, can you taste it for me first and see if it's poisonous?" Seventh uncle was originally very dissatisfied with Yu Zhongquan calling Xiaohua Immortal Master, but seeing Yu Zhongquan being so filial, the dissatisfaction in his heart had already dissipated. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Little Gongzi, if you like it, you can eat it yourself." "Don't!" Yu Zhongquan shouted, "You came to protect me. If I accidentally take poison, how will you explain it to your family? You should eat it first." Okay. Seventh uncle's eyes were a little moist. He took the spirit jujube and was about to put it into his mouth. Seventh uncle. Xiaohua looked at the warm scene and said with a smile, "If this spirit jujube doesn't have true qi, you can only eat it in small bites. You can use the Confucian cultivation method to refine this spirit jujube. Of course, I don't know if it's possible." This. Seventh uncle was stunned. He classified Xiaohua as a swindler. Just now, he earnestly taught him for a long time. Who would have thought that at this time, he would actually take out a spirit jujube? Seventh uncle knew what a spirit jujube was, but the Yu family was a Confucian family, so they were somewhat repulsed by Taoism. He always felt that using a spirit jujube was a heretical method. How could he take this kind of thing? Yu Zhongquan certainly understood what seventh uncle was thinking. He didn't care about it. He picked up the spirit jujube and took a small bite. While savoring the fragrance of the spirit jujube, he also felt the impact of the spirit jujube in his body. Wow! After a moment, Yu Zhongquan extremely exaggeratedly shouted, "Seventh uncle, if you don't eat it, you will regret it. This is even more delicious than the dragon saliva pear of Green Lotus Mountain." Hee hee. Seventh uncle only smiled and said, "If that's the case, why don't you thank Taoist priest?" "Yes, yes, thank you Taoist priest," Yu Zhongquan hurriedly said. His eyes were still staring at Xiao Hua's sleeve. Looking at his greedy appearance, this was the temperament of a 14 or 15-year-old youth. How could he be a rebellious youth who left home to travel without permission? "I still have some, I'll give them to you together." Xiao Hua was somewhat amused. With a wave of his hand, he took out a small handful and handed it to Yu Zhongquan, "But these things can't be eaten often." "Ah! Why?" Yu Zhongquan was wild with joy. He didn't understand why this Taoist priest, who he didn't know, was so fond of him. Xiao Hua said in all seriousness, "It's very simple. Because after eating these, you won't want to eat the food of the secular world. You can't fast, so in the future, won't you starve to death?" "Huh, this kid knows." Yu Zhongquan laughed heartily. He felt that Xiao Hua's words were very interesting. He took these spirit jujubes and ran to Lu Yi and Yuanya's side, giving 2 or 3 to each of them. Xiao Hua looked at seventh uncle again. He had already hidden the spirit jujubes, so Xiao Hua didn't mention this and casually chatted with seventh uncle about Confucian cultivation. Seventh uncle seemed to have also seen Xiao Hua's extraordinariness. His words in the future were not lacking in respect. Of course, regarding the secrets of Confucian cultivation, especially the appearance of the Chang family's little miss, seventh uncle avoided them deeply. Xiao Hua couldn't ask more even if he wanted to. Very quickly, several days passed. Ahead of them, there was a fork in the road. One road went north, the other went east. The Sunhai Trading Company's caravan was going north, which was the capital of Jia Sa country, and the road to the east was going to Bronze Pillar country. Xiao Hua naturally didn't want to go to Jia Sa country's capital. He was somewhat anxious to go to Bronze Pillar country. He wanted to see the situation of the auction and see if there was anything he needed. Xiao Jian originally wanted to go to the auction, but now he had lost interest. He wanted to go to Jia Sa country's capital to see the excitement. However, when he heard seventh uncle of the Yu family say goodbye to Xiao Hua, saying that he wanted to go to Jia Sa country's capital to visit the Yu family's relatives, Xiao Jian immediately changed his mind. Ever since he met Yu Zhongquan, seventh uncle talked with Xiao Hua while sizing up the surroundings. Xiao Jian was immediately listed as a swindler by seventh uncle. Chapter 3247. At first, seventh uncle was abnormally vigilant towards Xiao Hua, and he was even more aggressive towards Xiao Jian. However, after several encounters, Xiao Jian distanced himself from seventh uncle. Other than Yuanya who would sometimes approach Xiao Jian to greet him, only Qi Jin would often strike up a conversation with Xiao Jian. In short, Xiao Jian was very lonely on this journey. It was as if he was walking on pins and needles. It was uncomfortable as if there was a pair of eyes behind him that wanted to see through him. Now that he had the opportunity to get rid of these eyes, how could he not cherish it? After Xiao Hua and the others bid farewell to everyone, the one who was reluctant to part was Yu Zhongquan. Xiao Hua was really too good to him. Not only did he give him a lot of spirit jujubes, he even obtained a chant from Lu Yi for fasting. With Yu Zhongquan's intelligence, how could he not know that this was Xiao Hua's tacit approval? If Xiao Hua wasn't a Taoist cultivator, Yu Zhongquan would almost think that Xiao Hua wanted to take him as a disciple. Even the thought of Xiao Hua's little daughter growing up appeared in his mind. Looking at Yu Zhongquan and Lu Yi hugging each other as they bid farewell, Xiao Hua smiled. Since he met Yu Zhongquan again, would he let him slip away? It's just a family of Confucian cultivators. Once he recovered his cultivation, he didn't need to do anything else. As long as he gave Yu Zhongquan a pair of ranger wings, wouldn't Yu Zhongquan obediently follow him? Huang Yi, Huang Yi. Xiao Hua turned his head and looked at the depths of the sky. This Xiao doesn't know where you are, whether it's the netherworld or Xiaoyu continent. This Xiao also doesn't know whether this Yu Zhongquan is the Yu Zhongquan you're talking about. However, this Xiao was able to meet him. This Xiao has benefited a lot from you. In the future, this karma will fall on him. If the 9 heavens were in the 9 heavens, Xiao Hua suddenly laughed. If the 9 heavens were in the 9 heavens, wouldn't Huang Yi have already flown into a rage? Yu Zhongquan's little wife was actually a descendant of the great scholar surnamed Chang. And not Huang Yi. Xiao Jian finally came back to life. He was no longer as lifeless as before. He urged his horse beside Xiao Hua and whispered something. Apart from a smile, there was respect on his face. He now understood that Xiao Hua was definitely an unfathomable Taoist senior. Not a spy like he thought from the beginning. Moreover, the word unfathomable was truly unfathomable. It wasn't the kind of word that he used to brush off others. However, after walking for more than 10 days, the surrounding scenery gradually changed. There were more and more low houses, more and more villages with smoke rising from chimneys, and even the road was much smoother and more spacious. Xiao Jian still didn't mention anything about the spirit jujube, as if he had never seen it before. Every once in a while, he would ask Yuanya to find some food for him to eat alone. Even his past and his wasted Taoist cultivation were not mentioned at all. This kind of stubbornness made Xiao Hua admire him, and some of the hatred from before lessened. Actually, humans were very complicated and had many sides. No matter what Xiao Jian's character was like, he would always have some good points. After more than 10 days, Xiao Hua and the others arrived in front of a large city. This large city was more than 10 zhang high, and the city walls were made of several feet of green bricks. There were some mottled brownish-black color in the gaps between the bricks, and there were also some dark green moss. The entire city wall wasn't particularly flat, and there were many potholes on the brick surface. The potholes were big and small, and the big ones were several feet wide, covering several large stones. The small ones were the size of a thumb and several inches deep. Between these potholes, there were hair-thin cracks connected together. In addition to the thick brownish-black color accumulated in the gaps between the bricks, the potholes on the city wall were also the same color, giving off a heavy feeling. In particular, in this dusk, the dusk revealed itself from the ground and reflected on the city wall. The light and shadow were like a sad note on the city wall. On top of the city wall, there were many banners that stretched for miles. The flagpoles of these banners were as thick as a bowl and 1 zhang high. The flags on the flagpoles were also several feet wide, and there were totems of birds and beasts drawn on them. There were also words such as, Bronze Pillar Country, and Su, written on them. These banners fluttered in the wind, and there was a feeling of golden drums being beaten. Along with the dong 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 sounds of drums, there were people wearing battle armor and holding spears on the city wall. They quickly ran along the city wall to change positions, giving people the illusion of war. Father, our city is so high. A childish voice sounded from Xiao Hua's side. Xiao Hua shifted his gaze away from the city wall, and he saw a 3-year-old child riding on the neck of a burly man, crying out in surprise. Yes. Nyo, this is my Bronze Pillar country's capital. This is also what father told you before, the capital that even under the joint attack of 40,000 soldiers from 3 countries, they still couldn't take it. The burly man said in a loud voice. Boy knows. The child's clear voice replied, they besieged our capital for 10 days and 10 nights, but they still couldn't break through the city wall. In the end, our king led a large army back to the capital and used 8,000 soldiers to defeat the enemy, causing them to flee. Look at the marks on the city wall, they were all made by stones in the past. Those rocks are falling like rain. Only the cities and soldiers of my bronze pillar country can withstand such a ferocious attack. The burly man said and looked up at the soldiers running back and forth on the city wall. He said regretfully, "It's a pity that it's war now, otherwise father could bring you up to the city wall to take a look." "It's okay, father. Boy will also join the army when he grows up. At that time, boy will personally go up to the city wall to defend." The child said very seriously. "Huh, not bad, this is my bronze pillar country's child. I'll be waiting for the day you'll be on guard duty in the capital city." The man laughed heartily as he carried the child toward the city gate that was several feet wide. Hee hee. Xiao Jian laughed coldly. Bronze pillar country is so militaristic, the capital city is nothing more than this. Dao Master Xiao is right. Lu Yi stood up on the carriage and said with a smile, "This kid has been to a few countries' capital cities before, this bronze pillar country's city cannot be considered the highest or the biggest." That's right, although this city is over 10 zhang tall, Xiaohua had seen Tongmu City, Sun Tian City and so on. Which one of them is not 10 times bigger than this city? This kind of small mortal city really cannot enter his eyes. However, the mottled marks on the city wall are all made of blood and meat paste, making Xiaohua sigh. As for Yuanya, he probably doesn't care about city walls at all. "Xiao Jian, this city doesn't have a name." Xiaohua looked at the 3 words, "Bronze Pillar Country," above the city gate and unconsciously frowned. "Reporting to Immortal Elder." Xiao Jian said with a smile, "According to the rules of the hidden immortal continent, the capital city does not have a name, only the country's name. On the contrary, other cities have their own names." "Oh, so that means this capital city is originally Bronze Pillar Country?" Xiaohua smiled, "This custom is really interesting." "Yes." Xiao Jian raised his hand and said, "The king of the Bronze Pillar Nation lives in this capital. The Bronze Pillar Nation's royal palace is also there, and so are the civil and military officials. As long as the capital city is captured, the Bronze Pillar Nation will fall. It's normal to say that this capital city is the Bronze Pillar Nation. There are rivers all around this capital city. Is this used to protect the city?" Xiaohua pointed again and frowned, "Is this kind of defense useful? Immortal Elder should know that this is called a city moat." Xiao Jian explained, "The city moat can separate the city from the enemy's cavalry, heavy infantry and so on, preventing them from directly facing the enemy. Moreover, there is a lot of river water in this moat, some of it is poisonous water, some of it is fire water. Wanting to pass through this moat is not easy. This Bronze Pillar Country's moat is relatively wide, ordinary catapults are unable to get close. Those huge rocks that hit the city walls are also powerless. It is said that in Bronze Pillar Country's moat there are man-eating fish beasts. That year when the 3 countries besieged the city, thousands of people died in the moat. Actually." Xiaohua hesitated and said, "This moat is nothing in this Xiao's eyes." This Xiao remembered that you once said that Bronze Pillar Country was ruled by Confucian cultivators. Confucian cultivators have countless methods, this moat is of limited use. Just like the so-called 3 countries besieging the city, as long as someone flies up and attacks, the city will not be destroyed. Hee hee, Immortal Elder. Xiao Jian laughed, "This Bronze Pillar Country is ruled by Confucian cultivator aristocratic families, but these aristocratic families are not necessarily in charge of this country. There are even other countries. The Confucian cultivator aristocratic families do not care about the wars between these countries. Moreover, even if the wars between different countries are fought, the ones to bear the brunt are the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families behind the scenes, not the city. As long as these Confucian cultivator aristocratic families have an agreement and compromise with each other, there will be no talk of attacking the city. Only when the Confucian cultivator aristocratic families are unable to coordinate will they attack the city. In fact, only when 2 Confucian cultivators are equal in strength will they start fighting. The 3 countries besieging the city that the man spoke of, as far as this junior knows, there were 3 smaller Confucian cultivator aristocratic families that wanted to replace the Confucian cultivator aristocratic family with the surname Su, so the 3 families and 3 countries attacked the Bronze Pillar country. As for the end, it seems that the Su family invited another great Confucian cultivator to settle the war. As for what that man said about the king leading the army to save the city, that is a skillful rumor. This old man understands. Xiaohua nodded slightly. In this world, when things reach the ears of the common people, how can there be any truth? While they were talking, a group of children holding small lanterns ran out of the city gate, shouting happily. These lanterns were all made of green lotus leaves, and the places they illuminated were either square or oval. However, they were all painted with a green and white color, making the lanterns look like lotus flowers. Seeing this scene, Xiao Jian was stunned and sighed. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. Time really flies. Hungry Ghost Festival. Xiaohua naturally did not know what the Hungry Ghost Festival was, but he did not ask too much. After all, it was fine if he did not know about the Bronze Pillar country. It was just that he had cultivated for a long time and did not step into the mortal world, so it was not a big deal. If he did not even know about the usual festivals, then there would be a problem with Xiaohua's origin. Xiaohua did not want others to have any suspicions. Chapter 32-48. Let's go, we'll enter the city. Xiaohua looked at the setting sun and waved his hand. This large city was the capital of the Bronze Pillar country, so the interrogation was naturally strict. When the 4 of them arrived at the city gate, they were stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. The Bronze Pillar country was founded by Confucian cultivators and did not respect Taoism. Xiao Jian was sweating profusely from the questioning, but fortunately, his official documents were normal and everything in the country of Xi was normal. After spending some money, they successfully entered the city gate. As soon as they entered the city gate, the liveliness in front of them was different from the outside. Outside the city gate, there were only villages, simple and plain like what Xiaohua and the others saw. After entering the city gate, it looked like there were also villages and rivers, but whether it was the people's clothes or temperament, it was different from outside the city. In particular, these villages did not have the same smoke as outside the city. Only a few places had some smoke, but most places did not have any smoke. On the side of the river, there were many children who were excitedly throwing fist-sized lanterns into the water under the guidance of the adults. They wanted to watch the lanterns float down the river. Unfortunately, most of these crudely made lanterns sank to the bottom of the river as soon as they touched the water, causing the children to cry out in pain. These are the manners of the wealthy families in the suburbs of the Bronze Pillar country. Seeing that Xiaohua was looking at the surrounding mountain villages, Xiao Jian said indifferently, they have a large amount of wealth in their hands and want to live a leisurely life in the countryside. However, they cannot truly move out of the city, or even to other towns. They will draw a plot of land at the edge of the capital and live the life they want. After another hour of riding on horseback, the road beneath their feet had been replaced by bluestone slabs. The trees on both sides were neatly arranged, and lanterns were hung on the trees. From afar, they looked like twinkling stars. Looking at the surrounding buildings, they were also tall and big. These magnificent buildings were all famous shops in the capital city. Now, they were all decorated with lanterns and colored banners, and their doors were wide open. Many people strolled on the main road and unconsciously walked in. With so many people, Xiaohua and the others naturally couldn't ride horses. Louis very cleverly took Xiaohua's reins and led the horse behind Yuanya. There was an inn nearby with many people lodging there. However, Xiao Jian only glanced at it once before walking past without stopping at all. Xiaohua thought that it was because there were too many people here. However, after passing by a few more houses, Xiao Jian didn't even look at them. Xiaohua was greatly surprised and asked, Xiao Jian, it's already late. This Xiao doesn't need to rest. You all need to stay here. Aren't you going to find an inn? Hee, immortal, you haven't been in the mortal world for a long time. I'm afraid you don't know. If it were a normal day, we would be willing to stay here. However, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, a festival for the secular world, and also a sacrifice for our Taoists. Since we are Taoists, we should stay in the Taoist temple and not spend the night outside. Xiao Jian said with a bitter smile. All right. Xiao Hua didn't expect that the fallen Taoists still had so many rules. He could only nod his head. However, after seeing so many people, Xiao Jian began to ask around. However, when they saw Xiao Jian's Taoist robe, they hurriedly avoided him as if they saw a fly. They didn't give Xiao Jian a chance to speak. Taoist Xiao, it's better for this little one to go. Louis couldn't bear to watch for a moment and said in a low voice. N. After hearing Xiao Jian's agreement, Louis handed the reins of the horse to Yuanya and disappeared into the crowd. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Louis had already returned. He pointed ahead and said, Taoist Xiao, there's a Shiluo ridge 2 miles ahead. There's a Qiang temple on it. Immediately after, he walked in front of Xiao Hua and respectfully said, Taoist Xiao, this little one has just made some inquiries. It just so happens that there will be an auction tonight at Bright Moon Lane. That place isn't too far from Seven Suns Monastery. However, it's still early. Are you going to Qiang Temple or Bright Moon Lane? Xiao Hua was overjoyed when he heard this and said with a smile, since this Xiao is also a Taoist disciple, I'll go to Qiang Temple first. It won't be too late to go to Bright Moon Lane after I'm done. Okay, this little one will lead the way. Louis took the reins from Yuanya's hands and walked to the front. Just after turning a few streets, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. Between the tall buildings, there was a huge garden. The people around Xiao Hua suddenly increased. Not only were there men and women behind Xiao Hua, but there were also other streets that connected to the other directions of the garden. There were also more people coming from those places. Okay. A burst of noise came from the crowd in front. Then, a 1-foot-long lotus flower lantern rose from the crowd. The lotus flower lantern looked very exquisite. Whether it was the lotus leaves at the bottom or the flower petals around the lantern cover, they were all very lifelike. Moreover, these flower petals trembled slightly under the light of the lantern, just like a bud that was blooming. However, the lotus flower lantern had just flown a few dozen feet into the air when another voice shouted, Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. This lotus flower lantern should go with the flow of the water. Although flying in the air is beautiful, it doesn't conform to etiquette. Moreover, my bronze pillar country's capital strictly forbids foreign objects from flying in the air. If this little one's lotus flower flies too high, I'm afraid it will be shot down by the Imperial Guard's arrows. Everyone, take pity on this cute lotus flower, right? Let it go home quickly. Okay. Everyone shouted in unison. Their voices were filled with laughter and anticipation. Whang! The sound of a sword rang out. A red sword light rushed into the air and hit the lotus flower lantern. Ingeniously, the sword light hooked slightly and brought the lotus flower lantern back. As the lotus flower lantern fell in front of everyone, the sound of cheers came from the stream again. Hee, neighbors, my Bronze Pillar Academy has many students studying here. We often disturb you all. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the day when 100 ghosts come out. It is also the time for us to commemorate our ancestors. My academy's students have nothing good to give everyone. Leave the finishing touch of this lotus flower lantern to us students. Although our cultivation isn't very profound, the lotus flower lantern after finishing touch will be able to bring everyone's thoughts to your loved ones in the underworld. The finishing touch of the lotus flower lantern will also be able to repel all evil. Okay, a delicate girl clapped her hands and said, this servant heard that Sir Zhong's scarlet character, Zhong, is the most righteous of the world and is the most effective in repelling evil. This servant specially came from 100 li away to find this place. Sir, please bestow this character. When Xiao Hua and the others heard the sound, they had already walked closer. They saw that this was a garden about half a mu in size. Inside, there were pavilions, small bridges, winding corridors, and streams. Many green vines hung above the pavilions and winding corridors. Although it was already July's scorching summer, the night's hot wind was still a lot cooler. In particular, there were strings of purple xiaohua flowers hanging on the vines. They were only the size of soybeans. As they swayed in the wind, they emitted a faint fragrance that was really intoxicating. At this moment, there were dozens of men and women surrounding a pavilion on the left side. The pavilion was surrounded by flowing water, and the sound of water gurgling could be heard. Inside the pavilion and next to the pavilion steps, there were several white-clothed scholars. The one who spoke was a middle-aged scholar. This scholar stood in front of the steps, and the corners of his mouth were slightly tilted up. He looked as if he was smiling at any time. Although the two eyebrows that matched his beard weren't particularly slender, they were very dark. His eyes also looked ordinary, but the gaze in his eyes was deep, making people's gazes immediately captured by them. This scholar was holding a writing brush in his hand. The brush was as thick as a baby's arm and more than a foot long. The tip of the brush was stained with a thick scarlet ink, which looked a little dazzling. However, this wasn't the main point. The main point was that the scholar stood there, and a kind of silent temperament shrouded the entire pavilion. Moreover, this scholar's figure was tall and straight, standing there straight. Although he was holding a brush in his hand, it looked as if it was sharper than a flying sword. Many thanks for Mrs. Favor. The scholar smiled before saying anything. His dark eyes opened, causing a woman on the winding corridor opposite to blush. Please bring Mrs. Lotus Flower Lantern. This Jiang will give you the finishing touch. He he. Without waiting for the girl to speak, the girl's friends beside her had already pushed her to the front. The scholar waved his hand, and the lotus flower lantern in the girl's hand immediately seemed to be taken by an invisible hand and slowly fell into the scholar's hand. Good. Immediately, there were many busybodies who cheered loudly. Rise. The scholar pointed at the lotus flower lantern, and it immediately flew from his hand. As the lotus flower lantern's light illuminated the surroundings once again, the scholar raised the brush in his hand and began to walk with strange steps. He chanted, "Heaven and earth have righteous energy, and all kinds of things are manifold. Below are rivers and mountains, and above are the sun and stars. To people, they are vast and abundant, filling the heavens. The path of the emperor shall be cleared, and he shall spit out the court." Following this impassioned recitation, the scholar's body emitted a scarlet light. At the same time, the light trembled and shone with the scholar's footsteps. Finally, it slowly fell on the scholar's brush, and the scholar's final words were heard. Spit out the court. With a shout, the scarlet light between the brush and the brush shone brightly. In the instant the brush flashed, the scholar placed the brush on the lotus flower lantern. The light covered the lantern's light, and when the light disappeared, the lantern's light was revealed again. A scarlet, one, character appeared on the lotus flower lantern. The one character was like a golden hook, and every stroke was like a sharp sword. An unconcealable sword intent was emitted from this character. Good. The girl couldn't help but clap her hands and cheer. Miss, please keep this lotus flower lantern well. If you miss your loved ones, can you personally place this lantern in the stream? The scholar with the surname Jiang put away the brush and said with a smile, "When the gate to heaven and earth opens at midnight, the people you miss will definitely see it and will definitely visit you in your dreams." Chapter 32-49. He he. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Seeing the lotus lantern falling from the sky, the girl hurriedly grabbed it and said with a smile, "I want to put Mr. Jiang's calligraphy at home to suppress evil. I can't bear to let it flow in the stream." The girl's emotions were clearly very rich, and her expression could be considered naked. However, Mr. Jiang smiled and cupped his hands. No matter what, I hope Miss will have a wonderful Hungry Ghost Festival. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang. For a moment, many men and women shouted, wanting Mr. Jiang to add the finishing touches to their lotus lanterns. Ha ha ha. Thank you for your support. This Jiang is just an ordinary person in the academy. This Jiang has many martial brothers, and their cultivation is not inferior to this Jiang's. Everyone, don't worry. Mr. Jiang laughed and waved his hand. Many lotus lanterns flew out from everyone's hands and landed near the pavilion. Not only in front of Mr. Jiang, but also in front of the other students. Xiao Hua and the others were not too close to the pavilion, but when many lotus lanterns flew up, the bright lights still illuminated them. Mr. Jiang's gaze was like lightning, sweeping past the four people. When he saw Xiao Jian's Taoist robe, he unconsciously paused, and a strange expression flashed. However, this expression disappeared in a flash, and his gaze fell on the lotus lanterns again. The three principles are related to fate, and the Tao is the root. Yu nine yang, Li also insufficient. Chu in crown, send the carriage to the north. Cauldron sweet as syrup, seek but cannot obtain. Inside the pavilion, the sonorous and powerful chanting voice came out word by word. Many students waved their ink brushes to add the finishing touches to the lotus lanterns. Xiao Hua and the others walked out from the pavilion. This garden was lively, but this liveliness belonged to the students, to the villagers, and not to them. Other than the pavilion closest to Xiao Hua, from time to time, there were soaring true energy blooming in other places of the garden, and even some gorgeous sword energy. In this kind of noisy night, this kind of righteous night, even if it was the Hungry Ghost Festival, even if it was the night of 100 ghosts, there was no need to be afraid of ghosts approaching, right? After leaving the garden, Xiao Hua and the others walked a few streets under Lu Yi's lead. The surroundings gradually quieted down. Although there were still some hanging lanterns, it was far less noisy than before. Moreover, these few streets already looked dilapidated and even a little desolate. The distance between the streets was getting longer and longer, and there was a river that wasn't particularly wide beside the street. However, the river was filled with stinky water, and the air was filled with a foul stench and a bunch of flies. A small bridge appeared in front of Xiao Hua's horse. Several beggars in ragged clothes were holding dirty basins in their hands as they quickly walked past Xiao Hua's horse. Xiao Hua smiled because he could already see that behind the small bridge, there was a desolate slope. There were a few dilapidated shacks on the left side, and the smelly gutter-like stream on the left side was precisely circling around this desolate slope and the shacks. This must be Shiluo Ridge and Seven Suns Monastery. Xiao Hua thought in his heart. However, just as he was about to speak, he frowned again. With a sweep of his divine sense, he saw two black-clothed people about 100 feet away from him. They were quickly passing through a pile of ruins. They were using Qin Gong to run into the distance. Oh! These people, could they be the local? Xiao Hua's divine sense only swept a little, but he didn't know why these people had aroused his vigilance. After thinking for a moment, he asked, Lu Yi, is there any organization similar to the Cloak Gang in the Copper Pillar country? There is. Lu Yi replied without hesitation. Black Wind Sect. Oh. Isn't this the capital of the Copper Pillar country? How can such evil people exist? Xiao Hua withdrew his divine sense and asked curiously. Without waiting for Lu Yi to speak, Xiao Jian coldly said, Senior Immortal should know that since ancient times, officials and bandits have been one family. Not to mention the borders, they exist in any country's capital. N. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and pointed with his finger. Let's go. After crossing this bridge, Seven Suns Monastery will be in front. Clatter clatter. The monotonous sound of horse hooves echoed in the quiet street. At the side of the lively Copper Pillar Academy, in the garden that Xiao Hua had just walked through, there was a slightly dark place. Teacher Jiang, with sweat on his forehead, was sitting there drinking tea and resting. With a sound of a flying sword, an inch-long flying sword landed in front of Teacher Jiang's eyes. Teacher Jiang frowned and looked left and right. With a clap of his hand, the flying sword turned into a small paper sword and stopped in his hand. When Teacher Jiang opened the paper and saw what was inside, his expression didn't change. A sword light appeared in his hand and shredded the paper. Then, he stood up and said indifferently, "100 Ghosts Parade, 100 Ghosts Parade." Hearing that the Seven Suns Monastery was right in front of him, Xiao Jian patted the horse beneath him. The horse quickened its pace and climbed onto the small bridge that wasn't too tall. At this moment, the full moon in the sky had yet to rise and the small bridge was a little blurry in the night. When Xiao Jian climbed onto the bridge, he realized that the other side of the small bridge was very low-lying. It was a vast expanse of darkness and there were occasional flickers of light. It was completely different from what he had seen before. "Let's go there." Xiao Hua pointed at the left side of the bridge. There was a dim yellow light there, but it wasn't obvious. All the Taoist temples in the world are one family. Xiao Jian sighed. Although the capital of Copper Pillar Nation is prosperous, Seven Suns Monastery and Longevity Town's Jiang Chao Monastery are no different. When everyone got close to the dim yellow light, they saw a door blocked by a pile of broken tiles. This door was about 1 zhang wide and 2 zhang tall. However, Xiao Jian lost interest after a glance. There was no other reason, other than the fact that it was several times bigger than the Jiang Chao Monastery's door. The entire Seven Suns Monastery's door looked as though someone had moved the entire Jiang Chao Monastery's door over. The paint on the door was dry, like the scales of a river fish that had been scraped off. Some fell off, some hung there. Even the door that was open was like the Jiang Chao Monastery's door. It was slanted and looked as though it was about to fall off the axle. Of course, on the two sides of the door, there were two big red lanterns with holes in them. On the door, although it was very clean, the words Seven Suns Monastery were still blurry. This told Xiao Jian that he wasn't dreaming of Longevity Town. "Slow down, slow down." Xiao Jian had just walked to the front of Seven Suns Monastery when he heard an unusually benevolent voice. Although this voice was old and hoarse, it was extremely clear in the night sky and wind. "Benevolent Lord, please eat slowly. If it's not enough, there will be more." Xiao Jian looked over in confusion. Right in front of Seven Suns Monastery, there was a big iron pot. Inside the iron pot was steaming hot porridge. In front of the iron pot, there were more than 10 beggars in ragged clothes. There were old and young beggars, and there were even a few women carrying babies on their backs. These beggars, without exception, all had their gazes on the porridge. They licked their dry lips and swallowed their saliva without concealing it. A sickly youth with a face full of stains received a bowl of porridge. He didn't care that the porridge was scalding hot and immediately drank a mouthful. Behind the iron pot, there was a short old man holding a wooden spoon in his hand. He hurriedly said to the youth. Under the light, the old man's smiling expression was as though he was looking at his own anxious grandson. Xiao Hua had already dismounted from his horse and walked behind Xiao Jian. His gaze was different from Xiao Jian's. It didn't land on the porridge, but rather on the old man. This old man was about 60 years old. His back was a little hunched, and he wore a slightly loose Taoist robe. This Taoist robe didn't seem to have any luster under the light. It was obvious that it had long been worn out. The old man's sparse white hair was neatly combed and tied into a small Taoist crown on his head. The old man was very hale and hearty, and he had a sage-like appearance. However, in Xiao Hua's eyes, this old Taoist was no different from an ordinary person. Not only did he not have any magic power, he didn't have any Taoist cultivation. Good people. The old Taoist's gaze moved away from the youth and he said apologetically, "This porridge has just been cooked." Originally, I wanted to wait for it to cool down before taking it out. However, I was afraid that you would be hungry and wait for a long time, so I hurriedly took it out. Everyone, after serving it, let it cool down a little before eating. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. I don't have much food, but I still have this porridge. It will definitely be enough. Thank you, Taoist. These beggars said weakly. It was obvious that they were really hungry. Some of them had already heard the sound of Xiao Jian's horse hooves and raised their eyes to look at Xiao Jian's group. The old Taoist's ears didn't seem to be working well. He didn't hear the sound of horse hooves and continued to use the spoon to scoop up a spoonful of porridge from the iron pot. His arm was trembling as he poured the porridge into the broken bowl of another beggar who had already stretched out his arm. Oh! When Xiao Jian jumped down from his horse, his figure flashed past the old Taoist's eyes. Only then did the old Taoist realize that someone was approaching. Turning his head, he saw Xiao Jian's Taoist robe. Joy flashed across the old Taoist's eyes as he called out, "Immeasurable Taoist, fellow Taoist is here. I am Xiao Jian. Greetings, senior." Xiao Jian placed a palm in front of his chest and bowed respectfully. "I don't dare. This old Taoist, Dao Shan, is only a few years older than you. I can't be considered a senior." The old Taoist didn't put down the spoon in his hand and returned the greeting with one hand. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait for a moment. Once this old Taoist has given the porridge to these good people, I will invite fellow Taoist into the temple for a chat. Senior Dao Shan, please go ahead first." Xiao Jian looked at the door behind the old Taoist in bewilderment. He didn't understand. This Seven Sons Temple's door was so big, shouldn't it have some disciples? Could it be that this Dao Shan was even worse off than him? He didn't even have a disciple. The old Taoist naturally saw Xiao Hua and the others behind Xiao Jian. However, seeing that they were all young, he thought that they were Xiao Jian's disciples. He smiled kindly and scooped porridge for the beggars. However, after a short while, the old Taoist's arm trembled even more violently. Chapter 3250. Xiao Jian couldn't help but ask, "Senior, you're already old, why do you have to do everything yourself? Why don't you just leave these things to your disciple?" Fellow Taoist Xiao, every bowl of porridge should reflect on the difficulties of Taoism, every word and action should follow the benevolence of the Taoist ancestor. Meditation is cultivation, refining energy is cultivation, giving porridge is cultivation. This old Taoist has given porridge for 50 years, even though I have one foot in the grave now, I still don't dare to neglect it. Dao Shan rested for a while and said with a smile. Hiss. Not only was Xiao Jian shocked, even Xiao Hua was greatly shocked. Giving porridge for 50 years. This wasn't something an ordinary person could do. Immediately, Xiao Hua felt that he had lived for 200 years in vain. Although that was what he said, Dao Shan was old after all, and the wooden spoon was big. This old Taoist scooped a few more spoonfuls and couldn't scoop anymore. Yeah. Xiao Jian shouted, "Where the hell did you go? Hurry up and help your senior get the porridge." "Yes, master." Yuanya answered and came out. However, when Yuanya came out from the shadow behind Xiao Hua, his figure flashed past the porridge, and the group of beggars were all frightened. "Taoist Xiao, let me do it." Lu Yi saw that although Dao Shan didn't frown, there was obviously some worry in his eyes, so he hurriedly jumped down from the carriage. Lu Yi's mouth was sweet, he walked in front of Dao Shan and bowed respectfully, "Grandpa Dao, you've been doing good all your life, and this kindness must be passed down. I, Lu Yi, am not talented, but I'm willing to accept the root of kindness of our Taoism, and continue doing good deeds. If Grandpa Dao is still worried, how about you give me some pointers on my cultivation?" "Okay." Dao Shan looked at Lu Yi's cleverness and his pleasing words, he had to give the spoon to Lu Yi even if he didn't want to. However, Dao Shan was still standing at the side. He watched as Louis filled every beggar's bowl to the brim without any slack. Only then did he feel relieved and turned to Xiao Jian, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're so lucky. Your disciple is 100 times better than my disciple." "I don't dare." Xiao Jian hurriedly waved his hand and let Xiao Hua go. He smiled and said, "Louis is senior's servant, not my disciple." "Oh." Dao Shan was obviously stunned. Looking at Xiao Hua's youthful face, he seemed to have understood something. He hurriedly tidied up his Taoist robe and bowed respectfully. "I, Dao Shan, greet senior." How could Xiao Hua bear to let this benevolent old Taoist bow to him? With a wave of his hand, the old Taoist was unable to bow down. Xiao Hua rushed to bow first and said, "I, Xiao Hua, greet great master Dao Shan." Dao Shan was unable to kneel down, and he knew that Xiao Hua had an extraordinary background. His eyes flashed with surprise, and then he smiled bitterly. "I don't practice Taoism, I only read Taoism scriptures. I'm not good at soliciting alms, I only know how to give alms. I've never practiced Taoism, so how can I be called a master?" "Grandmaster, you're wrong." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "There are countless paths of cultivation, and none of them are smooth. The great master prioritizes kindness. His actions are like a drop of water. For nearly 60 years, he has benefited all living beings. Although I have done good deeds before, if I am as persistent as Grandmaster, I can't. If Grandmaster can't be called a Grandmaster, then who can? If Grandmaster isn't a Grandmaster, then there are no Grandmasters in this hidden immortal continent." "Senior." Dao Shan was still modest. "I entered Taoism when I was young, and I have always admired people like you who have remarkable Taoism skills. However, I have never had such an opportunity in my life. Therefore, I use such a meager method to do my best for Taoism. This is really not worth mentioning in front of Senior. Senior's words make me ashamed. Call me fellow Taoist." Xiao Hua said with a smile. He really didn't want to be called senior by such an old man. After all, the old man had reached the end of his life. Although he was old, he was still in his prime. "Yes, fellow Taoist Xiao." Dao Shan was very happy. However, when he spoke, he realized something. "So you two fellow Taoists are from the same family." "Fellow Taoist, you're wrong." Xiao Hua shook his head. "I only met Taoist Xiao by chance. All Taoism in the world is from the same family. Meeting each other is fate." Dao Shan said with a smile. Then, he looked at the many beggars who were slowly rushing over from afar. The smile on his face disappeared. "Sigh, this year, Bronze Pillar Nation is expanding its army. The number of beggars in the country is increasing, Gugu." Xiao Jian's stomach actually started to growl. Although the old Taoist's ears weren't very good, he was really close to Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian's thunderous growl immediately made him understand. "Hee, I am really happy to see fellow Taoist. Sorry for the lack of manners." Dao Shan smiled and said, "Fellow Taoists, please wait for a moment. I will call my disciples out to welcome you." "Don't." Xiao Hua saw Dao Shan's neat clothes and knew that the old Taoist was very particular about it. He didn't know what kind of etiquette Dao Shan had, so he hurriedly stopped him. However, Dao Shan waved his hand and said, "Confucian cultivators have always been about etiquette. They use etiquette to govern the country. Although Taoism doesn't have too many complicated etiquettes, fellow Taoist came from afar. My 7 Sons Temple has to treat you seriously. If Confucian cultivators were to see this, they would definitely mock my Taoism." Xiao Hua wanted to say more, but Xiao Jian smiled and said, Senior Dao Shan's 7 Sons Temple is a real Taoist temple. If you don't let him welcome Senior in, I'm afraid you will lose face for my Taoism. It won't look good if word gets out." "All right." Xiao Hua was curious. He didn't understand why a Taoist temple needed to welcome him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the iron pot in front of Seven Suns Temple was already empty. However, there were still many skinny and sallow beggars in front of the iron pot. These beggars saw that the porridge was gone and left in disappointment. However, there were still some who looked at it and stubbornly stayed in front of the iron pot. Taoist. Looking at the empty door, Louis said softly, "Are we letting these people leave?" Xiao Hua smiled and said, "Let them wait first. Once we enter, we will let Master Dao Shan cook the porridge." "Yes," Louis said softly. Those beggars were all overjoyed and obediently waited there. Just as they were talking, a string of music came from the Seven Suns Temple. Then, a few skinny Taoist children walked out from the door with either a flute, or a sheng in their hands. Behind these Taoist children, there was Dao Shan, who led a dozen or so neatly dressed middle-aged and old Taoist priests. Dao Shan, who was walking at the front, was even holding a long, white plank-like thing in his hand. Xiao Hua wanted to ask Xiao Jian, but Xiao Jian's face had already turned solemn. He quickly walked to the door of Seven Suns Temple and stood straight with his hands in his Taoist robe. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Seeing this, Xiao Hua didn't dare to be negligent. He quickly walked to Xiao Jian's side and stood still. Seeing Xiao Hua come, Xiao Jian hurriedly took half a step back to show the difference. Louis was quick-witted. He hurriedly pulled Yuanya, who was stunned at the side, and stood beside Xiao Hua while Xiao Jian was behind him. He let Yuanya stand beside him so that he was facing Xiao Jian. Dao Shan and the others walked in front of Xiao Hua. They didn't say anything until the song ended. Only then did they say, "I, Dao Shan of Seven Suns Temple, welcome Senior Xiao Hua and fellow Taoist Xiao Jian to my Seven Suns Temple." Following these words, Dao Shan raised the plank and bowed respectfully. Disciples welcome Senior Xiao. Even though they saw that Xiao Hua was very young, many Taoist priests still bowed respectfully. Xiao Hua and the others also returned the bow. Although Xiao Hua didn't know the specific etiquette, he still raised his hand and a dozen or so people were lifted up by him. Everyone was shocked. "Senior Xiao, please enter the temple to pay respects to the Taoist ancestor." Dao Shan's expression didn't change. He said word by word and turned around. "Yes, Master, please." Xiao Hua replied and walked towards Dao Shan. When Xiao Hua's figure passed by Dao Shan also walked forward and accompanied Xiao Hua into the temple. Seven Suns Temple wasn't small. After entering the temple, they saw a rather large courtyard. There were 2 rows of rooms on the east and west. Opposite them was a very imposing hall. Although these rooms were old, their scale was far from what Tidal River Temple could compare to. In particular, there were 2 side doors on both sides of the hall that led directly to the back of the hall. Thinking of the scene he saw from the small bridge, Xiao Hua knew that there was a large place behind the hall even without Dao Shan's introduction. The hall was brightly lit. In addition to a few oil lamps in the hall, there were 3 arm-thick red candles burning brightly on the altar table. In addition to the red candles, there was also an incense burner on the altar table. A few incense sticks rose in spirals from the incense burner. On both sides of the incense burner, there were several plates. On the plates were some rice, noodles, grains, and so on. However, what puzzled Xiao Hua was that there was no statue of a Dao ancestor behind the altar table. Instead, there were several levels of shrine platforms. On the shrine platforms, there were small signs with some words written on them. In front of the signs, there were small celadone bowls. "Pay respects to the Dao ancestor." When Xiao Hua walked to the center of the hall, Dao Shan shouted loudly. He was full of energy. How was he like a 60-year-old old man? Looking at the empty shrine platform and the signs, Xiao Hua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had already thought about this problem when he was in Dawn Rain Continent. Who was the Dao ancestor? Now that he was in hidden immortal continent, this problem still hadn't been solved. He hadn't even paid respects to the Tao ancestor when he was in Dawn Rain continent. Let the dead be respected. Xiao Hua imitated Xiao Jian and placed his hand inside his Daoist robe. He raised his hand up to his forehead and then slowly bowed. Only when his forehead was at the same level as the altar did he stop. Then he bowed 2 more times, making a total of 3 bows. Respect to your teacher. When Xiao Hua got up, Dao Shan shouted again. This time, the 3 bows were a bit higher than the previous 3 bows. Xiao Hua paid attention to Xiao Jian's actions and followed step by step. Greetings, fellow Daoist. Dao Shan shouted and turned around. He held the board that had already turned yellow in his hand and led his disciple to greet Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua now understood that this board that had turned yellow was actually carved out of jade. Chapter 32:51. Although he had already greeted Dao Shan and the others outside the Seven Suns Temple, Xiao Hua still followed the so-called etiquette of the Daoist sect and greeted them again. After the greeting, Dao Shan's smile became even wider. He walked to the altar and placed the jade board on it. Then, he picked up 3 incense sticks and said to Xiao Hua with a smile, "Senior Xiao, please light the incense for the Daoist ancestor." Okay. Xiao Hua took the incense sticks and waved his hand. A flame flashed and the 3 incense sticks were immediately lit. A strange expression appeared in the eyes of the dozens of disciples who saw this. After Xiao Hua respectfully placed the incense sticks on the incense burner, Dao Shan was obviously relieved. He raised his hand and said, "Thank you, Senior Xiao. Please come to the side hall for tea." As he spoke, the Daoist children holding the flute and other musical instruments started playing again. Under Dao Shan's lead, Xiao Hua walked past a yellow curtain and arrived at the side hall. There was a yellow praying mat and a few tables and chairs here. However, Dao Shan didn't sit down immediately when he walked to the chair. Instead, he closed his eyes slightly. This made Xiao Hua confused. He looked at Xiao Jian and was also confused. However, the 2 of them could only do as they were told. When the music floated into the night sky, Dao Shan opened his eyes and raised his hand with a smile, "Senior, fellow Daoist, please sit." "Fellow Daoist, please." Xiao Hua smiled and sat down. After that, Xiao Jian and Dao Shan also sat down. Lu Yi and Yuanya obediently stood behind the 2 of them. A Daoist child with delicate features hurriedly came over with a tray that had some paint chipped off. He brought over 3 cups of green tea. When the Daoist child went down, he seemed to have something to say. However, when he saw that Dao Shan's attention was on Xiao Hua, he didn't dare to speak. He waved his hand at a slightly older disciple behind Dao Shan and went down. That older disciple glanced at Dao Shan who was talking to Xiao Hua and nodded slightly at Xiao Hua. Then, he quietly walked out. Dao Shan's ears weren't very good, so he naturally didn't notice. "Senior Xiao, where do you cultivate? How many disciples do you have?" Dao Shan asked respectfully after inviting Xiao Hua to drink a mouthful of tea. Xiao Hua drank a mouthful of tea. This tea was very bitter and astringent, making the tea somewhat black. Xiao Hua only touched his lips and felt relieved. He replied with a smile, "I'll let Grandmaster know. This Xiao used to cultivate overseas, so I don't have any disciples. This Lu Yi is just a servant." "Overseas?" Dao Shan's eyes lit up. He said anxiously, "Is it the Eastern Sea? When I was young, I wanted to go to the East Sea to take a look, but until now, I still haven't had the chance to see the magnificent East Sea." Xiao Hua smiled and shook his head, "Don't ask too much about which overseas master. In short, it's very far. Of course, if you want to go, you can find some time to go and take a look." "Sigh, I am old. I can't walk anymore." Dao Shan said with a smile. Although it sounded like a sigh, there wasn't much sadness in his tone. Xiao Hua comforted, Grandmaster is wrong. Grandmaster's good deeds are clear, the heavenly Tao is naturally fair. It definitely won't let Grandmaster give up at such a young age. There are too few people like Grandmaster in this world. Since Grandmaster has met me, it's an opportunity given to Grandmaster by Dao Zhu. Grandmaster will continue to do good deeds in the Seven Suns Temple in the future. Thank you Senior for your auspicious words. Dao Shan knew that Xiao Hua was a cultivator, but he didn't dare to believe what Xiao Hua said. He only smiled and said. Xiao Hua wasn't in a hurry to take out the rejuvenation pill. After all, Dao Shan was an ordinary person. Xiao Hua didn't know if Dao Shan could withstand the effects of the rejuvenation pill. Since he came to the Seven Suns Temple, he naturally wanted to help this kind person from the Dao sect to live a long life. Rumble. Xiao Jian was already hungry. Now that he drank a few mouthfuls of tea, he became even hungrier. I forgot. Dao Shan laughed. He turned his head and ordered, Disciple, go and get a bowl of porridge for Martial Uncle Xiao. A disciple behind Dao Shan had a difficult expression. However, he still responded and prepared to leave. At this moment, the disciple who just walked out returned to the entrance of the main hall. When he heard Dao Shan's order, he hurriedly walked to Dao Shan's side and whispered a few words. Oh. Dao Shan frowned and a trace of awkwardness appeared on his face. He then smiled and said to Xiao Jian, Fellow Taoist Xiao, you must be joking. I have already finished the porridge. Moreover, today is the Hungry Ghost Festival. This old Taoist wants to let the benevolent masters around me eat more, so I cooked all the food in the temple into plain porridge. Now that there is no food in the temple, this old Taoist will ask my disciples to pick some vegetables from the backyard. Fellow Taoist, you can cook some. Tomorrow morning, this old Taoist's disciples will sell the vegetables in the market and buy some food. Xiao Hua who was at the side heard everything clearly. He smiled and said, Master, you don't have to be so polite. There is no need to persuade the kind people outside to leave. Previously, you were the one who gave the porridge. Now, it is time for me to give the porridge. Master, please let your disciple send me to the place where we store the food. Oh. Senior Xiao, this is. Dao Shan didn't understand. Obviously, he didn't understand the Dao sect spells. Senior, Immortal Xiao is a famous cultivator in our Dao sect. He has the ability to transform beings into soldiers and move mountains and seas. You only need to bring Immortal Xiao there. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Dao Shan naturally wouldn't let his disciple bring Xiao Hua there. He personally brought Xiao Hua to the main hall and walked through a few deserted courtyards. Finally, they arrived in front of a small courtyard. Xiao Hua glanced at the wooden door on the left side of the courtyard. Outside the door, under the moonlight, there were a lot of vegetables. In this courtyard, there were two Taoists with strong hands and feet. They were washing the iron pot that they just brought back from outside the temple. Inside here. Dao Shan raised his hand and was about to speak. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, This place is too small. Is there a bigger place? Dao Shan was helpless. He pointed to a few houses opposite the courtyard and said, This is where the winter vegetables are stored. It is empty now. Senior, do you really have a spell that can make something out of nothing? Seeing is believing. Hearing is false. Xiao Hua strode to the front of the few houses. He waved his hand a few times and said with a smile, Master, take a look for yourself. Oh. Dao Shan held a lantern in his hand as he walked shakily to the front of a house. Looking at the tightly packed food inside, tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Shanzai, Shanzai, this winter, my 7 sons' monastery will not starve to death again. Sweat. Xiao Hua couldn't help but sigh. It is only summer and old Taoist Dao Shan is already thinking of giving out porridge in winter. It seems like, this kindness has already penetrated deep into old Taoist's bone marrow. Quick, disciples. Let's cook some porridge and invite Senior Shao to eat. Hurry up and cook the porridge with the iron pot. Let benevolent master outside the temple eat his fill. Dao Shan hurriedly instructed. Dao Shan's disciples all went crazy. They looked at the few houses again and again. After confirming that the food inside was piled up like a mountain, they carefully took some of it to the opposite courtyard and let the Taoist cook it. Everyone looked at Xiao Hua with reverence and respect. This was no different from the immortal Xiao Hua in their hearts. Senior Xiao indeed has divine skills. Dao Shan accompanied Xiao Hua back to the side hall. He said emotionally, this is something that Junior would never have dreamed of. What divine skills? Xiao Hua waved his hand, it's just that this Xiao has a Qiankuan pouch and carries some food with me. Dao Shan really didn't know what a Qiankuan pouch was. He only understood after Xiao Jian explained it to him. Wait till tomorrow. This Xiao will let you see what a true divine skill is. Xiao Hua pretended to be mysterious and said. Okay, Junior will wait and see. Dao Shan didn't know what Xiao Hua wanted to do. He only smiled and agreed. Xiao Hua looked at the main hall and asked again, this Xiao remembers that there should be a golden body in the Taoist temple. Why isn't our Taoist ancestor here? I'll let Senior know. When this matter was mentioned, Dao Shan's face revealed a worried expression. Tongzhou country was founded by Confucian cultivators and has always rejected our Taoist sect. This Shiluo Ridge originally didn't have any Taoist temples. 100 years ago, it was just a barren slope. All the dirty things in the country were discarded here. Later on, this Taoist ancestor came here and used silver to buy this barren slope. He then built the Qiang temple here. Later on, the king asked about this matter and wanted to demolish the Qiang temple. The Taoist ancestor led a few disciples and went on a hunger strike for 10 days straight. Seeing that our Taoist disciples were determined to keep the Taoist temple, the king was touched and agreed not to demolish the Qiang temple. However, he also didn't allow any golden bodies to be erected in the temple. Thus, the Taoist ancestor placed the spirit tablets of the previous generations of seniors here to worship. He didn't want to erect any golden bodies. Believe in your heart. If you don't believe in it, even if you reconstruct a golden body, it will only be a wedding dress for others. Xiao Hua didn't speak. Instead, Xiao Jian spoke with sorrow. That's right. If you believe in it, there will be a golden body of the Taoist ancestor everywhere. Dao Shan nodded. Later on, Master and this Taoist ancestor knew that the king didn't like Taoist sect. Thus, we kept a low profile and only did good deeds. Everything in the temple was personally built by this Taoist ancestor and his disciples. There is almost no charity in Tongzhou country. At this point, Dao Shan sighed again. Even so, the Seven Sons Temple is still a little difficult. Originally, no one paid attention to this barren slope. However, now that there are more people than land in the country and this place isn't far from the palace, many people's gazes fell on the Seven Sons Temple again. If not for the recent war between Tongzhou country and Jiang country, this Taoist ancestor wouldn't be so free here. As he spoke, a Taoist child served a few bowls of plain porridge. Xiao Hua naturally didn't need it. Instead, Yuanya and Lui accompanied Xiao Jian to drink a few bowls. Out of Xiao Hua's expectations, Dao Shan also drank a bowl. So this Taoist ancestor who gave the porridge didn't eat his fill at night. After everyone finished eating, Xiao Hua glanced at Lui and turned to Dao Shan, fellow Taoist, this Xiao will be staying at the Seven Sons Temple tonight. However, this Xiao still has some matters to attend to at Bright Moon Lane. Fellow Taoist, please rest first. This Xiao will pay you a visit tomorrow morning. Bright Moon Lane. Dao Shan heard and frowned. He hesitated for a moment and asked curiously, "Senior, why are you going there? We are outsiders. We shouldn't go there." Chapter 3252. Oh. Xiao Hua did not understand. He smiled and asked, "I have some primeval stones here and want to go there to do some transactions. Also, I heard that there is an auction there tonight. I want to go there to take a look. I wonder, what is wrong with that? If that is the case, then I can be at ease." Dao Shan understood and nodded. He pointed with his finger and said, "Fellow Taoist, don't be anxious. I will call my disciples over and let them go over. There is no need." Xiao Hua had already scanned the area with his divine sense. Other than a few Taoists who were swallowing their saliva behind Dao Shan, the rest of the Taoists were gathered in the courtyard, wolfing down the porridge. He finally understood why Dao Shan wanted to personally guard the beggars outside Seven Suns Temple. Thus, Xiao Hua hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Lu Yi has already found out the location of Bright Moon Lane. I actually knew it with one look. Fellow Taoist need not worry." All right. How could Dao Shan not know what his disciple was like? He stood up and said, "I will send Senior out." Fellow Taoist, just let your disciples watch over my horses." Xiao Hua waved his hand and quickly walked out with Lu Yi. As for Xiao Jian, he was slightly stunned but still hurriedly followed behind. Although he did not have any primeval stones, he still wanted to go to Bright Moon Lane to watch the show. This Seven Suns Temple made him feel like he was looking at something that hurt people. When Xiao Hua stepped out of Seven Suns Temple, he was slightly shocked and felt a little uncomfortable. When he was about to release his divine sense, the beggars who were giving out porridge and eating porridge in front of the door all looked at him. The few people who were waiting earlier hurriedly shouted, "Thank you, immortal elder, for the porridge." It seemed like the disciples of Seven Suns Temple had already shown off Xiao Hua's immortal method of conjuring food to these beggars. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. This is all due to Master Dao Shan's mercy." Xiao Hua said and hurriedly brought Lu Yi and the rest out of Seven Suns Temple. After walking far away, Xiao Hua released his divine sense again and carefully observed Seven Suns Temple. He did not find anything wrong and could not help but feel strange. Strange, is this vigilance? It doesn't seem like it. What kind of sudden impulse? Over the past 100 years, the primordial spirit that Xiao Hua had split into the hand of karma had been comprehending the divination technique given by Jiu Xia. Although this primordial spirit had fused with the hand of karma and had an innate advantage over ordinary cultivators comprehending this divine technique, the divination technique was too profound after all. There was not much difference between 100 years and 10 years. Xiao Hua did not make any special progress in his cultivation. Just like the primordial spirit that had merged with the heavenly Tao and had now turned into a real star, although it had changed from formless to corporeal, and even had the profound mysteries of the origin of earth, Xiao Hua still couldn't obtain too much from the heavenly Tao. Just like the mountain peak in front of him that pierced the sky, Xiao Hua was looking for a path to climb from the bottom of the mountain. Now, he had found it and was climbing, but this mountain was really too big. After climbing for a day, a year, or even 100 years, compared to the entire mountain peak, it was almost the same. Therefore, although Xiao Hua's heart seemed to have been hit by a sudden impulse, he still didn't understand what it was, nor did he know whether this feeling was good or bad. Could it be that there's something strange about Bright Moon Lane? Xiao Hua frowned slightly. Looking at Lu Yi, Yuanya, and Xiao Jian who were following close behind him, he pondered, how about not letting them go to Bright Moon Lane? I'll go and take a look myself. But looking at Lu Yi and the others' excited expressions, as if they were also looking forward to the auction, Xiao Hua gave up on the idea. Bright Moon Lane was indeed not far, and they reached it in less than an hour. When he saw the liveliness of Bright Moon Lane, Xiao Hua finally understood Dao Shan's astonishment. It was also on the side of a stream, and this stream was 10 times the size of the one in Seven Suns Monastery. The water of this stream was clear and gurgling. Lotus lanterns were hung on the willows by the shore, and the stream reflected the light of the lanterns. What was special was that there were many different kinds of pleasure boats on the stream. Some had canopies, some didn't, and all of them were hung with lotus lanterns, leisurely drifting on the stream. Not to mention the dancers on the pleasure boats playing the pipa, not to mention the women playing the zither outside the pleasure boats, not to mention the white-robed scholar standing at the bow of the pleasure boats reciting poetry. Just these pleasure boats and lanterns were a beautiful scene that was completely different from the desolate Seven Suns Monastery. Similarly, there was a small bridge that spanned across the stream. Xiaohua and the others walked to the head of the bridge, and saw a small boat that looked like a fallen leaf flowing under the bridge. They heard the sound of a zither that was even more tinkling than the flowing water, and then smelled the thick fragrance of cosmetics mixed with the faint fragrance of the night sky. The cosmetics came from the dancers who lived in the night, and the fragrance came from the blooming flowers among the green leaves that flowed like a stream. Many of them sighed with emotion. They were all living the same life, but some chose to be drunk, some chose to be pure, some endured starvation for the sake of beggars, and some spent a fortune for the sake of a beauty's smile. However, what made them sigh with emotion was not only that. When they stood at the head of the bridge, there was a huge archway in front of them. It was at least 10 feet tall, and this archway was extremely luxurious. Although they couldn't see clearly what material it was made of in the night, just by looking at the archway itself, they could see that it didn't have any lanterns. Instead, it emitted a faint light under the surrounding lanterns, and this light emitted different colors from different parts of the archway. Even the 3 large words, Bright Moon Lane, on the archway was simply a rainbow color. This rainbow color was different from the usual brilliance of magic treasures that Xiaohua had seen before. This rainbow color had a kind of domineering, a kind of dazzling feeling, and gave people an indescribable impulse when they saw it. Behind this archway, there was a narrow street that was several feet wide. On both sides of the street were 3-story buildings, and all of them were brightly lit, with the sounds of orioles and swallows dancing. Moreover, looking further, there were several crisscrossing streets, and countless rows of small buildings. Not to mention the incomparable ostentatiousness of this bright moon lane in the night sky, even the lights of the bright moon lane that were comparable to the natural bright moon reflected in the night sky only made this corner of the Copper Pillar country a nightless place. Xiaohua and the others stood quietly at the head of the bridge. The spacious bridge was once again filled with people weaving together. Some were walking out of the bright moon lane with drunken smiles, some were hugging beauties, and even more were like Xiaohua and the others, entering the bright moon lane from the side of the river. In their eyes, they didn't care about the outer appearance of the bright moon lane, they only cared about the inner meaning of the bright moon lane. Let's go and take a look. Xiaohua used his divine sense to scan the place. There were quite a few places that were unbearable, but Xiaohua was too lazy to continue looking. After giving an order, he walked down from the bridge. "Io, these Taoist masters. How about coming to our top floor to take a look?" Just as they walked down from the bridge, a woman with heavy makeup who had been staring at them for a long time already pounced over. She wanted to grab Xiaohua, who was in front of her, and opened her mouth wide with a smile. "The girls in our building love handsome men the most. With a glance, I can tell that this Taoist master and the others are not ordinary. They will definitely be considerate to you." Xiaohua's face didn't have any expression, as if he didn't see or hear anything. His gaze was very clear as he looked forward. As for the hand that the woman used to grab Xiaohua's sleeve, she simply couldn't touch Xiaohua's Taoist robe. A seemingly invisible barrier separated the two, as if the two were not in the same world. This Taoist master. That woman couldn't grab Xiaohua, so she didn't hesitate at all. She stretched out her hand to grab Xiao Jian, and said respectfully, "Your appearance is comparable to Pan An's, you are the one that my family's girls love. Come, 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 this servant will introduce you to the number 1 courtesan of the Bright Moon Lane." Xiao Jian, who usually looked a bit wretched, coldly looked at that woman. He touched his chest and said coldly, "This Taoist master only has 2 copper coins here. Can the big sister of the top floor see this Taoist master?" Xiao Jian's voice wasn't soft, and the smile on that woman's face slightly stiffened. She immediately threw him a coquettish glance and said with a very charming smile, "This Taoist master is joking with this servant. There are more than 1 Taoist masters and Buddhist masters who come to my top floor. You unworldly experts are the most generous. Last month, there was even a Buddhist master who redeemed the top floor's girl named Ching Mimi. How is it possible that you only have 2 big coins? Girl, have you ever seen a brothel without a purse?" Xiao Jian looked at that woman with contempt and patted his own waist. This Taoist master is actually joking with this servant. That woman's expression didn't change. She threw him a coquettish glance and twisted her slightly fat waist, "I'm ignoring you." As she spoke, she very naturally left Lu Yi and Yuanya and went to welcome the young master in embroidered clothes who came after her. "Brother Taoist, pale-faced young master, dearest grandpa Taoist," a series of coquettish complaints made Xiao Hua feel disgusted. He had no choice but to close his ears and calmly walk past the many women. Of course, other than those women who ran out to attract customers, the women in the other pavilions in the depths of Bright Moon Lane didn't seem to be outdone. Even though they saw that Xiao Hua and the others didn't even look at the sides, they still called out, hoping that Xiao Hua and the others would stop walking. "Lu Yi." Xiao Hua had no choice but to raise his voice and say, "Quickly go and find out where the auction is." "Yes, this servant will go right now." Lu Yi's mouth was also dry. Hearing Xiao Hua's order, he hurriedly ran out from the back. Sigh, no wonder Master Dao Shan was so surprised. Xiao Hua simply stopped walking and turned to look at Xiao Jian. "This place is indeed not a place that we can come to. Senior must be joking." Xiao Jian said indifferently, "This junior thinks that Bright Moon Lane is no different from Seven Suns Temple. Senior Dao Shan is living here, and these women are also living here. You can't deny the hardships of these women just because of Senior Dao Shan's kindness. Actually, their situation is also very pitiful. Their situation is 10,000 times more sorrowful than Senior Dao Shan's." "Oh." Xiao Hua stared blankly. He looked at Xiao Jian with interest and asked curiously, "What do you mean?" Xiao Jian's current life and experience seemed to be similar to the women in the brothel. He wore a light veil and was hard to understand. His words made Xiao Hua even more puzzled. Chapter 3253. Senior Dao Shan is free. He is doing what he likes. Although he is poor, he is willing and never tired of it. It can be said that Senior Dao Shan's life is the result of his desire for benevolence. It is also a kind of cultivation for him. Xiao Jian is not afraid at all and says with great vicissitudes of life, and these women, although they seem to be living a luxurious life, these flashy clothes are unable to cover the tears behind their backs. "Senior, do you think they are willing? A pair of jade arms for 1,000 people to sleep on, 2 red lips for 10,000 guests to taste, this kind of life is not something that everyone here can endure. But, they have no choice, they have no freedom. They have no choice but to live this kind of life, they have no choice but to give themselves a chance to live. Senior, look behind you. That stream is filled with pleasure boats. Although it is 100 times more beautiful than the stream in Seven Suns Monastery and smells 10,000 times more fragrant, but, Junior can say with certainty that there are more bones buried in this stream than in Seven Suns Monastery's stinky river. Those women who are unable to endure the loneliness, unable to endure this birdcage-like life, unable to see their own hope, unable to see a trace of sunshine that belongs to them, most of them would choose to bury their past in this seemingly clear stream. Senior, they are actually the most pitiful worms. Xiao Jian sighs, compared to them, Senior Dao Shan is living in an immortal palace. He. Xiao Hua laughs and looks at this Taoist who has countless stories and says, rather than choosing to be buried here, why not wash away all the dirt? They have the courage to leave this world, why don't they have the courage to leave Bright Moon Lane? Rather than saying that they are pitiful, it is more like they chose to be pitiful and chose to escape. The heavens have always been merciful and always leave a way out for people. If they don't find the right way out, what can others do? Senior, leaving this luxury and going from complicated to simple, is this something that ordinary people can do? Xiao Jian knows that Xiao Hua does not understand and says again, in this Bright Moon Lane, it is extremely difficult to regain one's freedom. Death is much easier than freedom. Perhaps. Xiao Hua had lived for so many years, but he really didn't understand the inner workings of the brothel. Naturally, he didn't understand what Xiao Jian was saying, but he still chose to believe. Being a person, no matter where, is extremely difficult. Taoist priest. Lu Yi ran over from afar, his face covered in makeup. Afraid that he had been taken advantage of by others, he shouted, I've already found out that the auction will be held at Zhai Xinglu Taoist priest, please follow me there. Zhai Xinglu. Ha! What a big tone. Xiao Hua smiled and waved his hand. Lead the way. This Xiao wants to see what kind of grandeur this Zhai Xinglu has. However, the style of the secular world naturally could not compare to the style of a cultivator. Although there was a tall pavilion that stood out from the rest of the three-story pavilions in Bright Moon Lane, the pavilion was also decorated with flying dragons and flying phoenixes. Xiao Hua did not know which calligraphy master had written the words, Star Plucking Pavilion, on the signboard, but when he looked at it, he could not help but feel disappointed. Humph, it's only a so-so. Xiao Hua looked at the brightly lit Zhai Xinglu and said indifferently. Immortal Elder. Xiao Jian looked at Zhai Xinglu and seemed to think of something. He frowned and hurriedly said in a low voice, this junior, seems to have some impression. This Zhai Xinglu's origin is somewhat unusual. Oh. What's unusual about it? This junior remembers that there seems to be a Zhai Xinglu in the state of Danliang. Xiao Jian said in a low voice. Of course, this matter is too small for this junior to remember clearly. Back then, there seemed to be some alliance that wanted to build this Zhai Xinglu in the state of Danliang. This junior only took a look. As for whether it was built or not, this junior has already forgotten. If it's in the state of Danliang, the state of Bronze Pillar also has it. Maybe the state of Shi and the state of Jia Sa also have it. This Xiao understands. Xiao Hua snorted. Who cares about its origin? This Xiao is only here to trade. I don't intend to tear down this Zhai Xinglu. Why won't they let this Xiao in? Moreover, since this Zhai Xinglu is able to sell vitality stones, there must be someone supporting it. Without any origin, how is it possible? Yes, this junior is only reminding senior. Xiao Jian said with a smile. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Jian with a smile that didn't look like a smile. If you didn't lose those vitality stones to the escorts, any one of them could be exchanged for a lot of money here. Not only would it allow Master Dao Shan to give out porridge with peace of mind, but it would also allow the girl who you said had a tragic life with no freedom to be redeemed from the brothel. Don't you think it's a pity? Now that I think about it, it is indeed a pity. Xiao Jian didn't hide it and said in a low voice, however, those vitality stones belong to this junior. Whatever this junior does is this junior's freedom. If this junior loses the freedom to choose because of the freedom of those girls, this junior would rather not have such an opportunity. Xiao Hua nodded and didn't want to say anything more. There was a small empty space behind the signboard of Zhai Xinglu. At this time, there were some car doors parked there. There were also some handsome youths dressed in green who were waiting behind the balcony. Seeing Xiao Hua and the others standing at the door, they first chatted for a while before walking in. How could they not know that these were Taoist priests who were participating in the auction? There were already 2 youths dressed in green who had smiles on their faces and quickly walked up to welcome them. However, before they could open their mouths and before Xiao Hua and the others could get close to the balcony, a hissing sound like a dragon's roar came from the left side of Xiao Hua and the others. It was the opposite side of where Xiao Hua and the others came from. Oh! Not only were the youths in green shocked, even Xiao Hua was stunned. Everyone looked at the source of the dragon's roar in unison and felt even more bewildered. This copper pillar country, where did the dragon come from? In the night sky, 4 pure white heavenly horses stepped on faint white clouds as if they were descending from the sky. Their bodies flashed with white light as if they were tearing apart the night sky and flying out from the depths of the darkness. Its white mane, which was more than a foot long, swayed with the night wind like a dreamy mist. Its 4 hooves fluttered in the wind, its head proudly raised to the sky, and its galloping free and easy like a swimming dragon. It really made people wonder if this was a dream encounter. Not only that, behind the 4 heavenly horses, there was a carriage cast from gold. This carriage was also floating in the air. The carriage was 1 zhang in size and there were exquisite patterns on it. Some of these patterns were flowers, some were grass, and some were birds and people. In the center of the 2 sides of the carriage, there were 2 large jade lotus flowers. These jade lotus flowers almost filled up the 2 doors of the carriage. As for the one standing on the carriage and driving the 4 heavenly horses, it was a strong man dressed in golden armor. Dragon. Dragon horse. Xiao Jian, who was beside Xiao Hua, couldn't help but exclaim, this world really has such a precious horse. The golden carriage pulled by the dragon horse was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of Zhai Xing Lu and arrived in front of Xiao Hua and the others. The dragon horse was about to crash into Xiao Hua, but Xiao Hua didn't seem to have any intention of moving out of the way. Taoist. At this moment, the youths in green came to their senses and hurriedly shouted. Hiss. Another 4 dragon-like horse cries sounded at the same time. The sound shook the night sky. The 4 dragon horses stopped abruptly, just a foot away from Xiao Hua. Do you want to die? The strong man dressed in golden armor was furious. With a wave of his hand, a whip flashed and lashed towards Xiao Hua. The strong man was 1 zhang tall and stood on the carriage. The whip actually made a faint whimpering sound in the air, as if it was going to cut off the air. Not good. Several youths in green panicked and cried out in their hearts. They saw the jade lotus on the carriage and already knew who was coming. But they knew that they couldn't stop this whip, so no one dared to speak. A few of the kind-hearted youths had already closed their eyes. They knew that even if it was a stone lion, it would probably be smashed into smithereens by this whip. This seemingly thin and weak young Taoist would probably be smashed into minced meat. Pa! A crisp sound, followed by a sneer, you can come down. Then, there was another woo sound, followed by a pang sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. The entire area in front of Zhai Xing Lu was deathly silent. This is. The timid youth in green hastily opened his eyes. He looked with some disbelief at the strong man who was also standing on the ground in a daze. The bold youth saw clearly that in the blink of an eye, Xiao Hua, who was standing calmly in front of the dragon horse, had grabbed the whip. Then, Xiao Hua gave a casual tug and the brawny man in golden armor was immediately sent flying from the carriage. Without any resistance, he landed on the ground in front of Zhai Xing Lu. How dare you? A cold voice came from the golden carriage. Hiss. The 4 dragon horses stretched out their necks and neighed at the same time. They opened their mouths and bit towards Xiao Hua like real dragons. Humph. Xiao Hua sneered. His figure rushed towards the center of the dragon horses like a ghost. He very cleverly landed between the 2 dragon horses in the middle. Then, He spread his arms and patted the backs of the two dragon horses like a great ping spreading its wings. Eoh! The two dragon horses let out a mournful cry. Their entire bodies fell with Xiao Hua. When their four hooves landed on the ground, they trembled violently, as if they were about to kneel down at any time. Damned little Taoist! Along with this cold voice, the door of the golden carriage opened. A young Confucian scholar walked out, holding a folding fan in his hand. His face was filled with shame and anger, and his eyes seemed to be full of spirit, but there was a trace of ruthlessness in them. "Io, young Master Duanmu, you've finally come." Just as this young Confucian scholar was about to walk towards Xiao Hua, an extremely loud and clear voice came from below the signboard of Zhai Xinglu. Then, a similarly dressed middle-aged Confucian scholar quickly walked over. His face carried a smile like a spring breeze. Chapter 32:54. When the young master named Duanmu saw this person, he had no choice but to stop and hide the anger on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, Brother Zhu. I merely came to take a look. How could I dare to trouble you to welcome me? Young Master Duanmu is an honored guest of Zhai Xinglu." When I heard the neigh of the dragon horses, I knew that young Master Duanmu's golden carriage had arrived. In this world, who else but young Master Duanmu could have dragon horses? Who else could sit in a golden carriage? Brother Zhu chuckled and appeared to be flattering, but his words were laced with an indiscernible flattery. "Since young Master Duanmu has arrived, how could I not welcome you? He, I thank Brother Zhu." The ruthlessness in young Master Duanmu's eyes disappeared and he said with a smile, "I was originally a bit angry, but with Brother Zhu's arrival, my anger was blown away faster than the wind. I don't know where it went." Many thanks, young Master Duanmu." Scholar Zhu glanced at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, "Unhappiness exists everywhere in this world. However, since everyone is a guest of Zhai Xinglu, this happiness naturally has to be extinguished. Don't you think so, fellow immortal?" Xiao Hua had already retracted his hand when he came out. He slowly walked out from the group of dragon horses. Those dragon horses were obviously afraid of Xiao Hua. They actually retreated a few steps. Although they were still as unruly as before, there was a trace of fear in their eyes that understood human nature. When Xiao Hua heard Scholar Zhu's words, he cupped his hands with a smile and said, "Fellow immortal Zhu is right. There is no such thing as happiness or unhappiness in this world. It's only a matter of whether someone brings it upon themselves. I only came to Zhai Xinglu to broaden my horizons. I won't bring unhappiness upon myself." Fellow immortal is right. As expected of an otherworldly expert, this one is convinced. Scholar Zhu hastily laughed when he saw young Master Duanmu become unhappy after hearing some of his words. He pulled on young Master Duanmu's sleeve and said, "Let's go. I'll take young Master Duanmu away from this unhappy place." "Taoist Master, please." Seeing that Xiao Hua wasn't stingy with young Master Duanmu, several youths in green clothes hastily and respectfully welcomed him. Although their smiles were similar to before, the fear in their eyes was no longer fake. Lead the way." Xiao Hua waved his hand indifferently and glanced at the golden whip that he had just thrown on the ground. The fist-thick whip was curled up like a venomous snake, not moving at all. On the other end of the whip, the burly man in golden armor was standing there in a daze, not moving at all. Just like the whip, he had lost all of his spirit and energy. After Xiao Hua followed the green-clothed youth into Zhai Xinglu, the burly man laughed coldly. He took off the golden helmet that covered his face, revealing a vicious expression. Then, with a grab, the golden whip landed in his hand. With a casual wave, it streaked across the air like an awakened python and wrapped around Huang Jinjia's waist. "Come here." The burly man beckoned to a young man in green who was waiting for him. Yes, the youth in green hurried over and bowed. "Master, please drive the carriage and follow me into Zhai Xinglu." There's no hurry. It's not like I don't know how to get in. The burly man reached into his chest and took out a jade eye ring. He handed it to the young man and whispered a few words to him. His voice was so low that only the youth could hear it. Seeing the hesitation on the youth's face, the burly man said coldly, "If you don't go, I'll get someone else to go. Don't blame me for not giving face to Zhai Xinglu." "Yes, I know." The youth clenched his teeth and nodded. "I'll go now." "Good, that's a good boy. I'll dote on you too." The burly man reached out and patted the youth's shoulder. The youth trembled and almost fell to the ground. Not sure if it was because the burly man was too strong, or if the burly man's words were too powerful. Walking past the huge shadow of Zhai Xinglu's signboard, Xiao Jian was worried and said softly, "Senior, you were a little impulsive just now." "Oh." Xiao Hua smiled and said curiously, "Fellow Taoist Xiao is considered experienced and knowledgeable. You can't be so petty, right? You even approved the construction of Zhai Xinglu back then. You were also the ruler of a country." A bitter smile appeared on Xiao Jian's face as he said, "Times have changed. I'm now a Taoist priest in dire straits. I don't dare to mention my past bravery. Moreover, this Zhai Xinglu is different from Duanmu family. I don't know about Zhai Xinglu's background, but Duanmu family's background, senior isn't afraid." "Duanmu family?" Xiao Hua's eyes turned as he had a bad feeling in his heart. He said softly, "Is this family very powerful?" "Senior really doesn't know. Didn't you see the 2 jade lotuses on the golden carriage? That's the symbol of Duanmu family. Only the direct descendants of Duanmu family have the right to use this symbol." This time it was Xiao Jian's turn to be shocked. Although this Duanmu family isn't the #1 scholarly family in Hidden Immortal Continent, but it's still at the forefront of the first class. It can almost be compared to the first-class families. Not to mention that you and I are unable to contend against them in our current situation. Even if we used the power of a country, it would still be hard to match them. "Oh, Senior, please don't blame Junior for being straightforward. Junior can't see through your cultivation, but even if you've reached the 6th or 7th grade of elemental energy, you still wouldn't be a match for Duanmu family." "Oh." Xiao Hua was even more puzzled. If the family's power is so huge, then what about the scholarly sects? Like country Shi's Chongyan sect. How many classes are the families divided into? What are the first class? What are the second class? My lord. Xiao Jian, who was at the side, was completely dizzy. He stole a glance to the left and right. There weren't many people who came to Zhai Xinglu. At this moment, there were only a few carriages in this empty space. The youth in green was leading the way in front, so Xiao Jian lowered his voice and said, "Senior, you've really been cultivating overseas all this time. But even overseas, hidden immortal continents for major families, Dongfang, Ximen, Nangong and Baiming, have existed since ancient times. How can you not know? Those so-called scholarly sects are merely clowns. How can they be compared to the profound heritage of scholarly families? However, Junior isn't a scholarly cultivator. My Danliang country was also a Dao sect in the past. Junior doesn't understand the specific situation of these scholarly families. I only know that these scholarly families are divided into 9 classes. Each class is divided into 2 levels, the first class and the second class. The 4 major families that Junior mentioned just now are the first class and the second class. Junior doesn't know which ones exactly. These scholarly families are the true masters of Hidden Immortal Continent. Alas, now isn't the time to talk about it in detail. When there's time in the future, Junior will explain it in detail to Senior. Damn it, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua bitterly smiled. He always thought that scholarly cultivators were similar to Dao sections. Those scholarly sects like Chongyun sect and Tianji sect were the same as the cultivation sects of Xiaoyu continent. They were the mainstream of hidden immortal continents cultivation. But he didn't expect that this so-called scholarly families were the true behemoths. Sweeping a glance at Xiao Jian, who had a bitter expression on his face, Xiao Hua knew that what he said was the common knowledge of hidden immortal continent. Everyone should know about it, especially cultivators like him. He also couldn't blame Xiao Jian for not reminding him. Anyone who saw that divine dragon horse and that golden carriage, wouldn't know that this was the appearance of the peak character of hidden immortal continent. Those people couldn't wait to hide, instead, he had a dispute with them. Moreover, looking at the appearance of that muscular man wearing golden armor, he didn't seem to be willing to let the matter go. It was really troublesome. Senior. Xiao Jian's previously upright face began to look shifty. He looked left and right and said in a low voice, Junior saw that this Duanmu Gongzi wasn't a broad-minded person. Just now, he was restrained by this Zhu Gongzi and couldn't get angry. But that Zhu Gongzi's meaning was obvious. Since it was Zhai Xinglu's guest, he wouldn't let Duanmu Gongzi take action. But if Zhai Xinglu left, he definitely wouldn't care. Junior saw that the coachman didn't drive the carriage in. Maybe he's doing something outside. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity. Although Xiao Jian didn't say the word slip, Xiao Hua understood. Even Lu Yi's face showed the same expression. He. Xiao Hua sneered, we came here on behalf of Dao sects. If we don't even enter Zhai Xinglu's door, wouldn't our Dao sect's reputation be thrown away by us? Dao sects? What reputation does Dao sects have? How come I don't know about it? Xiao Jian muttered, Dao sect's reputation is worthless compared to brothel girls, right? What did you say? Xiao Hua frowned. When Xiao Jian heard this, he hurriedly laughed, nothing. Senior, Junior just felt that, compared to your previous cautiousness, is rather different. Is that so? How come this Xiao doesn't know? When you first came to River Tide Temple, you acted exactly like an ordinary person. Junior even thought that you were sent by someone else. Even when facing the bald donkeys from Shaojin Temple, you were still extremely humble. With your methods of dealing with bandits, you didn't even need to lift a finger. Even that pet beast of yours could completely exterminate the monks from Shaojin Temple. You even used an extremely ugly wooden club to scare them. Xiao Jian laughed, but what about today? Actually, you could have avoided that carriage and even that whip. Especially, even if you took the whip and didn't let go, and didn't throw the coachman off the carriage, wouldn't that have prevented all of this from happening in the future? Also, you actually rushed into the dragon horse and subdued the dragon horse in front of everyone. This isn't Senior's usual behavior of keeping a low profile. Hiss. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. As a bystander, Xiao Jian saw everything clearly. What Xiao Jian said was the truth. If he had retreated half a step like before, he wouldn't have retreated. As long as he had reason and evidence, he wouldn't have offended this so-called first-rate Duanmu family's young master. However, he actually dragged the coachman off the carriage. He, a Jindan cultivator, actually had to lower himself to the same level as an aura-refining brute. Chapter 3255. Damn it, Xiao Hua scolded, I don't know why, but this Xiao seems to be a bit impatient. Daoist, that coachman and Duanmu Gongzi deserve to die. If the dragon horse didn't stop in time, we would have been injured if not dead. Lu Yi encouraged Xiao Hua from the side, in the marketplace, this little one has seen many hedonistic sons trampling children to death. If Senior was as young as you, he would naturally be so impulsive. Xiao Jian laughed, but Senior is a successful cultivator, you can't be impulsive. Perhaps, Senior saw Dao Shan's predicament and saw the prosperity of Bright Moon Lane and felt resentment. And, that should be the case. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and immediately understood, nodding slightly. Although the reaction of the whip was only a slight tremble, the difference was huge. He had never been impulsive. At this moment, he could only explain it this way. Xiaohua understood, but in reality, was this matter so simple? Was it because of these reasons of material joy and personal sorrow? Then, Louis blinked his eyes and muttered in a low voice. Don't care about this. Xiaohua waved his hand and looked at the Zhai Xing Lu that they had already reached. When a horse reaches the mountain, there will be a path. With so many people watching, how can we easily leave? Of course. Xiaohua changed the topic and laughed. Even if we want to leave, we must first step into the Zhai Xing Lu, then we can talk. As he spoke, Xiaohua's eyes began to look around. He, Taoist, you and the others go in first. This little one will look around, or see if there is a back door in this Zhai Xing Lu. Louis followed behind Xiaohua, laughing and saying a few words. He immediately walked to the side and faced a young man in green clothes not far away. Seeing Xiaohua return to his previous vigilance, Xiao Jian's hanging heart also settled down. Xiaohua could fly, and he also had an extremely powerful pet to rely on. Xiao Jian, other than the remnants of his divine sense, had nothing else. It was impossible for him to protect himself. If Xiaohua had a conflict with Duanmu Gongzi, Xiaohua would bear the brunt of it, followed by Xiao Jian. Therefore, Xiao Jian absolutely did not want Xiaohua to go against Duanmu Gongzi, no matter from which angle. Oh, this star-picking tower can actually block the probing of divine will. Xiaohua looked at the huge screen in front of Zhai Xing Lu's door and scanned it with his divine perception. He was somewhat surprised. But this seems to be the so-called primordial array of Confucian cultivators. Although it also uses the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, the fluctuations are not similar to my Tao sex formation. It looks a little crude. If I were to use the secret art of the sun shrouding art, this essence formation might not be able to block my spiritual sense. With that thought in mind, Xiaohua stepped into Zhai Xing Lu and his gaze landed on the screen in front of him. Xiaohua had only been thinking about Zhai Xing Lu's primordial array and had not noticed the screen. But when his gaze swept across the screen, he saw specks of starlight and pieces of moonlight falling on the screen like falling frost. His gaze was instantly drawn to it. Moreover, when his gaze landed on the screen, it was as if he saw a giant hand rising from the stars and moon grabbing at the thousands of stars in the sky. Xiaohua's divine perception naturally could not fall into it, but at this moment, Xiaohua felt that his divine perception was showing signs of rapidly dissipating. In particular, there were two spots on the screen that immediately alerted Xiaohua. Xiaohua could not help but gasp as his heart turned upside down. Although this giant hand cannot be compared to the karmic hand in my space, it is still inferior to the karmic hand in my space. However, the trajectory of this giant hand picking the stars is a little similar. It is even more powerful than the nascent soul hand of the Tao sect on the Dawn Rain continent. This Zhai Xing Lu is actually this powerful. Although the nascent soul hand is extremely powerful, that is because the nascent soul communicates with heaven and earth, uses the power of heaven and earth spirit qi. Compared to the abstract, indescribable, principles or rules, rules, this giant hand contains, it is far inferior. Just a screen from Zhai Xing Lu is already so imposing. No, that's not all. Just a screen from Zhai Xing Lu in the Copper Pillar country in Yu province is already so powerful. Then what kind of a monster is the so-called alliance? Oh, perhaps. Thinking of this, Xiaohua was somewhat enlightened. The first-class Duanmu family actually gave such face to a scholar like Brother Zhu, to Zhai Xing Lu. Perhaps this Zhai Xing Lu is controlled by one of the four great families. Also, the light of the stars and moon is being grasped by this giant hand. This rule is so powerful that it seems to be able to absorb the power of the stars and moon. Although I can also absorb starlight from the extraterritorial domain, other than knowing that it can be used in alchemy, I know nothing else. This Jai Xing Lu placing this screen here, what does it mean? Does it mean that they have the ability to use the power of starlight? He, Brother Zhu, look, this little Taoist has indeed entered Jai Xing Lu. I knew it, he must be trying to use Jai Xing Lu's power to hide. Only 3 of them came in, and the little fellow is not here. He must have gone elsewhere to gather information. In a rather luxurious room in Jai Xing Lu, young Master Duanmu held a luminous goblet in his hand as he took a sip of the blood-red wine. Scholar Zhu was also holding a goblet of wine. He smiled as he looked at a bronze mirror in front of him. The bronze mirror reflected the scene in front of Jai Xing Lu. Young Master Duanmu, why are you so serious with a little fellow? Scholar Zhu chuckled. It's just a dilapidated Taoist sect and a little Taoist with some strength. He. Young Master Duanmu's lips curled into a cold smile. Young Master Zhu, don't underestimate this little Taoist. My Duanmu family's dragon horse is actually so easy to subdue. Didn't you see Qiri and Shuyue nearly kneeling under his arms? Didn't you see Lu Guang and Xing not dare to provoke him? This little Taoist's body definitely has the strength of 10 dragons and 10 elephants. Oh. The Buddhist sect's mighty Vajra? Young Master Zhu was taken aback and asked curiously, I've never heard of any Taoist divine ability of dragons and elephants. This isn't something I should know. Young Master Duanmu shrugged. Actually, to be honest, it was Ah Chio's rashness. This fellow shouldn't have raised his whip so casually, as long as young Master knows. Young Master Zhu laughed and raised his luminous cup to young Master Duanmu. The two took a sip. What a pity. This little Taoist's luck isn't good. After a mouthful of wine, young Master Duanmu glanced at the bronze mirror and said regretfully, it's fine if he grabbed Ah Chio's whip, but I would definitely reprimand Ah Chio. Who wouldn't do such a thing to save face? But, he just had to drag Ah Chio down from the golden carriage. If it was a month ago, it wouldn't have mattered even if he had dragged Ah Chio down. He's just a golden armored soldier. With young Master Zhu's words, I might not lower myself to the same level as him. Could it be? Young Master Zhu's curiosity grew as he asked curiously. Young Master Duanmu's tone became even more regretful. What a pity, because of Ah Chio's loyalty, the clan changed his surname a month ago. Now, Ah Chio's name is Duanmu Chio. See. Young Master Zhu sucked in a breath of cold air as if he had a toothache. He looked helplessly at the bronze mirror and said with pity, poor little Taoist. This is the face of the Duanmu clan. Even if young Master Duanmu doesn't want to pay attention to it, I'm afraid you can't back down now. What's this little Taoist doing? Why is he standing in front of the screen motionless? However, when young Master Zhu saw Xiao Hua standing in front of the screen and quietly looking at it, he couldn't help but be shocked. The wine in the luminous cup in his hand suddenly spilled out. It was dark red as if blood had dripped onto the thick silk carpet on the ground. What's wrong? Young Master Duanmu was also startled. He glanced at it and smiled. This fellow is probably thinking. Should he go in or go in? Or what should he do? Young Master Duanmu. Unexpectedly, young Master Zhu didn't smile at all. He placed the luminous cup in his hand on the brocade table beside him and bowed solemnly. I have a presumptuous request, but I'm not sure if I should say it. Zhu Qing. Young Master Duanmu saw this and also placed his luminous cup on the brocade table. He said lightly, I've known you for many years and you know my character. Today, I came to Jai Xing Lu because of our friendship. If it were any other matter, I would have just laughed it off. But this concerns the reputation of the Duanmu family. I have already made myself clear just now. You just don't want young Master Zhu to speak, right? That scholar named Zhu Qing bitterly smiled. He pointed his finger at Xiao Hua and said, at this point, Zhu Qing seemed to realize something and shook his head. Forgive me for not being able to tell young master about this. This is Zhai Xing Lu's internal affairs. Oh. Young master Duanmu seemed to have understood something. He looked at the bronze mirror and pursed his lips resentfully. How about this, young master Zhu, on account of our friendship, I promise not to kill him personally. As for others, I can't guarantee it. You also know that Ah Chiu has a bad temper. I came here with him from afar and didn't inform anyone. I'm sure, he has already informed someone. Of course, young master Zhu, I don't want to see Zhai Xing Lu strike. Good. A smile appeared on Zhu Qing's face. I knew that young master Duanmu isn't the kind of dandy that people say you are. Whether I'm a dandy or not. I know very well. Young master Duanmu stretched lazily and said, the auction will start in an hour. I'll go down and take a look first. Okay, Zhu Qing nodded and said, young master, please go ahead. I have important matters to attend to and can't accompany you. Go ahead, do your thing. Young master Duanmu waved his hand casually. I hope that the next time I see you, you won't be in bronze pillar state. Chapter 3256. Thank you for your auspicious words. Zhu Qing smiles, but immediately warns, that's right, today's auction is a bit strange. The items being auctioned are strange. Look carefully before you act. In particular, there are some people I can't see through who are participating in this auction. Don't join in the fun. Even I can't. Young master Duanmu's face shows a strange expression. That's right, you can't. Because I can't stop them from coming. Zhu Qing says word by word, then hurriedly leaves. Today is really strange. Looking at Zhu Qing's back, young master Duanmu looks at the bronze mirror again. In front of the screen, Xiaohua has already left. I just came to Zhai Xing Lu and met the little Taoist who dares to oppose the dragon horse. The auction hasn't even started yet, there's actually something that even young master Duanmu can't join in on. What kind of world is this? Do they still want people to live? Xiaohua stands in front of the screen and watches the large hand merge the light of the moon and stars into it. The large hand then follows his divine sense and turns into two large words. Yes, in the end, Xiaohua already realized that everything on the screen moves according to his divine sense. Seeing the two large words, star and moon, appear on the screen and dissipate like stardust, Xiaohua seems to understand something. Star and Moon Alliance. This is the Star and Moon Alliance that Xiao Jian mentioned. Senior. Xiaohua's gaze has yet to move away from the screen when Xiao Jian's voice rings in his ear. Senior, have you made a decision? Do you want to leave now or wait for Brother Lu to find the back door? You keep standing here, I'm afraid it's not appropriate, right? Oh, Xiaohua comes to his senses and looks up. Indeed, not far from him, the green-clothed youths are looking at him with a smile that isn't a smile. They think that Xiaohua is delaying something. Taoist. It is at this moment that Louis quietly sneaks over and says in a low voice, I've already found out that there's only one entrance to Zhai Xing Lu. There are no exits anywhere else. In a while, when the auction is over, everyone will have to leave from here. Senior, let's go. There's no time to lose. Xiao Jian glanced behind him. There, 4 dragon horses had just pulled the golden carriage into the signboard. Under the guidance of 2 green-clothed youths, they were ready to stop in front of the door. You can go back first. Xiaohua said with a smile, since this old man is here, I will go and take a look. After saying that, Xiaohua flicked his sleeve and walked towards the side of the screen. All right. Xiao Jian said helplessly. Since Senior isn't leaving, then Junior won't leave either. Junior will go through thick and thin with Senior. There's no need. Xiaohua waved his hand, offending the Duanmu family has nothing to do with you. None of you have any cultivation, so they won't bother with you. I hope so. Xiao Jian smiled bitterly. Senior, you don't know that those playboys love to vent their anger on others. Xiao Hua's brows raised up and he said with a smile, yeah, you understand this matter best. However, since this Duanmu family is a first-rate family, how could it possibly be so superficial? What could Xiao Jian say? He felt that although Xiao Hua's strength was unfathomable, he might not be as familiar with the human heart as he was. However, he really didn't dare to leave Xiao Hua's side. He didn't dare to take the risk and be killed by that golden-armored man. That fellow was even more powerful than Yuanya. This place is somewhat interesting. Xiao Jian's mind was filled with thoughts. However, when he turned around the screen and saw the situation in front of him, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. He saw that this place was about 1 mu in size. It was several times bigger than what he had seen from the outside. Within this 1 mu of space, the first thing to bear the brunt was the star atlas above his head. This star atlas flickered with various colors of light, enveloping the entire hall. Between each starlight, there was a separate grid. This starlight also separated the situation within the grid, making it impossible for the naked eye to see the situation within. What was special was that every starlight that was separated from the grid was rising up and down, like a mist. The entire space looked like it was filled with thousands of starlights, very dazzling and magnificent. Even someone like Xiao Jian was slightly dazed, not to mention Lu Yi and Yuanya. They were like country bumpkins with their mouths wide open and their eyes filled with amazement. It looked as if they wanted to dig out their own eyeballs, and throw them into the starlight. Taoist priest, this way please. Since Xiao Hua and the others had moved, the cyan-clothed youth also moved. He politely reminded Xiao Hua and the others, not laughing at Lu Yi and the others' loss of self-control. The cyan-clothed youth pointed to a white jade door. The sparkling and translucent milky white jade was erected at the side of the screen. When the multicolored starlight fell on it, it created ripples of light that covered the area several feet around the white jade door like water ripples. Lead the way. Although Xiao Hua had never been a monarch, he had seen places even more dazzling than this starlight on the Dawn Rain continent. He had only glanced at it once before moving his gaze away. At this moment, he waved his hand and said indifferently. Taoist priest, this white jade door is not something that I can enter. The cyan-clothed youth said apologetically. There are other disciples of Zhai Xinglu waiting on it. Xiao Hua responded. He took a few steps forward and scanned the white jade door with his divine sense. He stepped inside, actually passing through the stone. This. Xiao Jian hesitated. He timidly released his pitiful divine sense, wanting to check it out. Then, he saw half of Xiao Hua's head poke out from the jade door. He said with a smile, just come in directly. Then, that head went back into the jade door. Xiao Jian's heart settled, and he walked in without thinking. As expected, there were no obstacles at all, nor were there any dangers. Xiao Jian only saw a flash of light in front of him, and in front of him was a passage that looked like a galaxy, appearing right under his feet. In front of him was a constellation surrounded by nebulas. Behind Xiao Jian, Yuanya and Lu Yi also entered. The two of them could not help but cry out in surprise. Yeah, Xiao Jian snorted coldly. Don't say that you know this old man. Yes, master. Yuanya forcefully suppressed the shock in his heart and respectfully replied. Pfft. Not far away, a woman in palace attire happened to pass by. Hearing Xiao Jian and Yuanya's conversation, she could not help but cover her mouth and laugh. However, the woman immediately took a deep breath, placed her hands on her waist, and bowed. She respectfully said, fellow Taoists, if you wish to enter the Star Palace to trade, please pay a low-grade origin stone. Oh. Isn't this the auction? Xiao Hua was naturally the first to ask. Reporting to Taoist priest. The woman said with a smile. Our Zhai Xinglu's auction will be held in Xinglu in an hour. This is only the Star Palace for ordinary transactions. There are many fellow Taoists like you. They did not come to the Star Palace to participate in the auction. Their purpose is to trade with other fellow Taoists. If you want to enter the Star Palace to trade with them, you have to pay a primal stone in exchange for a star token. Only Taoists with star tokens can enter the Star Palace. Ah! A low-grade primal stone. Xiao Jian was flabbergasted. Why doesn't your Zhai Xinglu rob people? That's too expensive. If I want to trade with others, I can do it outside. Why must I do it in your Zhai Xinglu's Star Palace? He, Taoist priest is right. It's only in this Star Palace that no one will rob you. My Zhai Xinglu can guarantee the safety of the items you trade inside. The woman was not angry at all. Of course, my Zhai Xinglu cannot guarantee the authenticity of the items you trade. A low-grade primal stone can be traded inside, right? Search the Star Palaces one by one. Xiao Hua asked again. If we also want to make a small Star Palace like this, how many primal stones would we have to pay if we took out our items to trade? 10 low-grade primal stones, the woman answered cleanly. 10 low-grade primal stones. Not one mid-grade primal stone. Xiao Hua stared blankly, then understood. The primal stone exchange in Hidden Immortal Continent might be different from Dawn Rain Continent. Thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out a mid-grade primal stone from the space. He handed it to the woman and said, "Give me 4 star tokens, the kind that can only be traded with others." Yes. Seeing Xiao Hua being so generous, the woman was very happy. But when she took the primal stone from Xiao Hua's hand, she smiled bitterly and said, "If I'm not wrong, Taoist priests should be a mid-grade primal stone. Do you have any low-grade primal stones?" "I don't have enough low-grade primal stones to give Taoist priest." "Oh, right." Xiao Hua thought of something and asked, "Can Zhai Xinglu exchange primal stones for gold and silver?" "Of course." The woman nodded. Could it be that Taoist priest wants to use this primal stone to exchange for some gold and silver? Yes, exchange the rest for silver. Then please wait a moment. The woman said with a smile. I will exchange for you now. However, Zhai Xinglu takes a 10% cut to exchange for gold and silver. I hope Taoist priest will forgive me. Oh. How much silver can one low-grade primal stone exchange for? Xiao Hua, who had always been stingy, felt a little heartache. I'll let Taoist priest know that one low-grade primal stone can be exchanged for 10 taels of gold. If Zhai Xinglu takes 1 tael, Taoist priest will actually get 9 taels of gold. This, outside, one low-grade primal stone can be exchanged for 15 taels of gold. Xiao Jian said with some displeasure. Why is your Zhai Xinglu so shady? Taoist priest, it's up to you. Hearing this, the woman stood still and looked at Xiao Hua, then at Xiao Jian. This is my Zhai Xinglu's rule. However, I advise Taoist priest that it's safer to exchange at Zhai Xinglu. Others may not have so much gold. Go ahead and exchange quickly. Xiao Hua waved his hand, indicating for the woman to leave. Then he glared fiercely at Xiao Jian. Xiao Jian hurriedly nodded, knowing that Xiao Hua hated him for losing those primal stones. Yes, even if one low-grade primal stone could be exchanged for 1 tael of gold, how much gold could he exchange for with so many primal stones? He had lost so much gold. Chapter 3257. How many low-grade primeval stones can be exchanged for 1 mid-grade primeval stone? Xiao Hua asked coldly. 100 pieces. Xiao Jian's sweat dripped down immediately. Then you had so many primeval stones, how could you lose them all at once? As expected, Xiaohua asked. That. Xiao Jian stammered and finally told the truth. At first, it was one primeval stone, worth 100 taels of gold, but they didn't want to play with me. In the end, I had no choice but to exchange one for 10 taels, 1 taels, after losing a few rounds, they all had primeval stones. Who cares how much gold these primeval stones can be exchanged for? Lu Yi originally didn't know the grades of primeval stones. When he heard that Xiao Jian actually lost primeval stones of unknown grades, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache. He stood at the side and muttered. But when Xiao Jian heard this, he slightly straightened his back and said in a low voice, "Brother Lu, no matter if those primeval stones are mid-grade or top-grade, they are all mine." As he said this, Xiao Jian stole a glance at Xiaohua, afraid that Xiaohua would say something. Unfortunately, Xiaohua's face didn't have any reaction. Xiao Jian was right, these primeval stones were all Xiao Jian's own. What he used them for was his own business. Even if he lost all his money and lived on the streets, that was Xiao Jian's own business. Xiaohua wasn't Xiao Jian's great-grandfather, why would he care about this? Lu Yi's heart ached for the gold he had never seen before, so he muttered a few words. Seeing that Xiaohua ignored him, he immediately shut his mouth. Only Yuanya, from Seven Suns Temple to Bright Moon Lane and finally to Star Plucking Tower, didn't say much. It was as if everything in this mortal world had a huge impact on him. In Longevity Town, he originally thought that he already knew everything, but now he knew that what he knew was just a drop in the ocean. Regardless of whether it was Bright Moon Lane's luxury or Star Plucking Tower's grandeur, they were all things he couldn't even dream of. His eyes only looked at the stars, the starlight was the so-called Star Palace, and it was somewhat blurred. Moments later, the woman returned with a small Qinkuan pouch in one hand and 2 tokens in the other. Taoist Elder. The woman did not pass the small Qinkuan pouch to Xiaohua, instead, she passed the copper-colored token to Xiaohua and said, "This is the star token that I told Taoist sect is worth 1 low-grade origin stone. You can enter the Star Palace of the other immortal elders to trade with them." Xiaohua took the star tablet and saw a brilliant star engraved on it. When his finger touched it, a trace of roughness and coolness came from the star tablet. Clearly, the material of this star tablet was also specially made. And this. The woman handed another star token to Xiaohua and said with a smile, "This is a star token that can be used to rent a star palace in my star picking tower. It's worth 10 low-grade primordial stones." Just now, I didn't explain it clearly to Taoist Elder, so I still have to explain it to Taoist Elder. Otherwise, I can't afford to delay Taoist Elder's trade. Oh. Xiaohua took the silver star token and played with it for a while. Seeing the 2 brilliant stars engraved on it, he could not see any difference from the bronze star token. He could not help but smile and say, "What's the clue? Lady, please explain it." That bronze star token can only be entered 1 star palace at a time to trade with the immortal elders. If Taoist Elder still wants to trade with other immortal elders, then you can only go to another star palace to trade. Moreover, if Taoist Elder wants something, you can only look for it one by one. The woman's words were clear and her voice was pleasant to the ear. But this silver star token is different. If Taoist Elder takes it, not only can you rent a star palace and wait for other immortal elders to come to trade, you can also write what you want to find on the star token. The contents of the star token can be shown to the immortal elders of the other star palaces. In other words, Taoist Elder can stay in a star palace and know what the immortal elders of the other star palaces want to trade. This saves Taoist Elder the trouble of searching. It's so convenient. Xiaohua's eyes brighten, then can this old man also know what is in other people's small Qinkuan bag? Of course. The woman pursed her lips and says with a smile, "Other than the things the immortal elders of the star palaces are not willing to show, everything else can be seen. How do we trade?" Xiao Hua's interest is piqued. How do two people in the Star Palaces trade? This Taoist elder will have to go by himself. The woman says apologetically, it's better for the immortal elders to trade with their own hands. If you give it to my Zhai Xing Lu, it will be traded at the auction later. Okay, this old man wants a silver star token. Xiao Hua nods and says. This silver star token is really convenient and is really worth 10 low-grade primordial stones. The woman's face shows a smile. She points at the silver star token in Xiao Hua's hand and says, Taoist Elder's Star Palace is at Hong 446. Taoist Elder can enter with this star token. Then she passes the small Qianquan bag in her hand to Xiao Hua. Inside are the other 2 star tokens and the remaining gold. Taoist Elder, please count them. Hee hee. Xiao Hua laughs and takes the small Qianquan bag. Miss is really smart. How did you know this old man would definitely want this silver star token? More than 90 low-grade primordial stones and 10 low-grade primordial stones for convenience. Anyone who hears this will be moved. Don't you think so? The woman doesn't hide it and says with a smile, just now, this servant left in a hurry and didn't have time to tell you. Now that this servant has said it, won't Taoist Elder understand? Xiao Hua laughs loudly. That's right, back in the Xiaoyu continent, 1 mid-grade primordial stone could only be exchanged for 10 low-grade primordial stones. Now, he can exchange for 100 in one go. Taking out 10 for convenience, Xiao Hua can really accept it. He doesn't even have the interest to count the remaining gold. With a wave of his hand, he wants to put the small Qianquan bag away. This time, the woman is very anxious and says embarrassedly, Taoist Elder, this small Qianquan bag is my Zhai Xing Lu's public use. It doesn't belong to this servant. Taoist Elder, please take away the things inside and return the small Qianquan bag to this servant. Hee hee, this old man is used to taking it. Xiao Hua smiles embarrassedly and puts the things inside his space. He passes the small Qianquan bag to the woman and says with a smile, how many primordial stones is this small Qianquan bag? How about this old man give you primordial stones? The woman takes the small Qianquan bag and says with a smile, my Zhai Xing Lu also has things for sale in the Star Palace. The small Qianquan bag and other items should be inside. It's in sky number 1. If Taoist Elder is interested, you can go take a look. In addition, the location of each Star Palace and even the Star Palace that Taoist Elder rents are all in this star token. Taoist Elder can use Taoist's divine sense to check it. Oh. Xiao Hua raises his eyebrows and says curiously, could it be that the star tokens of Taoist, Confucian, and Buddhist are different? It's the same. The woman replies, this star token can be inspected by divine sense, Buddhist awareness, eye-clearing technique, and even primordial thoughts, see. Xiao Hua is slightly shocked. He didn't expect this star token to be so powerful. Xiao Hua passes the other 3 bronze star tokens to Xiao Jian and the other 2. However, he suddenly thinks of something and hurriedly asks, that's right, can this star token hide one's appearance? Of course it can. The woman says proudly, as long as you trade in my Zhai Xing Lu, this star token can attract starlight and hide Taoist Elder's appearance. No matter what Taoist Elder trades, it will be impossible for others to know. Good, Xiao Hua claps his hands. While praising in his heart, he becomes even more curious about the Star-Moon Alliance. The auction on the Dawn Rain continent doesn't seem to be done so well. The woman keeps the small Qianquan bag and places her hands on her waist. She says with a smile, this servant wishes Taoist Elders a smooth trade in my Zhai Xing Lu and a successful one. After saying that, the woman leaves very obediently and doesn't stay for a moment longer. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you can take a look around yourself. Xiao Hua looks at the star path under his feet and then looks at the stars one by one. He says, if there's anything you like, you can come to Hong 46's Star Palace to find this Xiao. But Lu Yi stares blankly at the side and says in a low voice, Daoist elder, where is Hong 46? These stars don't look any different. Wait a moment. Xiao Hua takes the silver star token and infuses it with his divine sense. Sure enough, inside the star token is a star chart similar to the star palace in this space. Heaven 1, Earth 2, Mystic 3, Yellow 4 are all marked. And not far away, the one with the special word is Hong 46. Xiao Hua doesn't know how to explain it to Lu Yi. He passes the star token to Xiao Jian and says, take a look for yourself and come find this Xiao in a while. Yes. Xiao Jian takes the star token and infuses it with his divine sense. After a while, he withdraws his divine sense with a shocked expression on his face. Although he was once the ruler of a country, he has never seen such a scene before. Xiao Hua takes the star token from Xiao Jian, looks at Xiao Jian with interest and asks, did you see it clearly? Junior understands. Xiao Jian says respectfully, if Junior needs anything, I will definitely find Senior. Alright, Xiao Hua waves his hand, turns around and walks towards Hong 46 with large strides. As he walks, he says, this Xiao also wishes you to find what you want. That's right, Xiao Jian only had his spiritual force but no cultivation. Although Xiao Hua didn't investigate his situation, it was obvious that Xiao Jian's cultivation had been crippled. Xiao Jian probably came to Bright Moon Lane in Bronze Pillar State to find a way to restore his cultivation. However, Xiao Hua really doesn't understand. Since he already has primeval stones, he might be able to find a spirit pill similar to the heavenly pill in this auction. Why was Xiao Jian able to lose all of his primeval stones in one night? Xiao Hua didn't use any flying talisman, but as he takes large strides, thousands of stars flashed from afar and gathered under his feet, like stars surrounding the moon, sending him forward. Xiao Hua was a Jindan stage cultivator who had flown in the sky and experienced the heavenly Dao starry sky. Walking on this kind of star chart, he felt relaxed and happy. How could Yuanya and Lu Yi, who had never cultivated before, be fascinated by it? Chapter 32:58. The star path was winding, and after a star fell, Xiao Hua saw a scholar wearing black clothes walk out with a smile on his face. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes and walked over with a silver star card in his hand. When Xiao Hua was about a foot away from the star cluster, he saw a smoke-like star dust rush out from the star cluster and land on the star card in Xiao Hua's hand. Puff! A silver brilliance burst out from the star token, completely covering Xiao Hua. At the same time, a thin vortex appeared in the middle of the star token. This vortex turned into a star bridge in a moment, and specks of starlight emerged from the vortex and fell under Xiao Hua's feet. When Xiao Hua's feet moved slightly, the star bridge automatically retracted and took Xiao Hua into the star cluster. After entering the star cluster, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up. It was several feet wide and looked like a study room. Inside the study room, not only were the 4 treasures of the study placed on the desk, there was also a bookcase and a bed in front of the window. There was even a palm leaf fan placed in the corner of the study room. However, through the window of the study room, there was no scenery outside. Fellow immortal, please. A voice came. In front of the empty desk, a ray of light appeared and slowly fell from top to bottom. Immediately, a silver human figure formed by countless star dust gradually appeared. The voice came from the mouth of this human figure. Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua looked down and sure enough, he had also turned into a human figure formed by silver star dust. He smiled in his heart and cupped his hands in greeting. That person stretched out his hand and said, Fellow immortal, please sit. I wonder what fellow immortal has taken a fancy to. Seeing that person sit down, Xiao Hua also sat on a chair not far from the desk and said with a smile, Fellow immortal, what do you have here? Oh. Look. Fellow immortal also has a silver figure. Didn't you also rent a star palace? That person asked curiously. It's inside fellow immortal Star Palace. Xiao Hua didn't hide it and said with a smile, hee, I just came in and haven't entered the Star Palace yet. I just happened to pass by here, so I came in to take a look. If fellow immortal has something good, I'll definitely buy it. It's also good to have a prize. When that person heard this, he smiled and said, fellow immortal really has vitality stones. You're only renting the Star Palace for 2 hours, and there's only an hour left before the auction starts. Instead of going to your own Star Palace to look at other people's things, you're here to stroll around. Forget it, this is what I want to trade this time, take a look. As he spoke, that person pointed with his finger. A book flew out from the desk and landed in front of Xiao Hua. Many thanks. Xiao Hua took it and was about to open it, but the book flashed and a string of words flowed on the book. It turned out that this book was just a decoration. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua's eyes focused on the contents of the book, but he suddenly realized something in his heart, this so-called Star Palace, should be a small illusion array. Everything can be arranged according to Master's wishes through the Star Tablet, this book. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and saw that the contents of the book were either calligraphy or painting, ink brushes, and even rice paper. He couldn't help but stare blankly. What use did he have for this thing? He originally wanted to ask, but there wasn't enough time, so he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly looked at the back. Fortunately, after the 4 treasures of the study, there were some spiritual herbs and spiritual pills. Of course, the medicines written on the book weren't Taoist medicinal pills. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua could understand the names of these medicines, but he didn't know the specific effects. He simply stopped looking and handed the book to that person, saying with a smile, fellow immortal, you've made ample preparations for this transaction. Hee, fellow immortal, are you different? That person took the book and said with a smile, I wonder what fellow immortal has taken a fancy to. Fellow immortal, do you have the extreme magnetic origin light? Xiao Hua asked. That person was obviously stunned. After a moment, he asked curiously, what's the extreme magnetic origin light? Hee, forget it. Xiao Hua stood up, if fellow immortal doesn't have it, then forget it. I really haven't heard of this thing before. I'm very sorry. That person didn't get angry. He also stood up and said with a smile, however, fellow immortal, do you have the 1,000-year-old perpetual morning grass? If you do, I can pay a high price for it. Perpetual morning grass. Xiao Hua frowned. There were countless strange flowers and herbs in his space, but he really hadn't heard of this thing before. However, he immediately understood and said with a smile, I do have some spiritual herbs here, but I don't understand plants and vegetation. I wonder which one fellow immortal is talking about. Oh, I'm talking about this thing. That person waved his hand, and a silver ball of light appeared on his hand made of stardust. Then, that person pointed at this ball of light, and a ball of light rushed out from it and landed on the wall of the study. A picture scroll appeared on the wall, and it was precisely a stalk of exquisite grass. Hee, so it's exquisite grass. Xiao Hua understood. If this person in front of him was a cultivator, he would probably be at the peak of the qi refining stage. He should be using this exquisite grass to build his foundation. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass was taken out from the space. He handed it to that person with a smile and said, what a coincidence, I have a 2,000-year-old exquisite grass here. I wonder what fellow immortal is willing to exchange for it. That person's body trembled a bit. He impatiently stretched out his hand and took the exquisite grass. After identifying it, he hurriedly said, fellow immortal, we'll give you 10 high-grade primordial stones. What do you think? What? 10 high-grade primordial stones. Xiao Hua almost cried out in shock. That person said very embarrassedly, I know this number is a bit low. Then, how about 11 high-grade primordial stones? This is the most that I can take out. Of course, this is still not enough for a 2,000-year-old perpetual sorrow grass, but I only need a 1,000-year-old one. Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. If this 2,000-year-old exquisite grass was in the EG of the Dawn Rain continent, wouldn't it be worth one top-grade primordial stone? How come it was only 10 high-grade primordial stones here? The difference wasn't small at all. Seeing that Xiao Hua was still hesitating, that person took the booklet again and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "How about this, fellow immortal, take a look again." "You can choose anything inside," Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, "I have all the 4 treasures of the study in here. Do you have any materials for refining?" "Oh right, or cultivation methods, no matter if it's Confucian, Buddhist, or Taoist, they're all fine." "Oh, so fellow immortal wants these." That person understood. He picked up the booklet and pointed at it again, saying, "I have some materials for refining imperial tools here. However, they're not particularly precious and aren't worth many primordial stones. As for cultivation methods, I really don't have them here." Xiao Hua picked up the booklet and took a look. Indeed, the materials inside were all ordinary materials. He didn't fancy them either. Fellow immortal. Xiao Hua was helpless. He handed the booklet to that person and shook his head, saying, "These things, TSK, they're really not worth primordial stones." Fellow immortal, fellow immortal. That person almost stepped forward and pulled Xiao Hua, saying with a smile, "How about I exchange all of these with fellow immortal?" All of them?" Xiao Hua was stunned. That person heard that there was hope and said with a smile, "Yes, although these things are worth close to 20 high-grade primordial stones, but I really need this endless sorrow grass. If you don't mind, you can take all of these things." Ha ha ha. Xiao Hua appeared stunned and then laughed loudly. Xiao Hua's laughter was really somewhat unruly, causing that person to be somewhat at a loss. He looked at Xiao Hua very strangely. After the time it took to finish half a cup of tea, Xiao Hua stopped laughing and said, "How about this, fellow immortal? I don't want these things anymore. Why don't you see if there are any other strange things? If it's possible. I don't want these things anymore." Strange things. That person was even more stunned. He thought for a moment and said, "You mean, as long as it's strange, it's okay?" "Of course." Xiao Hua nodded, "Yes, as long as it's strange and of unknown origin, it's okay." Strange and of unknown origin. That person pondered for a moment and seemed to have a plan. He nodded and said, "I understand. Can you wait for a moment?" "Sure." Xiao Hua was happy. He liked strange things the most. Sure enough, that person went out for a moment and came back. He took out a jade box and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, "This thing belongs to a good friend of mine. Take a look, if it's okay. As long as it's strange and of unknown origin, I like it." Xiao Hua was very expectant. He reached out his hand and said with a smile, "This thing can't be said to be strange and of unknown origin." That person looked at Xiao Hua expectantly and said in a low voice. Xiao Hua opened the jade box and took a look. He hurriedly closed it and waved his hand to put it into the space. He said with a smile, "Not bad. It's this kind of thing of unknown origin that I like the most. That mournful everlasting grass is yours. Thank you very much, fellow immortal." That person was very happy and cupped his hands in thanks. Hee, does fellow immortal's friend still have this thing? If there's more. Xiao Hua asked with a smile. That person hurriedly waved his hand and said, "For this kind of thing of unknown origin, it's already rare to have one. How can there be more? Fellow immortal, if you still want it, you can tell me in the Star Palace." Xiao Hua stood up and walked out of the Star Palace. He said while walking, "This thing. I don't dare to write it on the Star Palace. Hee, that's right. That person smiled as he watched Xiaohua walk out. He hurriedly waved his hand and the entire study room immediately turned into nothingness. It was a starry night sky and the human figure formed by the stardust had completely turned into a middle-aged scholar. The smile on that person's face had already disappeared. He looked at the small Chinquan bag in his hand and said coldly, if you want to get the Buddhist sect Saraira, you naturally can't write it on the Star Palace. This person actually has a 2,000-year-old mournful everlasting grass and also wants the Buddhist sect Saraira. I'm afraid he's a monster from somewhere. Today in Bright Moon Lane, there are a few Buddhist sect's senior monks. This little one should leave early. Chapter 3259. That's right, how could Xiaohua not laugh? Since a 2,000-year-old Ling Long grass was only worth 10 high-grade spirit stones, and there were so many things in this person's book that were only worth 20 high-grade spirit stones, then, to Xiaohua, the Ling Long grass was not worth any spirit stones. But obviously, the spirit stones in Xiaohua's space could be exchanged for many things, right? If not for the fact that the lightning sound transmitting talisman could reach the Dawn Rain continent, Xiaohua would definitely frantically send a sound transmitting talisman to his friends on the Dawn Rain continent. The people here are stupid and the spirit stones are few, come quickly. What was special was that a Ling Long grass could be exchanged for a Ling Long grass. This was something that Xiaohua would never have dreamed of in the Dawn Rain continent. Others might not be able to use this Ling Long grass, but Xiaohua could use it. He had the great strength Vajra Dharma body cultivation technique. This thing could devour the Ling Long grass of the Buddhist sect's eminent monks, so there was no need for any cultivation. The heavenly laws embodiment technique and the great strength Vajra Dharma body were combined slightly, making the cultivation of the Dharma body much easier. Xiaohua's heart was incomparably refreshed. He walked out of the Star Palace and hurriedly rushed into his own Star Palace. After entering with the help of the Silver Star token, he did not set up any background and hurriedly pointed at the Star token. A mirror like the full moon flashed in front of Xiaohua's eyes. Xiaohua pointed at it, and pieces of words flashed across the mirror. Starting from Tian-E and Tian-Air, all the things that had been announced in the Star Palace and had not been traded were revealed. Sigh. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment and felt somewhat helpless. The contents inside were no different from what he had seen just now. The only extra things were the names, but most of them were useless to Xiaohua. This star-plucking tower is still not considerate enough. If they could list all the things that I like and not reveal the rest, that would be the best. These 10 low-grade spirit stones were spent in vain. Forget it. Xiaohua waved his hand and pointed at the Silver Star token. That star token gave birth to a ball of light, and another mirror like the full moon appeared beside the previous one. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over it, and a few large words appeared on the mirror. I'm afraid this is the least amount of content in the Star-Plucking Tower's Star-Plucking Tower. Of course, there were only strange items and items of unknown origin. There were only these words, nothing else. Of course, there were the requirements, but also the strangest. Demon Core. Jiuxia Xiaohua waved his hand, and the contents of the mirror disappeared. It should have been sent to the other star palaces. Xiaohua's gaze swept across the mirror, and the words, Yao Core, appeared in the flipping pages of the mirror. Seeing these words, Xiaohua slapped his forehead and said with realization, damn it, that's right. This is the 3 continents of the hidden immortal continent, the pure land of ultimate bliss, and the 1,000 demons sacred realm. Since there are relics, there must be Yao cores. Since there were demon cores, then, there must be a pill formula for using demon cores to refine medicinal pills. Since this Xiao was able to obtain some pill formulas in the QC, there will definitely be some here as well. However, Taoism has already declined here. Don't tell me that even the cultivation methods have disappeared. At this time, Xiaohua's heart was in a mess. Thinking of the cultivation method, he hastily pointed his hand. Just as he was about to add something to the mirror, he suddenly felt the silver star card tremble. A door appeared in the starry sky before him. Oh, it's time for someone to come. Xiaohua came to his senses and pointed his hand at the star card. Sure enough, the door opened and a human figure made of stardust walked in. That person casually glanced at it and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal is indeed different. Unexpectedly, you didn't arrange anything in the Star Palace. This is really unexpected. Hee, this one just came in and was too lazy to arrange anything." Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow immortal is the first one to come to this one Star Palace. Hee, this one has already completed the transaction. I was just preparing to tidy up and participate in the auction." That person said with a smile, "Seeing that Hong Siliu beside me actually sent out such a strange message, this one naturally had to come and take a look." "That's good." Xiaohua pointed his hand at the star card and two stone chairs appeared. He sat on one first and raised his hand to indicate, "Fellow immortal, please take a seat. I wonder if fellow immortal has any strange or unknown items." "Fellow immortal, I'm afraid this is the first time you are participating in this star-picking towers transaction." That person said with a smile. Xiaohua rolled his eyes. He knew that he had already made a fool of himself. Nevertheless, he was natural and unrestrained as he nodded his head, "That's right, that's right. If fellow immortal has any advice, this one will be eternally grateful." "I don't dare to say advice." That person also sat down and said with a smile, "Fellow immortal only said that you have strange and unknown items, but you didn't say what you are going to exchange for them." Strange and unknown items. To be honest with fellow immortal, even this one knows that they have some value. If fellow immortal only wants to exchange for them with those primordial stones, this one also can't take out these things. See. Xiaohua slapped his forehead and came to a realization. He said with a smile, "Fellow immortal is right. This one was careless. Next year, I just happened to obtain some old spiritual herbs and have been saving them up until today. I want to exchange them for some useful things here." As he said this, Xiaohua hurriedly pointed his hand at the star card and added another sentence, "I have all kinds of spiritual herbs for exchange." When that person heard that it was spiritual herbs, he was obviously very interested and asked anxiously, "What kind of spiritual herbs does fellow immortal have?" Xiaohua smiled, "It should be what fellow immortal wants to exchange with this one, or what kind of spiritual herbs does fellow immortal want?" To be honest with fellow immortal, this one was lucky and obtained some spiritual herbs. Even I don't know the names of many of them. AI, this one really doesn't have anything. I already knew that fellow immortal has spiritual herbs here. Just now. That person was actually very regretful, forget it. Fellow immortal, you always have something good, right? The range of your strange items is too big. Can you be more specific? Cultivation methods. Xiaohua decided to get straight to the point and asked, "Does fellow immortal have cultivation methods of Confucianism, Buddhism or Taoism?" Fellow immortal is joking, right? That person stared blankly, "You. What do you want these cultivation methods for?" Hee, this is this one's business. Fellow immortal doesn't seem to need to know, right? Xiaohua said with a smile, "If fellow immortal has these cultivation methods, this one can consider exchanging spiritual herbs with you." AI. That person shook his head slightly, "This one naturally can't give you my cultivation methods. As for the extra cultivation methods, this one also didn't expect that someone from Star Picking Tower would want them, so I didn't take them. However, if fellow immortal wants to obtain Taoist cultivation methods, I'm afraid it won't be easy." Ah. You. How did you know that this one wants Taoist cultivation methods? Xiao Hua almost jumped up from the stone chair. He had concealed it for a long time, but it was still exposed. That person said indifferently, "If this one tells you the reason, would fellow immortal consider exchanging with this one?" "Good. First tell me what spiritual herbs you want." Xiao Hua agreed. 500 years old dragon beard grass. That person was overjoyed and quickly said, "Does fellow immortal have it?" Xiao Hua naturally had dragon beard grass in his space, but he didn't know if this person wanted it or not. When he took out a 300 years old dragon beard grass, that person was already extremely happy. "It's actually very simple. Fellow immortal just came in and didn't carefully look at the list of star-picking towers, star-picking tower, star-picking tower. There are many cultivation methods of Confucianism. Cultivation methods of Confucianism are very common in my bronze pillar state. As long as you have the aptitude, you can cultivate them. As for Buddhist cultivation methods, fellow immortal doesn't know. Although my bronze pillar state doesn't allow Buddhist sects to enter and no Buddhist temples are open, in the other countries of Yu province, as long as there is a temple in the capital city, Buddhist cultivation methods can be obtained for free." Ah! Xiao Hua was dumbfounded, but after thinking about it carefully, what this person said was very reasonable. The hidden immortal continent was originally the foundation of Confucian cultivators, so the cultivation methods of Confucian cultivators naturally had to be popularized. And if the Buddhist sect wanted to infiltrate the hidden immortal continent, then the cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect naturally had to be followed in. High-level cultivation methods would not be leaked out from the pure land of ultimate bliss, but ordinary cultivation methods would definitely be offered as a gift, and they would even pay for it. Only the Taoist techniques that fellow immortal wants. TSK, within the hidden immortal continent, yes, even within the pure land and the thousand demons sacred realm, techniques that are below the second grade of elemental energy will definitely not appear in this star-plucking tower. This is because Confucianism and Buddhist sects have already made it clear that the most basic Tao cultivation methods are not allowed to be traded. That person continued, "Even if it appears in the auction, it is only at the 4th or 5th grade of origin energy. As far as I know, it is not allowed to be sold." See. Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air. He finally understood the strangeness of this matter. That's right, not allowing the existence of basic cultivation methods, naturally it would stop the development of Taoism. Without the existence of high-level cultivation methods, those Taoism cultivators also wouldn't have the opportunity to cultivate to the peak. Looks like his idea of collecting cultivation methods was wrong. "Fellow immortal, what do you want to exchange for the dragon beard grass?" Xiao Hua understood and didn't delay any longer. He asked somewhat gloomily. That person took out a small chinkuan pouch from his sleeve and handed it over to Xiao Hua, saying, "I only have these here. Fellow immortal, take a look. What do you think?" "That's all." Xiao Hua looked at the brush, ink, paper and inkstone inside the pouch. There were also some ordinary materials. He took them all in one go. "This dragon beard grass is fellow immortals. Also, many thanks for fellow immortal's guidance." Many thanks fellow immortal." That person was very happy and bowed to thank him. "You're welcome." Xiao Hua was just about to return the bow when he saw a flash of silver light in the entire star cluster. Soon after, a sweet voice sounded, "Fellow immortal, because a very rare item might be delivered a bit late, the auction will be delayed by 2 hours. Fellow immortal in the Star Palace, your star tablet will be delayed by 2 hours." "Hi, that's good." That person laughed bitterly. This one hurriedly completed the transaction. Star-picking tower has delayed the time. Why would this one be delayed by 2 hours? Forget it, fellow immortal, this one will take his leave. This one will go take a look elsewhere. Chapter 3260. After that person left, the time it took to brew a cup of tea passed, but no one came over. Xiao Hua was rather waiting for the rabbit to appear on the surface of the mirror. Suddenly, he stood up and said to himself, I've made a mistake. This isn't Daybreak Continents, e.g., there are no stalls here. I only said that I wanted to trade strange things of unknown origin. Not to mention that the cultivators here might not have these things, even if they did, they would probably have a guilty conscience. Also, I only said that there were various kinds of spirit herbs, but I didn't write down what kind of spirit herbs they were and what year they were. Who would believe me? Who knows, others might even think that it was a trap. Forget it, it's better to take the initiative. Thinking about this, Xiao Hua immediately came out of the star palace, looked left and right, and walked towards the nearest star cluster. Not long after, Xiao Hua came out again and entered another star cluster. In the time it took to eat a meal, Xiao Hua had actually entered and exited 10 star palaces. With these 10 star palaces to trade, Xiao Hua gradually gained experience. This star-plucking tower's trade was different from EG's. On one hand, star-plucking tower admittedly protected the privacy of the people trading, but on the other hand, it also concealed the openness of EG's trade. Of course, star-plucking tower also had the information on the mirror, but after all, it was just words, and was different from seeing it with one's own eyes. Xiao Hua's previous method of waiting for the rabbit to appear was really not suitable. Now, as soon as Xiao Hua entered the Star Palace, he first asked if they were willing to trade spirit herbs, then asked if there were any strange things in their small Qiankuan bag, and the last sentence was, "Fellow immortal, you and I are fated. How about this, everything in your small Qiankuan bag, including your small Qiankuan bag, would you like to trade with me?" Within the 10 star palaces, 8 cultivators were dumbfounded, and the other 2, really didn't have anything strange to take out. Xiao Hua didn't even say the last sentence. Out of the 8 cultivators, 5 of them wanted spirit grasses and 3 of them wanted spirit stones. Xiao Hua didn't lack these 2 things. Xiao Hua was like a whirlwind sweeping through the 8 star palaces, sweeping away all the items that the cultivators wanted to trade. And this wind was spreading to the other star palaces. It seemed that Xiao Hua had suffered a great loss in this sort of transaction. Of the first 8 star palaces he had traded, the vast majority were things that ordinary Confucian cultivators could use, such as low-level imperial tools and medicines, things that Xiao Hua had no use for. However, he had also collected some rare qi refining materials, 2 yao cores, half a saraira, and even a damaged magic tool. And Xiao Hua had only spent some middle-grade spirit stones, not even enough for a top-grade spirit stone. There were also a few hundred-year-old spirit herbs. This was much more effective than waiting for the rabbit to appear. Cough cough, don't forget, Xiao Hua even got 8 small Qiankuan bags. After Xiao Hua made another 20 or so transactions, he finally caught a big fish. He found an incomplete jade pendant, and it actually recorded a gold core cultivation method. After waiting for another 10 or so times, Xiao Hua obtained a white bone. Although this white bone wasn't the huge white bone in Xiao Hua's space, Xiao Hua heard that the person had also seen a huge white bone, so he didn't hesitate to spend a middle-grade spirit stone and leave that person's information. By the time Xiao Hua met Xiao Jian and the other 2 on the Star Road, nearly half an hour had already passed. Xiao Hua's harvest was very bountiful. Not to mention obtaining more than a dozen sarairas of different colors, not to mention several damaged artifacts, not to mention dozens of rare materials for refining artifacts, just the nascent soul cultivation methods recorded in the 3 jade eyes made Xiao Hua smile from ear to ear. Of course, these cultivation methods were all incomplete without exception, but this was nothing to Xiao Hua. Xiao Jian and the other 2 were also happy to see Xiao Hua, but seeing Xiao Jian's somewhat disappointed expression, they knew that what he was looking for wasn't there. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua took out a small Qiankuan bag and handed it to Xiao Jian, saying, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, I'm afraid that what you want will appear in the auction later. How about this, help this Xiao do some things, and if it appears in the auction, this Xiao will buy it for you." Xiao Jian hurriedly took it and asked, "How can this junior help senior?" Xiao Hua told Xiao Jian what he was thinking, and finally said, "With your knowledge, you won't suffer a loss. As long as it's something that my Taoist sect can use, you can take it. Lu Yi and Yuanya, give them a spiritual grass each time. If you can exchange it, then exchange it all. If you can't, then forget it." "Yes, this junior understands." Xiao Jian nodded, and used his weak divine sense to scan the small Qiankuan bag, and an extremely shocked expression appeared on his face. Even if he was the king of the single Yang country, he had never seen so many spiritual grasses. Come back before the auction." Xiao Hua waved his hand and let them go. He turned around and headed towards the heavenly one-star palace where Zhai Xinglu was located. The heavenly one-star palace where Zhai Xinglu was located was very dazzling. It was at the center of the entire star map, and that round star cluster was like a bright moon. Seeing two cultivators wearing scholarly robes enter at the same time, and a moment later, a big man wearing embroidered robes came out. Xiao Hua understood that this heavenly one-star palace should be different from ordinary star palaces. When he entered with the silver star token, he discovered that inside the star palace was another Zhai Xinglu. This Zhai Xinglu was divided into 3 floors, and on each floor, there were some young men in black and women in palace attire greeting guests. The so-called guests were like Xiao Hua, and they were all in human form piled up with stardust. The human form was divided into bronze and silver, and there were even a few golden ones. Xiao Hua's figure had just entered the star palace when a young man in black immediately came to greet him, and respectfully saluted, saying, "Junior 307, what can I do for senior?" "You don't have a name?" Xiao Hua asked with interest. 307 smiled and said, "Junior naturally has a name, but in this heavenly one-star palace, I can only be called 307. May I know what senior wants to buy in this Zhai Xinglu?" Xiao Hua looked up and asked with a smile, "First, tell this old man what you have in this star palace. I'll let senior know." 307 replied, "The Zhai Xinglu of the heavenly one-star palace is divided into 3 floors. The first floor is for making scrolls, immortal medicines, swords, and imperial tools. There are also the 4 treasures of the study, all kinds of spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits, and also all kinds of materials. The second floor is for making scrolls, immortal medicines, and imperial tools. There are even some Buddhist tools and Taoist tools. As for the third floor, in addition to Confucian cultivation methods, there are also prescriptions for refining immortal medicines and imperial tools. Of course, other miscellaneous things are also sold on the 3rd floor. N. Xiao Hua nodded, "Does the heavenly one-star palace only accept primeval stones?" "Of course not." 307 smiled and said, "If senior doesn't have enough primeval stones, you can naturally exchange with other things. This one is responsible for the evaluation of these things." "Very good." Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Lead this old man to the 1st floor where the spiritual herbs are sold." "Senior, please." 307 stretched out his hand and said, "Junior will lead the way." N. Xiao Hua nodded and followed 307 to the front of the Zhai Xinglu. On the 1st floor, there were more than a dozen doors that were exactly the same, all of them were engraved with star patterns. 307 casually walked in front of one of the doors. Without even looking, he pushed the door open and said respectfully, "Senior, please." It seems like these doors are just for show." Xiao Hua took a look and saw that there was only starlight shining through the doors. He couldn't see anything inside clearly and asked with a smile. 307 replied, "Senior's words are correct. My Zhai Xinglu has arranged more than 400 rooms on the 1st floor for guests. If there were 400 doors here, wouldn't it be a joke? These random doors all lead to a single room, and the things in each room are the same, so there's no need to choose." As he spoke, Xiao Hua had already stepped into the room. This room was similar to the star palace that Xiao Hua and the others were in. It didn't have a specific shape and size, only an empty starry sky. Xiao Hua and 307 stood alone in the sky. Senior, what kind of spiritual herbs do you need? Junior can help you choose. 307 slightly stepped forward and took out a thumb-sized star tablet. With a wave of his hand, more than a dozen starlight flashed around the two people. At the place where the starlight came from, a jade box appeared. Clearly, there were spiritual herbs inside. Xiao Hua smiled and gestured with his hand. The jade box closest to him landed in his hand. Xiao Hua casually opened it to take a look, then placed it back in the same place. After looking around, he asked, "Are the spirit herbs in Zhai Xing Lu ready?" "Ready?" 307 stared blankly. He didn't understand Xiao Hua's question that was so different from others. However, he answered almost without hesitation, "Senior knows that my Zhai Xing Lu has branches in all 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent. Although my Yu province's Zhai Xing Lu may be different from the Jin province's Zhai Xing Lu, I can guarantee that Senior knows that my Zhai Xing Lu has branches in all 9 provinces of the hidden immortal continent. However, Junior can guarantee that all the common spiritual herbs and spiritual fruits in Yu province can be found in my Zhai Xing Lu. Moreover, no matter if it's 100-year-old, 500-year-old or 1,000-year-old spiritual herb, they all have a price. All the spiritual herbs in Yu province, no matter how old they are, your Zhai Xing Lu has them all." Xiao Hua asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. 307 hesitated for a moment. Junior is only talking about common spiritual herbs. If it's especially rare, then Senior needs to make an appointment in advance. How much is 1,000-year-old desolate everlasting grass worth? Xiao Hua probed. Here. 307 wasn't in a hurry to answer. Instead, he pointed his hand. A jade box flew out from the starlight and landed in front of Xiao Hua. "Senior, take a look first." Xiao Hua naturally took a look and nodded, "That's right. Tell me how much is it worth?" 18 upper-grade primordial stones. 307's crisp voice fell into Xiao Hua's ears. Xiao Hua finally understood why the person who made the deal with him would rather try his luck in the Star Palace than come to this Sky One Star Palace to look for desolate everlasting grass. What about the 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass? Xiao Hua closed the jade box in his hand and asked. Chapter 3261. Stunned, 301 stuttered, 10. 10 years old desolate everlasting grass. Senior, you're not wrong, right? What can 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass do? Didn't you say that Zhai Xing Lu has everything? You can trade spirit herbs of any age. Xiao Hua smiled. This desolate everlasting grass isn't considered rare, right? Since there are 1,000-year-old ones, why aren't there 10-year-old ones? But 301 hesitated, then smiled. Senior, are you sure you're not looking for trouble? This is the first time I've heard of someone coming to my Zhai Xing Lu to search for 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass. Humph, Xiao Hua snorted and said lightly, Zhai Xing Lu opens its doors to welcome guests, so naturally we have to guess what our guests are thinking. In the past, no one wanted 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass, but that doesn't mean there won't be any now or in the future. Yes, you're right. 301 immediately bowed and said, Senior, please wait a moment. Then, 301's figure disappeared from Xiao Hua's sight and only returned after a full 5 minutes. He said with a smile, Senior, I've made you wait for a long time. It's indeed my negligence. My Zhai Xing Lu's 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass costs half a low-grade primordial stone. This is clearly marked, and I only remembered the older ones. These, I'm really sorry, please forgive me. Oh, half a low-grade primordial stone. Xiao Hua rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. 301 smiled and said, a 1,000-year-old desolate everlasting grass costs 18 upper-grade primordial stones, but that's because it's old enough. A 10-year-old desolate everlasting grass, to be honest, it's only the price of one desolate everlasting grass seed. My Zhai Xing Lu has always been fair in our prices, so I don't dare to ask for more. What about other spirit herbs? Xiao Hua asked. Of course they're ordinary. 301 was clearly prepared. Ordinary spirit herbs and fruits that are less than 20 years old are all this price. Okay, how many 10-year-old spirit herbs and fruits does your Zhai Xing Lu have? I want a portion of all of them. Xiao Hua immediately shouted. 307's body trembled slightly. His face was full of confusion. He opened his mouth as if to ask something, but when he thought of Zhai Xing Lu's rules, he closed his mouth. Then he held the star token in his hand and looked at it carefully for a moment. He opened his mouth and said, Senior, our Zhai Xing Lu has a total of 12,015 types of spirit herbs and fruits. If you want them all, you need to pay 60 mid-grade spirit stones. In addition, because the amount of spiritual herbs you purchased is too large, but the price is not high, Zhai Xing Lu will take 10% of the loss. That means that you will have to pay 66 mid-level spirit stones. So much. Xiao Hua was flabbergasted. 307 immediately smiled and said, I'll let Senior know that these spiritual herbs that are 10 years old are not fully formed. To be honest, Zhai Xing Lu does not have any ready-made ones. If Senior wants it, we can immediately mobilize people. We can't even give it to Senior right now. This was where the 10% loss came from. Moreover, spiritual herbs that are 10 years old are originally the price of seeds. It's just that there are too many types, that's why the price of spirit stones seems high. No. Xiao Hua shook his head. What I mean is, how can there be so many spiritual herbs and trees in Yuzhou? Senior doesn't refine spirit herbs, so you don't know the knack of it. 307 smiled and said, Our hidden immortal continent is blessed with good fortune and is the head of the 3 continents. The vitality of heaven and earth is also incomparable to that of the other 2 continents. That's why any flower or tree can be soaked in vitality and grow into a spiritual herb. These 10,000 types of spiritual herbs were only discovered by us Confucian cultivators. There are many others that have not been discovered yet. Zhai Xing Lu has long collected all kinds of spiritual herbs for the sake of Senior's needs. On one hand, we sell them to sects that cultivate spiritual herbs. On the other hand, we cultivate some spiritual herbs that are not too old. After all. Without waiting for 307 to finish, Xiao Hua asked curiously, You specialize in selling spiritual herbs here? Yes, 307's answer made Xiao Hua not know whether to laugh or cry. Spiritual herbs are originally one of the things sold on the first floor of Zhai Xing Lu. Forget it, Xiao Hua waved his hand, give me one of each of these spiritual herbs. Remember, I don't want more. You want all of them? 307 really hurt his brain. However, he also didn't dare to get angry and confirmed again. After waiting for Xiao Hua to give a definite answer, 307 disappeared again. This time, he came back very quickly. In just a moment, he handed over a small Qiankuan pouch to Xiao Hua and said, Senior, here are 13,110 spiritual herbs. According to Senior, you need a total of 66 mid-grade primeval stones. In addition, because Senior bought a lot of spiritual herbs, my Zhai Xing Lu will gift you a jade eye scroll. Inside it, the classification and planting of these spiritual herbs are recorded in detail. Great! Xiao Hua was so happy that he almost jumped up. In Xiaoyu continent, these spiritual herbs were very hard to find, let alone jade scrolls that recorded spiritual herbs. He didn't expect that in hidden immortal continent, these things were practically given away for free. Xiao Hua took the small Qiankuan pouch and sent all these spiritual herbs into the space. He handed them over to Xiao Guo. He took out a piece of high-grade primeval stone and handed it to 307. He smiled and said, "You only need to give me 30 mid-grade primeval stones. The rest is your reward." "Many thanks, Senior." 307 received the primeval stones and the small storage pouch. He was really beaming with joy. For mid-grade primeval stones, this was a reward that 307 had never seen before. Although the senior in front of him was really a bit strange, he was really generous. What else does Senior need? After 307 put the 30 mid-grade primeval stones in Xiao Hua's hand, he asked again. He already had a premonition that the senior he met tonight was definitely a big spender. Sure enough, Xiao Hua simply didn't hesitate and said, "What materials does your Zhai Xing Lu have for refining tools?" This time 307 smiled bitterly and said with a smile, "Senior, if you always wanted to plant those 10,000 spiritual herbs yourself, Junior could still accept it. I would be very happy to recommend these spiritual herbs to Senior. But there are also close to 5,000 kinds of refining materials. Senior, you want some of each, but there's no use at all. Although my Zhai Xing Lu can earn some primeval stones, Junior still has to remind Senior." Good. Hearing this, Xiao Hua threw over another mid-grade primeval stone without demur and said, "That's right, young man. Take this primeval stone. You let this old man save primeval stones, so this old man will reward you with primeval stones." "Many thanks, Senior." 307's heart really bloomed with joy, and Xiao Hua also very much enjoyed the feeling of being so generous. Yes, in Xiaoyu continent, a mid-grade spirit stone really doesn't count for much, but here, it can actually be exchanged for a moment of loyalty from a green-clothed youth. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said, "You take out the details of these materials for me to see, or how many primeval stones the jade eyes costs, this old man will pay." "These jade eyes aren't worth any primeval stones." 307 immediately took out one from his bosom. "Junior will give one to Senior." "Good." Xiao Hua took the jade eyes, used the clear eyes technique to look at it, and said the names and quantities of dozens of materials. In front of 307's stupefied eyes, he paid more than 10 high-grade primeval stones. Looking at 307's appearance, Xiao Hua's heart is really refreshed. These materials are considered common in Hidden Immortal Continent, but they are rare in Xiaoyu Continent. Xiao Hua looked at them and was reluctant to part with them. On the contrary, Hidden Immortal Continent's rare materials are in Xiao Hua's space, so although he bought a lot of materials, the amount of primeval stones he spent was not much. Taking the high-grade primeval stones from Xiao Hua, 307 hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, "Senior, Junior will tell Senior another piece of information. Recently, Copper Pillar Country is waging war. My Zhai Xing Lu recently obtained a batch of materials, the quantity and variety are very large, and it is said that there are also some rare materials. If Senior wants, Junior can help you make an exception, it only costs 10 top-grade primeval stones." See. Xiao Hua took a breath of cold air. He got so many materials, but only spent a dozen high-grade primeval stones, and what 307 said was 100 times more. And from what he said, the price of this batch of materials is not just one top-grade primeval stone. Xiao Hua looked up and down at 307's appearance, it did not seem like he was faking it. He only pondered for a moment, then clapped his hand, took out 10 top-grade primeval stones and 1 high-grade primeval stone, and handed them to 307, "I'll leave it to you now." 307 looked at the high-grade primeval stones, his eyes shining, and slightly bit his lips. It is very obvious that this guy was moved by Xiao Hua's bribery again and again. However, he still resisted the urge to snatch it, smacking his somewhat dry mouth, and said in a low voice, "Junior will try to make an exception for Senior, but Junior does not dare to guarantee the result. After all, the quantity of these materials is really too large. Also, I have to explain to Senior, these materials have not been purified, Senior may have to spend a lot of effort." "No matter. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and these primeval stones all flew in front of 307, and said, I can rest assured with you handling things. What you did before, this old man saw, you can do it without restraint, whether it succeeds or not, this old man will remember it in his heart. As for the problem of the materials, you don't have to worry about it, as long as there is it. When 307 heard this, he was really happy, and with a grab of his hand, those primeval stones all went into a small qiankun bag and turned to leave. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly called out, that's right, give this old man a copy of the list of materials sold on the second and third floor of Jiaxing Lu. Also, only you can come, don't bring anyone else. 307 was stunned, and immediately said respectfully, many thanks for senior's trust, this junior understands. 307 knew very well in his heart that with Xiao Hua's generosity, as long as he told others, those with a higher rank than him would definitely take over, and he could not refuse, so he would not be able to get any benefits. With Xiao Hua's words, he could completely evade these people. Of course, when it came to giving benefits to others, 307 was already very familiar with it. Chapter 3262. Then, without even thinking about it, 307 took out a somewhat special jade eye from his bosom and respectfully handed it over to Xiao Hua again before turning around and leaving. After 307 left, Xiao Hua used the eye-clearing technique to carefully examine the jade eyes in his hand. There were many detailed descriptions inside. What was special was that after each description, there were two prices, one slightly higher and one slightly lower. It was obvious that this jade eyes was used by Jiaxing Lu's own people, so the slightly lower price should be the lowest price. Sigh, being generous, really has its benefits. Xiao Hua sighed as he looked. Although I gave 307 a few primeval stones for free, this Xiao saved more than just these few primeval stones. The large amount of refining materials that 307 mentioned, this Xiao Hua is looking forward to it. This time, 307 left for a little longer, almost the time it took to eat a meal before returning. Xiao Hua carefully examined the jade eyes. 307's face was flushed red, as if he was very excited. The small qiankun bag in his hand was different from before. It was much bigger, and its color was also a little yellow. Senior, upon seeing Xiao Hua, 307 immediately smiled. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. This qiankun bag contains the materials that Senior wants. Senior, please take a look and see if it suits your taste. Okay. Xiao Hua was also looking forward to it. He returned the jade eyes to 307 and took the qiankun bag. After he scanned it with his divine perception, he was stunned. Then, a kind of unexpected ecstasy filled Xiao Hua's heart. This so-called qiankun bag was more than 100 times bigger than the small qiankun bag, and currently, the qiankun bag was densely packed with countless, broken artifacts. Xiao Hua immediately understood the meaning of 307's words just now. Yes, these artifacts were broken, but the materials were still there. They only needed to spend some effort to refine the materials inside, and these materials were much better than the original ones that had not been refined. But the problem was, how to refine these artifacts. How much manpower and material resources would Jiaxing Lu spend to do this? Of course, Jiaxing Lu could also choose to repair these artifacts. Although it would take more effort, the exchange for more primeval stones would naturally be more. However, the problem with this method was that Jiaxing Lu had to have enough weapon refiners and Hidden Immortal Continent had to have enough cultivators to purchase these Dharma weapons. It was undeniable that Jiaxing Lu had the capital to do so. But now that Haotian Taoism was in decline, would there be so many cultivators coming to purchase these Dharma weapons? Jiaxing Lu's only chance was to sell these magical weapons to a country that relied on Taoism. The problem was, could the Hidden Immortal Continent of Confucianism do this so openly? Therefore, it was really a waste of time and effort for Jiaxing Lu to earn enough primordial stones from these damaged artifacts. When room 307 met Xiao Hua, it was easy to resolve this matter with a quick thought. Moreover, Zhai Xinglu did not earn much primeval stones, but it was definitely worth it. If it wasn't for Xiao Hua not being willing to see other people, the one who came over right now definitely wouldn't be 307. At the very least, the contents of this Qianquan bag had already expressed Zhai Xinglu's intentions. These damaged magic tools were of little value to others, but to Xiao Hua, they were absolutely treasures. Inside the space, the green-robed Xiao Hua had now gone through 100 years of refining the wishful steel rod. At this time, his refining level was definitely at the level of a master. Repairing these Dharma weapons could be said to be a piece of cake. Although it would take some time and delay the green-robed Xiao Hua's comprehension of cultivation methods and secret techniques, Xiao Hua believed that the green-robed Xiao Hua could not always comprehend cultivation methods. How could he not exercise his muscles and bones? The balance between work and rest still needed to be done. As for whether the green-robed Xiao Hua had muscles and bones, that was not something Xiao Hua thought about. When Xiao Hua was pondering, 307 also looked at Xiao Hua with apprehension. Although Xiao Hua's appearance and expression were replaced by the stars and could not be seen clearly, this short period of pondering actually made 307 feel incomparably long. This matter was far simpler than 307 thought. He thought that he would have to bend the rules a little. Who knew that as soon as he reported it, he immediately received a warm response from the steward. He did not need to spend a single low-grade primeval stone. Even the steward's reaction was the same as Xiao Hua's. He wanted to personally negotiate with Xiao Hua on behalf of 307. After 307 said Xiao Hua's words, the steward extinguished his thoughts. Looking at the 10 pieces of top-grade primeval stones in 307's hands, he hurriedly put these worthless primeval stones into his Qianquan bag and handed them to 307. Before 307 left, he even said that as long as this transaction was successful, 307 would be heavily rewarded. Little friend. Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said with a smile, "These are not the materials you mentioned. Even if I wanted to use these, it would be troublesome." 307 hurriedly smiled. Yes, these are naturally not the real materials. But if Senior had someone to clean them up and refine them, the quality would be much better than ordinary materials. Besides, if not for the fact that the Bronze Pillar State is at war with the outside world, it would be impossible for my Zhai Xinglu to obtain so many broken magic tools. Especially since this batch of materials has not been included in the list that Senior saw earlier. If other seniors saw it, I'm afraid the price would not be this. Xiao Hua originally wanted to bargain for a bit, but 307's last sentence moved him. That's right, if others knew that there was such a large batch of damaged magic tools, even if they didn't have the heart to buy them, under the careful investigation, they could still raise the price too high. Since these magic tools were useful to him, why should he be stingy? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua threw the Qianquan bag into the void and took out the magic tools that were as big as a small mountain. After instructing the green-robed Xiao Hua, he hurriedly retreated and returned the Qianquan bag to 307 without even looking at the green-robed Xiao Hua's face. Hiss. 307 was immediately dumbfounded. This is a Qianquan bag. This senior, actually also has a Qianquan bag. And even, a Qianquan bracelet. Thinking that Xiao Hua actually had a Qianquan bag that was of a much higher grade than the ordinary small Qianquan bag, and even a Qianquan bracelet, 307's eyes once again flashed with self-satisfaction, a kind of pride at his sharp eyes. Many thanks, Senior. 307 took the empty Qianquan bag and carefully put it away. He then reached into his bosom and took out a triangular token with a star engraved on it and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying respectfully, "This is my Zhai Xinglu's VIP token. In the future, Senior can use this token to enjoy a 2% discount on all of my Zhai Xinglu's services." Oh. Only a 2% discount. Xiao Hua raised his brows and smiled. But thinking about it, he had only spent 10 supreme-grade primeval stones. This was really a far cry from the hundreds of supreme-grade primeval stones in Xiaoyu continent. Yes, Senior, 307 smiled obsequiously. If Senior spends more primeval stones at my Zhai Xing Lu in the future, you will naturally change to a higher grade token. Oh, that's right, if Senior wants to participate in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction, you don't have to pay any fees with this token. Even if it's the commission for the auction, you can still charge less. This old man understands. Xiao Hua casually put away the token and said, this old man indeed wants to participate in the auction later. Now that there's not much time left, take this old man to the 3rd floor. Yes, Junior understands. 307 said and waved the star token in his hand. A star path appeared in front of Xiao Hua, extending to both sides. 307 stepped onto the star path and said, Senior, please. Junior will take Senior to the 3rd floor now. But when he saw Xiao Hua step onto the star path, he reminded him, Senior, the materials used to make these scrolls on the 1st floor are not bad. If Senior has no use for them, you can buy them and give them to your juniors. Hearing this, Xiao Hua's eyes turned. He thought of the item in the hands of Yu Clan's 7th uncle and Mo Jianli. He hadn't been able to find a suitable person to ask about it. This was a good opportunity, so he smiled and said, this old man has already made some transactions with some immortal friends in other star palaces. This old man doesn't have many juniors, so this is enough. However, this old man wants to ask you, what's the difference between these things and the ones outside? What's the difference between the scrolls made here? 307 saw that Xiao Hua had already bought them, so he naturally knew that Xiao Hua wouldn't buy them again. But how could he not say these words to get closer to Xiao Hua? Taking advantage of the opportunity to go to the 3rd floor, 307 replied, Senior must know that scrolls are things that carry the noble qi of Confucian cultivators. Its use is different from imperial tools. The quality of the material and the quality of the array have a great impact on the quality of the imperial tool. But scrolls are different. Ordinary brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone can be made into a very good scroll. Everything depends on the refinement of the true qi in the Confucian cultivator's chest. However, after my star-picking tower's scholars' research, we found that the 4 treasures of the study, which usually don't seem to be the key, still play a certain role in writing scrolls. Good materials, or rather, materials made by specially trained scholars, would innately possess a certain amount of noble spirit. After being written by a Confucian scholar into a scroll, it would be easier to trigger the noble spirit and even increase the effects. The materials made by ordinary people require even more noble qi to trigger the noble qi in the scroll. I won't hide it from Senior. My star-picking tower's 2nd floor has some specialized scrolls made by scholars. They don't need any noble qi to trigger them. As long as the person who owns the scroll opens it, the noble qi inside will immediately rush out. Senior, think about it. These scrolls that ordinary people can use, if you use the materials that Senior sells outside, can you write them? Oh, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua completely understood. These scrolls were actually the Dao sect's yellow talismans. The difference was talisman paper and xian paper, talisman pen and ink pen. Of course, the scrolls and yellow talismans not only had different names, but also different methods of use. The scrolls seemed to be able to be used by anyone, but the yellow talismans needed to be triggered by true qi. The scroll's function was somewhat similar to jade talismans. The 2 refining methods, the Dao sect focused on using talismans to draw in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, while the Confucian cultivators focused on their own noble qi. This was also related to the difference in the true meaning of cultivation of the 2 sections. As for the advantages and disadvantages of the 2, or even distinguishing which one used which one, there probably wouldn't be any results. Chapter 3263. Xiaohua actually wants to ask how this scroll is made, but he has already seen the jade eyes in 301's hand and there is no record of this, so he doesn't dare to ask rashly. Of course, if Senior doesn't want to buy these materials, then you can also buy some ready-made scrolls on the second floor. Tonight is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the night of 100 ghosts. My Zhai Xing Lu's scrolls are the nemesis of these evil spirits. As long as you have a scroll with you, no malicious spirit would dare to approach you. Room 307 found another topic to talk about. Xiaohua waves his hand. If it's normal, I will also come to pick some, but I'm afraid there isn't enough time today. Wait until after the auction. It won't be too late for me to pick then. 301 doesn't dare to say any more and says with a smile, that's good. Junior is afraid that Senior won't be able to buy everything on this trip. Alas, we male cultivators are the most careless. Who would think so much? If we go back and people say, that won't be good. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua laughs loudly, no. No one will dare to say that I forgot one thing. Xiaohua is laughing when he suddenly stops, causing 301 to be stunned. He says anxiously, what did Senior forget? I wonder if Junior can help. Alas, 2 things. Xiaohua smiles bitterly, if I didn't hear you mention it now, I really would have forgotten. 301 sighs in relief and pats his chest. No matter, as long as it is related to my Zhai Xing Lu, Junior can help Senior. Don't say it's so early. Xiaohua shakes his head, if it's simple, how can I not remember? It's just too difficult. 301 smiles, Senior, please tell me. Although Junior is small and weak, Junior has Zhai Xing Lu behind him. Within Yuzhou, there are not many things that Zhai Xing Lu can't do. And, since that's the case, then my first difficulty is, a detailed map of the hidden immortal continent. Xiaohua says somewhat gloomily because he didn't see any record of this in 301's jade eyes. Hiss. 301 inhales a breath of cold air and says with a bitter smile, Senior is really making things difficult for Junior. There are tens of thousands of countries in the 9 prefectures of the hidden immortal continent. If this Junior wants a detailed map of them, it is indeed troublesome. Senior, why don't you talk about the second problem first? The moment Xiaohua heard, he unwittingly sighed and said with a smile, the first one is already so difficult, the second one is even harder. I have a Junior who has failed in his studies and wants to find a new path. I heard that Taoism is easy to cultivate and that there is no need to study hard every day. He wants to ask me for a Taoist cultivation method. Tell me, where can I find it for him? That's why. I came to Zhai Xing Lu today for this troublesome matter. 307's face was as bitter as if he had eaten Chinese gold thread. He smacked his lips and smiled apologetically. Senior, to be honest, it's not like Zhai Xing Lu has never seen Taoist techniques before. However, it is an ironclad rule of the 3 continents that we cannot sell low-level and high-level Taoist techniques. We, Zhai Xing Lu, do not dare to touch it. You. At this point, 307 hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. Junior has occasionally heard from others that there is a kind of underground auction in Copper Pillar Country. It is similar to my Zhai Xing Lu's auction. However, the things inside are even stranger and more bizarre. Ordinary people cannot enter at all. Junior feels that, the low-level Taoist techniques that you want can be found there. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands. He had already understood that the so-called underground auction should be Dawn Rain Continent's secret auction. The things inside definitely wouldn't follow the rules and regulations of the auction. Not to mention the Dao sect's low-level cultivation methods, even the high-level cultivation methods would be available in this auction. However, Xiaohua also knew that what 307 said was correct. It was impossible for an ordinary person to know about this secret. 307 might have only heard about it from others. It was unlikely that he would be able to obtain this information from 307. As for the map that Senior mentioned. 307 opened his mouth again. Junior will help you ask Junior's steward. Perhaps they have some ideas. Good, Xiao Hua was delighted and said, as long as there is a map, this old man will reward you greatly. Senior can go ahead and participate in the auction. After the auction, you can come to Star Palace and look for Junior by name. 307 replied. Of course, Junior does not dare to guarantee that it will succeed. He, Xiao Hua laughed. Let's not talk about anything else. Help this old man purchase these Confucian techniques from Zhai Xing Lu and also the prescriptions for these immortal medicines. And also the refining methods for these imperial tools. With the things that this old man purchased today, I presume that your steward will not ignore this old man's request. 307 was overjoyed again and hurriedly nodded. He silently remembered that he had misunderstood Xiao Hua's meaning. Xiao Hua's original intention was to get some basic Confucian techniques and refining methods for reference. 307 thought that Xiao Hua had purposely purchased so many common techniques and methods to help him. How could he not be grateful? In just a moment, Xiao Hua had collected a large pile of jade eyes, but what he spent was merely some high-grade primordial stones. Xiao Hua originally wanted to see if there was anything else he could take advantage of, but 307 smiled and said, Senior, the time is already late. Although the auction has been postponed for 2 hours, some immortal friends have already entered. If Senior has the heart to go take a look, you still have to make some preparations first. Of course, what else does Senior want to purchase? Feel free to tell this Junior and this Junior will prepare it for you. It won't be too late for you to come back after the auction. Make some preparations. Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled, but he could not ask. He nodded and said, that's good. Help this old man find some strange and unknown items on the 3rd floor. As long as it is something that others do not want, or something that your Zhai Xing Lu cannot identify, leave some for this old man. This old man likes to hunt for strange things the most. Senior may be disappointed. Hearing this, 307 understood that Xiao Hua was not talking about the items listed in the jade eyes. Thus, he smiled and said, my Zhai Xing Lu's items all have clear origins. Anything of unknown origin will not appear. But it is a strange item, Junior will help you take a look. Thank you for everything. Xiao Hua nodded. Like I said, this old man will thank you greatly. Yes, Junior understands. 307 waved his hand, and another star path appeared under Xiao Hua's feet. He bowed respectfully and said, Senior, please. Once you leave here, you will reach the Star Palace. Forgive Junior for not seeing you off. And, thank you for your hard work. Xiao Hua knew that 307 would be busy again, so he casually returned the greeting. He stepped onto the star path, and his figure shot out like a shooting star. Seeing Xiao Hua's figure disappear, 307 hurriedly turned around. He still had not handed over the supreme-grade primordial stones that Xiao Hua gave earlier. This was the biggest transaction of the night. Moreover, the item Xiao Hua wanted was really strange. 307 had no choice but to rack his brains to deal with it. Xiao Hua left Zhai Xing Lu's Sky 1-star palace, revealing his true appearance. He did not look around, and swaggered towards his own Hongsiliu. His soul sense had already been released. Within the Star Palace, there were some restrictions on divine sense and Buddhist sense. They could not go too far, and some places could go far, but they could not stay for long. However, soul sense did not have any restrictions. Xiao Hua carefully observed for a moment, but did not see anything strange. Only then did he relax and leave. But just a few dozen feet away from Hongsiliu, across from Xiao Hua, a thin and tall young man in embroidered clothes also hurriedly walked towards Hongsiliu. This person. Seeing that person walk in front of Hongsiliu's star cluster and take out a silver star token, but the star cluster did not react. Clearly, there was no one in the star cluster. The young man in embroidered clothes showed a disappointed expression. Xiao Hua originally wanted to slip past the young man in embroidered clothes and enter the star palace after he left. But when he was less than 2 feet away from the young man in embroidered clothes, he saw the anxiety on the young man's face. Xiao Hua's heart skipped a beat, and he stopped. He cupped his hands and said, "Fellow immortal, are you looking for Hong Siliu's master?" "Correct." The young man in embroidered clothes raised his eyebrows, clearly on guard. His tone was a bit cold, but this matter seems to have nothing to do with fellow immortal, right? He, how could it have nothing to do with me? Xiao Hua took out his star token, and a cloud of stardust shot out from the star cluster and enveloped Xiao Hua. Similarly, another cloud of stardust enveloped the young master in embroidered clothes. Xiao Hua chuckled and said, "Fellow immortal, please enter." The two of them disappeared into Hong Silu's star palace. "Sai, fellow immortal, please enter." After entering the star palace, the young man in embroidered clothes sighed. "I originally didn't want to meet fellow immortal with my original appearance, but I had no choice. Fellow immortal Fu, this is fate." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "I am Xiao Hua, a Taoist loose cultivator. I also didn't want you to see my original appearance, but since we met outside the Star Palace, why should I hide anything? I wonder why fellow immortal Fu is looking for me." "Oh. I am Fu Jiwen, a Confucian cultivator. Greetings, fellow Taoist Xiao." The young man in embroidered clothes bowed and said, "I have always heard that Taoist cultivators are stingy, forgetting righteousness in the face of profit. They have always been the type to kill people and rob them. But I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to be so magnanimous, even more open and upright than a Confucian cultivator like me." "Oh. Fellow Taoist?" Xiao Hua was startled, and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Fu, has also practiced Taoist cultivation techniques?" "It can't be considered practice." Fu Jiwen replied, "I have only dabbled in it a little, and am very curious about Taoist magic power and divine abilities." Upon hearing that Fu Jiwen also had Taoist cultivation, Xiao Hua's impression of him unconsciously improved. Naturally, he also knew why he changed his mind when he was just about to miss the opportunity. "Young Master Fu, I wonder why you have come to find me?" Xiao Hua asked. "If there is anything I can help with, feel free to tell me." Chapter 3264. I heard that fellow Taoist Xiao collects strange things of unknown origin. I've already come here twice, but I haven't encountered it yet. If I don't encounter it this time, I'll leave the Star Palace." Fu Jiwen said with a smile. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, "Isn't that right? My Tao sect emphasizes fate. Didn't we encounter it this time? What strange things does young Master Fu have?" To others, it's naturally strange, but to fellow Taoist Xiao, it may not be so. As Fu Jiwen spoke, he took out a spoon-like thing from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua. "Fellow Taoist, please take a look." Xiao Hua scanned it with his divine sense, but didn't take it. He shook his head and said, "This is a magic treasure of my Tao sect. It really isn't anything strange. Does young Master Fu have anything else?" Immediately, Fu Jiwen took out a few more things, either jade slips or old yellow talismans. To Xiao Hua, these things were really common and didn't attract him in the slightest. "Forget it," Xiao Hua waved his hand and said with a smile, "Young Master Fu, these are all things of my Tao sect. I presume that young Master obtained them when you obtained the Tao sect's inheritance, right? These aren't what I want. What I want, is something that young Master doesn't know of its origin and doesn't know what it is." "Sigh, then it's difficult." Fu Jiwen scratched his head. "I only have these here, actually, as long as it's strange, it's fine. It doesn't have to have a bright appearance." Xiao Hua was naturally disappointed. Fu Jiwen suddenly thought of something. He stretched out his hand and took out a white bone joint from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is something that I've been playing with since I was young. It seems to have been picked up from somewhere when I was young. It looks like an ordinary white bone, but it's also abnormally sparkling and translucent. I know that it's strange, but this thing, it's just strange, nothing else. I don't know if it's the strange thing that fellow Taoist Xiao mentioned. Ah. Bone, joint. The joint of a soul cultivator. Xiao Hua's gaze fell on the joint, and a huge wave immediately set off in his heart. He was very familiar with this thing. It was the joint of the millions of soul cultivators of Meng Mountain in Xiaoyu continent. Although Xiao Hua didn't use his soul sense to examine it, he was almost certain. How is this possible? This was clearly the boundary of the 3 continents. How can he have the bones of a soul cultivator? Xiao Hua was puzzled. Because of the physique of a soul cultivator, they can't leave the millions of Meng mountains. If he left, he would end up like Xiao Mao, unable to cultivate as a soul cultivator. Then how did this bone end up here? Perhaps, there are others like me. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything, Fu Jiwen was a little embarrassed. He retracted his hand and said with a smile, so I'll say it. Although this is a strange item, it may not be of interest to you, fellow Taoist. There's no rush. How could Xiao Hua allow Fu Jiwen to retract his joints? He laughed and said, let this Xiao take a look first. Okay, both of them were currently blocked by the stardust, so they couldn't see each other's expressions. Xiao Hua did his best to calm his tone, and in a hurry, Fu Jiwen also didn't discover anything from Xiao Hua's tone. Xiao Hua's soul sense entered the bone. With just a glance, his little heart that hadn't been excited for a long time started to beat wildly. Xiao Hua took a deep breath and said with a smile, this strange item is exactly what this Xiao wants. Young Master Fu, name a price. If it's not outrageous, this Xiao will take it. Phew. Fu Jiwen was still inferior to Xiao Hua. When he heard that Xiao Hua wanted it, he let out a sigh of relief. Then, he waved his hand and said, since this item has entered fellow Taoist Zhao's eyes, then please name a price. As long as it's suitable, this one will definitely part with it. This. Xiao Hua was a little hesitant. This item was a priceless treasure to him, but if the price was too high, Xiao Hua was afraid that Fu Jiwen would ask for a ridiculous price. How about this? This Xiao offers 10 mid-grade origin stones, what do you think? Xiao Hua bid, but Fu Jiwen hesitated instead. Seeing that Fu Jiwen didn't speak, Xiao Hua asked curiously, young Master Fu, is this price high or low? You should name a price. The auction is about to start, this Xiao doesn't have time to dawdle with you. Sigh, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. Fu Jiwen simply told the truth, 10 mid-grade origin stones is far beyond this one's expectations. This item is nothing but a toy for this one. Oh. Then why are you hesitating? Xiao Hua was also interested. Fu Jiwen smiled bitterly, but this one hopes to exchange for some high-grade origin stones, but fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't like it. So this one is very conflicted. If I give this item to fellow Taoist for 10 mid-grade origin stones, this one will enter the auction, and will definitely return empty-handed. Simple, Xiao Hua smiled and said, how many high-grade origin stones do you want? 30. No, 25 is enough, Fu Jiwen said hurriedly. Although he couldn't see his expression, Xiao Hua already understood Fu Jiwen's anxiety outside earlier. Then 50 high-grade origin stones. Xiao Hua didn't even think and took out a small Qinkuan bag and handed it to Fu Jiwen. Ah! Fu Jiwen stared blankly and didn't dare to take the small Qinkuan bag. Xiao Hua flung his hand and the small Qinkuan bag landed in front of Fu Jiwen. He smiled and said, although you aren't of my Dao sect, you still cultivate Dao techniques. This one can't just watch fellow Taoist in trouble and not help. This item is also worth this many origin stones in this one's eyes. You and I are willing to make a deal, it's very fair. Huh, well said, fellow Taoist Xiao. Fu Jiwen heard and laughed loudly. He bowed and said, this one and my humble wife thank fellow Taoist Xiao for the origin stones. If fate wills it in the future, this one will invite fellow Taoist to my humble home for a chat. Forget it, forget it. Xiao Hua helped Fu Jiwen up and said, young Master Fu, hurry up and go. The auction is about to begin, you and I both need to prepare. Indeed. When he heard the auction, Fu Jiwen hurriedly turned around, this one still needs to let Jai Xing Lu verify my qualifications to bid. Qualifications to bid? Xiao Hua understood. This was probably the token that 307 mentioned had allowed one to enter the auction site. Since he had the token to enter the auction site, there was no need to rush. When Fu Jiwen's stardust-like figure disappeared, Xiao Hua couldn't wait any longer and took out the bone. He impatiently immersed his soul sense into the bone. He was even more anxious and curious than when he was dual cultivating. See, it really is this item. Xiao Hua's soul sense clearly saw the contents of the soul cultivator's words and the diagram of the soul treasure. He waved his hand again and took out the bone ball from Million Meng Mountains from the space. Xiao Hua had already examined this ball of bones before. This ball of bones was divided into 18 layers. Each layer was composed of tens of thousands of tiny bone particles. Although the outermost layer looked like a ball of bones, when the bone particles moved slightly, they formed a faintly discernible skeleton. When Xiao Hua met Grandmaster Qin Qin in the soul refining cave, he discovered the shaman code. However, he didn't dare to rashly drag this bone ball into the heaven ring to examine it. Moreover, after many unforeseen events in Million Meng Mountains, he didn't have the opportunity to discover the origin of this bone ball. After returning from Million Meng Mountains, Xiao Hua returned the bone snake to Xiao Mao. Although he kept the bone ball, he didn't pay attention to it. What he didn't expect was that in this hidden immortal continent, 100 years later, in this inconspicuous bronze pillar country, he found the green seal text to control the bone ball and the origin of this bone ball in the hands of Fu Jiwen. It turned out that this bone ball was a soul treasure of soul cultivators. It had the same origin as the soul falling lamp and the nether passage. The function of the soul falling lamp was to attack and kill. Its green seal text could directly communicate with the aura of Huda Great God. Those few second-grade sword transformation swordsmen couldn't resist the soul falling lamp at all. The nether passage used the bloodline of Huda Great God's descendant to connect directly to the netherworld. The nether passage was the medium to condense the power of the green seal text. As for this bone ball, it was called the soul bridge, a soul treasure used to communicate with the souls of others. The records in Fu Jiwen's bone ball were very clear. Although the soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains had been cultivating soul arts for generations, they still didn't have a complete understanding of the mysterious souls. They didn't even know where the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin and the mysterious dark clouds were. Or in other words, they knew it was there, but they couldn't sense it. Even with the soul cultivation technique of 9 heavens of spirit origin and the Magus Codex, these soul cultivators of Million Meng Mountains couldn't cultivate their nascent divinities in the layers of spirit heavens like Xiao Hua. Since he couldn't touch his own soul, the souls of others couldn't be touched either. There was no need to talk about attacking and killing. He only needed to take out the soul falling lamp and attack like a whirlwind. But how could they communicate, repair, and other actions that could help the soul? The soul bridge was such a soul treasure. The owner of the soul bridge could control the soul bridge through the green seal text. Through the soul bridge, they could touch the souls of others, and then touch the heavenly runes and earthly deeds outside of the soul. A powerful soul warrior could even break through these heavenly runes and earthly deeds and enter the souls of others. Excellent. Xiao Hua finished reading a few lines in one glance, then clapped his hands and praised, "With this item, Kaixuxia's soul can be repaired. But, I still need to comprehend this bone ball more, and see if I can find the green seal text that can truly repair the soul. Especially, if I can find the green seal text that can revive people, that would be even better." Of course, Xiaohua also understood that this item was just a soul treasure that could be used as a medium for communication. If he wanted to repair the soul, or even reach a higher level of reviving the dead, he still had a long way to go. But, this bone ball seems a little strange. Xiaohua knew that now wasn't the time to look at it carefully. Moreover, he had just thrown a pile of junk to green-robed Xiaohua, so he didn't have the heart to trample on him. So, he carefully stored the bone ball into his space, and waited until he had time to study it. Chapter 3265. When Xiaohua walked out of the Star Palace, he was still extremely bewildered. He couldn't help but think to himself, "Isn't this so-called soul just the mysterious dark cloud in my mind? Didn't I see it clearly from the start? Moreover, other people's souls. I can also see them, right? Why can't any soul cultivator see them? Since I can't see them, what kind of nine heavens spirit are they cultivating? But that's right. Ming didn't seem to have mentioned nine heavens spirit to me." Xiaohua lowered his head to look at the star path beneath his feet. The brilliant starlight was truly enchanting. Strands of brilliance flickered with confusing colors, obscuring one's eyes. Even Elder Wu of Huda village didn't mention it. Could it be that they really can't see it? Only I can see it. As for the nine heavens spirit they speak of, could it be like the Tao sex cultivation method, just a realm? And this realm just happens to match the situation inside the mysterious dark cloud? Right, Dharma Eye. Suddenly, Xiaohua had some understanding. The soul strands he used were all from his Dharma Eye. If he could see the shape of the mysterious dark cloud, then it could only be the effect of the Dharma Eye imprint. Even his mind being able to see his own dark cloud was definitely the effect of the Dharma Eye. What's the origin of the Dharma Eye? Simple. Thinking of this, Xiaohua thought of the little white dragon. I just need to pull out the little white dragon and ask it, won't that be enough? Sigh, that won't work. The little white dragon itself is a soul essence. A few days ago, it even discovered the seal of the full sky. If it can't see it, how can it sense it? It can't be counted. Senior. Just as Xiaohua was thinking about it, a voice sounded. Xiaohua raised his head to look. It was Xiao Jian standing there cautiously, his face full of admiration. Lu Yi's face carried a trace of excitement as he accompanied him. Only Yuanya was still as calm as ever. Oh. You're back. Xiaohua stopped thinking and smiled. Xiao Jian hurriedly replied, "Yes, now that the auction is near, many cultivators in the Star Palace have closed their stalls. Junior and the others didn't know about Senior's arrangements, but we were afraid that Senior would be worried, so we hurriedly came back." How could Xiaohua not know that Xiao Jian wanted to go to the auction? He asked again, "How was it? How's your harvest?" Taoist priest, before Xiao Jian could speak, Lu Yi, who was beside him, addressed him as Taoist priest. Although he was not as respectful as Xiao Jian Senior, there was a sense of intimacy between them. "I found a jade eye from our Taoist sect." Taoist priest Xiao said that there was a basic technique inside. When Xiao Jian heard this, he hurriedly looked around and glared at Lu Yi. It was obvious that he was blaming Lu Yi for revealing the secret at the wrong time. When Lu Yi saw this, he hurriedly stuck out his tongue and didn't say anything else. He was so happy that he forgot about what he had just said when he made the deal. "Ah. Little guy, you're really lucky." Xiaohua stared blankly at first, then immediately felt happy for Lu Yi. Not only was this little fellow's fate and immortality extremely good, even his quick-wittedness was not something that others could compare to. These jade eyes were definitely obtained by him by relying on his glib tongue. However, Xiao Hua was immediately confused. He looked at Xiao Jian and asked, "Your divine sense can see the things in the jade eyes?" "Yes." Xiao Jian hurriedly replied, "Junior has some secret techniques for the use of divine sense. They can be used in the same way as the divine sense techniques of Confucian cultivators." "Oh, I understand." Xiao Hua said with a smile, "Bring the things over. This old man will first take a look at them for Brother Lu. If it's possible, this old man can give you some pointers." "Thank you, Taoist priest." Lu Yi was wild with joy. He hurriedly took out a dozen small cosmos bags from his bosom and handed them over to Xiao Hua. "The things are inside. This little one is afraid that it's not safe to keep them in my bosom." And, looking at Lu Yi's slightly stingy appearance, Xiao Hua felt that it was very familiar. He took the bags with a smile and sent them into the space. Immediately, Xiao Jian and Yuanya also took out a dozen small cosmos bags and gave them to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua didn't look at them carefully and accepted them. "It's really good to have someone to help me." Xiao Hua thought in his heart, "If it was me, I wouldn't be able to do so many things in such a short time." Finally, Xiao Jian took out a small cosmos bag and handed it over to Xiao Hua. "Senior, this is the spiritual grass that hasn't been traded yet. And, take it. Return it to me after the auction." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said. A grateful expression appeared on Xiao Jian's face. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Xiao Jian thanks Senior." "Oh, right, take out 30% and give it to Yuanya and Lu Yi." Xiao Hua thought of something again and said with a smile, "They don't need to go to the auction. Take those spiritual grass and walk around. Maybe Brother Lu can find something good." Yes, Xiao Jian didn't hesitate and gave 30% of the spiritual grass to Lu Yi. However, Lu Yi was somewhat hesitant and said in a low voice, "Taoist priest, this little one can't see what's inside the small cosmos bags. What if I'm cheated by someone else?" "Ha ha ha!" Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He swung his sleeves and walked away in large strides. As he walked, he said, "In this world, there's nothing that the heart can't see through. As long as you want to, spiritual sense and other things can't replace your heart." This. Yuanya was confused, but Lu Yi's eyes lit up. He seemed to understand what Xiao Hua was talking about. At the end of the star path was a wide Milky Way. Inside the Milky Way, the stars were shining brightly. The dots of starlight were like ripples in the water, looking very realistic. Above the Milky Way, there was an extremely majestic rainbow bridge. This rainbow bridge had 3 colors, and many people dressed in brocade robes and Confucian robes were stepping on it. The end of this rainbow bridge wasn't the opposite bank of the galaxy. Instead, it was the disk-like bright moon above the galaxy. "Damn it, this star-picking tower is even more imposing than my Tao sect." Xiao Hua looked at the grand occasion in front of him. "I'm afraid that any ordinary auction in the Dawn Rain continent wouldn't have such a majestic aura. Only the Yuanying auction in Haoming City could compare with it. Confucian cultivators, oh Confucian cultivators, it's really not what this Xiao imagined." The galaxy naturally didn't appear out of thin air. Many small shuttle-shaped boats were anchored at the edge of the galaxy. The boats were heading towards the rainbow bridge that crossed the galaxy. Xiao Hua brought Xiao Jian to the front of a boat and said with a smile, "The moon is bright and the stars are rare guests returning late. The boat is unmanned. The night rain is continuous, and the spring clothes are wet. Can the boatman cross?" Ha ha ha. A hearty laugh sounded, and a blue brilliance flashed on the boat like a comet. A middle-aged Confucian cultivator appeared on the boat, and the clear voice of reciting poetry rushed into Xiao Hua's ears like falling rain. "The bright moon is bright and the stars are gathered. Where can a bosom friend be found? The rainbow bridge crosses the sky, and the boat ferries the fated ones. Oh! Young Master Zhu. Seeing that the middle-aged Confucian cultivator in front of him wasn't an ordinary blue-clothed youth, Xiao Hua stared blankly. A thoughtful expression flashed through his eyes, and he stepped forward and cupped his hands. Young master is so free. The auction at Zhai Xinglu is about to begin. Young master isn't going to the auction to entertain guests, but instead is here to welcome guests. This really makes me surprised. The auction will naturally be managed by the auction's host. This Zhu only needs to worry about the operation of the entire Zhai Xinglu. This Zhu doesn't care about the specifics. The middle-aged Confucian cultivator smiled and returned the greeting. Previously, I only saw fellow immortal's unbending character in front of Zhai Xinglu, and now I see fellow immortal's bright and beautiful chest. If fellow immortal wasn't wearing Taoist robes, this Zhu would only think that fellow immortal was a Confucian cultivator. If this Zhu wasn't waiting here, how would I know that fellow immortal was hiding? I wouldn't dare. Xiao Hua was secretly proud, but he waved his hand and said, "It's all dog-tailed stuff. It can't enter the Hall of Elegance." Dog-tailed stuff? Hearing Xiao Hua's words, the middle-aged Confucian cultivator unconsciously rubbed his nose. It seems, the dog-tailed stuff is me. However, looking at Xiao Hua's smiling expression, the middle-aged Confucian cultivator didn't feel that Xiao Hua was mocking him. Thus, he smiled and said, "This one is Zhu Qing. Greetings to fellow immortal. How should I address fellow immortal? Oh, this one is a Taoist loose cultivator, Xiao Hua." Xiao Hua also didn't intend to hide anything and answered truthfully. "I wonder if young Master Zhu was waiting here, for this Xiao." Zhu Qing nodded. "That's right. This Zhu really does have something to discuss with fellow immortal Xiao." Xiao Hua faintly smiled and shook his head. If young Master Zhu wants to be a peacemaker and make this Xiao lower his head, this Xiao feels that you and I have nothing in common. As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms, water with an earth weir. This Xiao feels that there's nothing wrong with what I did. If they do anything, this Xiao isn't afraid of anything. I'll let them experience the thunderous might of my Taoist sect. Zhu Qing's face revealed a trace of astonishment. When Xiao Hua said those words, although his body didn't tremble and there wasn't any heaven-shaking domineering aura, Zhu Qing heard a kind of incomparable confidence from his mouth. He couldn't help but look up and down at Xiao Hua. Unfortunately, he really couldn't see where Xiao Hua's confidence came from. Actually, at this time, he really wanted to talk to Xiao Hua about young Master Duanmu. However, after hearing Xiao Hua's words, how could he say these words? Fellow immortal Xiao, please rest assured. This Zhu isn't a lobbyist for the Duanmu family. As for what this Zhu has to say, please come on board. Zhu Qing thought for a moment and said with a smile, this Zhu will send fellow immortal Xiao to participate in the auction. Let's talk while we walk. See. Xiao Hua stared blankly. He immediately thought of the pile of magic tools in his space and said inwardly, damn it, this guy can't be going back on his word, right? Or maybe, he sensed something from the magic tools. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Hua nodded. However, he pointed his hand and said, thank you for your trouble, young Master Zhu. However, where is this Xiao's junior? Junior? Zhu Qing originally had some understanding. Now that he heard Xiao Hua personally admit it, his heart truly understood. The youth in front of him was definitely not a youth in the prime of his youth. This fellow immortal can go to another ferry, Zhu Qing replied with a smile. My Zhai Xinglu's ferry can only carry 2 people. Moreover, every cultivator who boards the ferry must be qualified to participate in the auction. If you don't have enough primeval stones, you can't board the ferry. My Zhai Xinglu doesn't welcome these cultivators to participate in the auction. Chapter 3266. Oh. Could it be that even with young Master Zhu here, you can't make an exception? Xiao Hua originally had one foot on the boat, but stopped when he heard this. Zhu Qing nodded. Nothing can be accomplished without rules. Although I am in charge of Zhai Xing Lu, I still have to abide by Zhai Xing Lu's rules. Moreover, I don't believe that this little friend doesn't have enough primeval stones. Good, Xiao Hua clapped his hands. I like this answer the most. Then Xiao Hua turned his head and said, go to the boat on the side. The things in the small Qiankuan bag are enough for you to participate in the auction. Yes, this junior understands. Xiao Jian was even more observant than Xiao Hua. Since he heard Zhu Qing call him little friend, how could he not know Zhu Qing's cultivation level? He obediently replied and went to the boat on the side. When Xiao Hua stepped on the boat, Zhu Qing didn't move the boat. Instead, he said seriously, fellow immortal Xiao, please take out the primeval stones you prepared to participate in the auction. If it doesn't reach the amount my Zhai Xing Lu has, I still can't send fellow immortal to Bright Moon Palace. Hehe, doesn't young Master Zhu have something to do? Can you tell me first? Xiao Hua smiled. Clearly, Zhu Qing didn't come here for the pile of magic tools. Xiao Hua's heart was at ease. Unfortunately, Zhu Qing glanced at the distant rainbow bridge and shook his head. Fellow immortal Xiao doesn't need to hide anything. What I want to say can't be said in a few sentences. If fellow immortal Xiao doesn't want to delay the auction, let me take a look at the primeval stones first. In addition, I don't know if it's fellow immortal Zhao's first time participating in my Zhai Xing Lu's auction, so I want to remind you that the more primeval stones you have, the higher the grade you can bid. Since Zhu Qing didn't know about the magic tools, Xiao Hua wouldn't take out the VIP token. After hearing Zhu Qing's words, he thought for a moment and understood Zhu Qing's meaning. The amount of primeval stones was like a guarantee. With enough primeval stones, Zhai Xing Lu wouldn't be afraid that you won't pay after bidding. Thus, Xiao Hua took out a small Qiankuan pouch from his bosom and handed it to Zhu Qing, saying, how about young Master Zhu take a look at these? Oh. Zhu Qing's expression didn't change as she glanced at the supreme-grade origin stones and a large pile of spirit herbs in the small Qiankuan bag. She flipped her hand and took out a golden token with 3 stars engraved on it. She handed it over to Xiao Hua along with the small Qiankuan bag and said, fellow immortal Xiao, please keep it well. With this 3 stars token, fellow immortal can bid for anything in the Bright Moon Palace. Yes. Xiao Hua's face was also calm. He took the small Qiankuan bag and the token and asked indifferently, now, young Master Zhu, you can tell me why you're looking for me. Yes, in this short period of time, Xiao Hua had thought of many possibilities, but none of them were possible. Xiao Hua didn't think that the so-called Zhai Xing Lu would be able to discover anything wrong with him after he had appeared in Yuzhou for so many days. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment. Zhu Qing wasn't in a hurry. She waved her hand and took out another star token from her sleeve. She opened her mouth and a strand of true qi similar to the stardust rushed out of her mouth and landed on the star token. Shua, the star token emitted a brilliant yet not dazzling brilliance and then landed on the boat. Buzz buzz. The boat shook slightly and also emitted a dazzling brilliance. Like a meteor, it rushed towards the rainbow bridge in the distance. Although the boat's speed was fast, the rainbow bridge seemed to be very far away. Although it looked very close, in Xiao Hua's eyes, the distance didn't shrink at all in a few breaths. Fellow immortal Xiao, do you like the star chart of my Zhai Xing Lu? Zhu Qing asked with a smile. Yes, I do like it. Xiao Hua nodded. My Dao sect has always emphasized the heavenly Dao. My Dao sect's cultivators also pursue the heavenly Dao. This starry sky contains the mysteries of the heavenly Dao. How could I not like this starry sky that contains my Dao sect's highest principles? My Dao sect pursues the heavenly Dao and wants to roam the heavens with my own body. Confucian cultivators also pursue the heavenly Dao. However, They believe that the heavenly Tao is the human Tao. Experiencing the world of mortals can naturally temper the heavenly Tao in their hearts. The heavenly Tao is either Tao, law, or truth. Zhu Qin continued, what I am curious about is, fellow immortal Xiao is such an outstanding person. You should be a bright star in the night sky now that the Tao sect has declined. Why is it that my Zhai Xing Lu doesn't have any records of you? He, young Master Zhu. Xiao Hua smiled faintly. Zhai Xing Lu does have some strength, but do you think your Zhai Xing Lu can record all the heroes of the hidden immortal continent? What about the cultivators far away in the western paradise, the thousand demons sacred realm, and even the four seas? Zhu Qin wasn't angry. He continued to speak slowly. Fellow immortal Xiao actually still doesn't understand what my Zhai Xing Lu represents. Forget it, you will know in the future. Furthermore, you haven't been recorded in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. In the future, as you appear in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes, you will definitely write a thick stroke in my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. Is Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes very thick? Xiao Hua suddenly asked. Zhu Qin was slightly taken aback. Somewhat puzzled, he said, my Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes isn't a book of Confucian cultivators. Ha ha ha, Xiao Hua laughed loudly. I'm afraid your Book of Heroes won't be able to contain my scribbles. Huh, fellow immortal Xiao, please don't worry. If one Book of Heroes isn't enough, my Zhai Xing Lu still has a second one. It will continue until fellow immortal Zhao's deeds are fully recorded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said, I'll have to trouble young Master Zhu to start from today. Of course, of course. Zhu Qin was also happy to hear this. Fellow immortal Zhao's name has already been recorded in Zhai Xing Lu's Book of Heroes. Oh. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows and suddenly said indifferently, if young Master Zhu was an individual cultivator, this Xiao wouldn't mind boasting and chatting with young Master Zhu here. However, young Master Zhu is so serious about driving away this Xiao's junior, it can't be that you want to talk about your dreams and future with this Xiao under the romantic starlight, right? If that's the case, I suggest you change to a prettier female cultivator. Zhu Qin's face was really full of excitement. He looked up and down at Xiao Hua's Taoist robe, rubbed his nose, and sighed. Alas, I seem to be getting old. With fellow Taoist Xiao, there's really no way to talk about romance. Forget it, fellow immortal Xiao, have you heard of star-moon union? Or perhaps you've seen these three words somewhere. Although Zhu Qin spoke casually, his gaze was looking at Xiao Hua's face. He looked very solemn and cautious. When Xiao Hua heard this, he immediately understood the reason why Zhu Qin was looking for him. Xiao Hua raised his head to look at the nearing rainbow bridge and said with a smile, Confucian cultivators often say that one shouldn't look at indecent things. When I just entered Zhai Xing Lu, I only took a few glances and you were actually peeping at me from the side. Young Master Zhu, what should I say about you? I don't care what you say, Zhu Qin said word by word. I just want to know if you saw these three words or not. I also want to know if it's worth it for me to postpone this auction for 2 hours. Oh. You. Xiao Hua didn't expect that the auction would be postponed for 2 hours because of him. Presumably, even Zhu Qin himself couldn't decide, so he must have reported to the so-called Star-Moon Union within these 2 hours. Therefore, Xiao Hua said word by word, I think young Master Zhu found the wrong person. I didn't see the 3-word Star-Moon Union on the screen, I only saw the 2-word Star-Moon. And a big hand. Good, Zhu Qin clapped his hands and said, fellow immortal Xiao is indeed a fated person. Stop, stop. Xiao Hua hurriedly stopped him. I didn't see the 3-word Star-Moon Union. Why do you say we are fated? There is no Star-Moon Union in this world. Zhu Qin sneered. It's just that some people call Star-Moon Union Star-Moon Union. There are even some bored people who like to call Star Moon Union Star Moon Business Union. In this world, how many true allies are there? A business union driven by profit is nothing but a joke. Oh, I understand. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Star Moon, it's really interesting. Zhu Qing said curiously, fellow immortal Xiao, when you heard Star Moon, you didn't think of other places? Other places? Xiao Hua shook his head slightly. I didn't think of anything else. Ha ha ha, Zhu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Fellow immortal Xiao, it's a good thing that I'm a man. If it was a female cultivator of my star-picking tower, TSK, with your tongue, I would have given myself to you. Tisk. Xiao Hua said righteously, don't come near me. I still have a bottom line of morality. Ha ha ha. Zhu Qing couldn't help but laugh until he bent over. I regret meeting fellow immortal Xiao too late. Too late. Star Picking Towers Hero Book has only just started recording. Alright, Zhu Qing laughed for a moment and said, since fellow immortal Xiao didn't mention that place, you must have a plan. Then I won't hide anything. That's right, Star Moon, naturally came from Star Moon Palace. Star Moon Palace. Xiao Hua's eyes really showed a trace of surprise. Zhu Qing saw that Xiao Hua's doubt wasn't fake and was stunned. He asked curiously, could it be that fellow immortal Xiao doesn't know about Star Moon Palace? Do I have to know? Xiao Hua rubbed his nose. Fellow immortal Xiao should know, but since it's like this, I think you really don't know. Zhu Qing replied with some surprise. I never thought that fellow immortal Xiao wouldn't know about Star Moon Palace. This is a bit troublesome. Zhu Qing looked at the approaching Rainbow Bridge and said hurriedly, how about this, I won't say much about where Star Moon Palace is. Fellow immortal Xiao only needs to find any cultivator of 3rd or 4th grade of essence power and they can explain it in detail. Even my Star Picking Towers Fantastic Stories has a brief explanation. Fellow immortal Xiao only needs to know that it's an ancient ruin. Damn it, Xiao Hua shook his head and said hurriedly, young Master Zhu, for this kind of interesting adventure, it's better to choose a few beautiful female cultivators to go with us. I'm an outsider, so I think we should just forget about it. Why don't you look at other people? Chapter 3267. It was no wonder that Xiao Hua refused. Once he arrived in the 3 continents, he had accepted the invitations of Venerable Jing Chen from the Great Snow Mountain, Chu Muhuan from the Jingzhou Chu family, and Xue Ping from the Left General of the Nanpu Prefecture. Although the first 2 had fallen, Xiao Hua did not feel relaxed. Not only did he have to go to the Golden Mountain Temple in the Western Paradise, he also felt that he had to give an explanation to the Jingzhou Chu family. If all of this could be accomplished easily, Xiao Hua would not be stingy with his strength and luck. He could follow Sir Zhu of Zhai Xinglu to the Star Moon Palace. However, if even the imposing Zhai Xinglu was so serious about this matter, then the dangers of the Star Moon Palace were obvious. Furthermore, his Dao sect cultivation had not even recovered 10% of his supernatural powers. How could he go there? Therefore, Xiao Hua felt a headache coming on when he heard this. Without waiting for Zhu Qing to say more, his first reaction was to refuse. Ah! When Zhu Qing saw that the expression on Xiao Hua's face was not the shock and joy that he had expected, but instead one of impatience, he was stunned as well. Soon after, he smiled bitterly and said, fellow immortal Xiao, you are the first cultivator that I've ever seen or heard of who doesn't want to go to Star Moon Palace. This really makes me depressed. That 2 hours. I have worked for nothing. Huh, Xiao Hua smiled. He could not bear it and said, my cultivation is shallow, I dare not risk my life to laugh proudly in the mortal world. I am so sorry. After thinking for a while, Zhu Qing smiled and said, how about this, I will not force you to do anything. How about we just briefly talk about the Star Moon Palace? Xiao Hua knew that this was Zhu Qing's delaying tactic. Zhu Qing wanted to say something that would move his heart, but he was originally a soft-hearted person. Thinking about how Zhu Qing had helped him out of his predicament a moment ago, and then delayed the auction for him for an hour, he could only nod his head and say, "Young Master Zhu, please speak." It is said that the Star Moon Palace was passed down from ancient times. It contains the secrets of the stars and the moon. Cultivators who are fated to know about the Star Moon Palace, whether they are Confucian cultivators, Buddhist cultivators, Taoist cultivators, demons, or even the ancient dragon clan, all covet the Star Moon Palace. According to ancient legends, the Star Moon Palace is a relic left behind by the upper realm in the three continents. There are also legends that say that the Star Moon Palace was established by the great divine ability of an ancient god. At this point, Zhu Qing took a deep look at Xiao Hua and continued, "Legend has it that the Tao sect fought with the Buddhist sect and Confucian cultivators for the Star Moon Palace. That was why the two sects joined forces and annihilated them. In short, this Star Moon Palace is a mysterious place. It is also a place of luck. Whoever can enter will be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter." Xiao Hua's expression was calm as he nodded lightly. "Yes. It doesn't matter if fellow immortal Xiao believes it or not. According to the records of our Star and Moon Palace, among the few who entered the Star and Moon Palace, there were indeed quite a number of people who were fated to reach the heavens, and became arrogant characters in the three continents." Zhu Qing did not try to persuade him, and only explained. Xiao Hua frowned. "What? How many times has Star Moon organized such operations?" "It's like this." Zhu Qing nodded. "My cultivation is not good enough, so I have not participated in these operations. Moreover, the appearance of the Star and Moon Palace does not have any pattern. Even the location is ever-changing. Even if I invite fellow immortal Xiao Hua now, I don't know when I can honor it. Of course, if fellow immortal Xiao Hua accepts the Star and Moon token and does not intend to go, Star Moon will not force you." Then is the screen in front of your star-picking tower used to select the candidates to enter the Star and Moon Palace? Xiao Hua did not continue the conversation, but chuckled and continued to ask. "Of course. The operations of our Bright Moon organization have all been carefully planned, and we have made many preparations beforehand. Compared to those aristocratic families and sects, we are worlds apart. Many cultivators who know the inside story want to follow our Star and Moon's operations. Our Star and Moon naturally have to carefully select the candidates." Zhu Qing said proudly. "This screen is one of the checkpoints of the selection. Only cultivators who have divine consciousness, primordial thought, divine eyes, or Buddhist consciousness that have a unique perception of the moon and the stars can enter the Star and Moon Palace and gain the favor of the Star and Moon Palace." Alright, Xiao Hua was speechless, and expressed a kind of surrender. What specific benefits can one get from entering the Star and Moon Palace? That's hard to say. Seeing that Xiao Hua had relented, Zhu Qing was somewhat happy, but he still shrugged and said helplessly, "Everyone's opportunities are different. There are Confucian cultivators who cultivate the heart of heaven and become literary stars, there are also demon kings who cultivate the heart of heaven and become great saints. Of course, there are also Taoist seniors who break through the void and ascend." "Ah, really?" Xiao Hua was a little shocked. "This Star and Moon Palace is too powerful. It's fake." Zhu Qing said resolutely. "These are all legends. There are only a few words in the records of our Star and Moon, but these cannot be taken seriously. It's true that only you can enter. Just like this Rainbow Bridge, if you want to participate in the auction in the Bright Moon Palace, you can't just listen to others. Only when you participate will you know the grand occasion inside." When Zhu Qing said this, the boat had already reached the Rainbow Bridge. Zhu Qing looked at the tricolored Rainbow Bridge in front of him, then looked at Xiao Hua as he spoke. Sigh, Xiao Hua sighed. Actually, This Xiao should have closed his ears long ago and not listened to Sir Zhu's advice. Sir Zhu's words have still moved this Xiao. Whether you are moved or not is fellow immortal Zhao's own matter, it has nothing to do with this Zhu. Forget it. The Bright Moon Palace doesn't seem to force others to participate, right? Xiao Hua asked tentatively. Even if this Xiao doesn't go, it's fine, right? Yes, that's for sure. Zhu Qing nodded. Because I don't believe that anyone can resist the temptation of the Star and Moon Palace. Xiao Hua stretched out his hand. I hope this Xiao is the first person who can resist the temptation. Maybe. Zhu Qing answered with a smile, then looked at Xiao Hua's outstretched hand and asked curiously, fellow immortal Xiao, why are you doing this? Don't you have any token? Naturally, there's no need for that. Zhu Qing waved his hand. When the Star and Moon Palace descends, all 3 continents will know. When the time comes, fellow immortal Xiao can go to any star-picking tower and just report your name. Naturally, there will be people specially assigned to arrange everything for you. That's strange. Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. Then your Star and Moon Palace, what benefits do you get? This one doesn't know. This one is only responsible for finding and selecting fellow immortal Xiao who is qualified to enter the Star and Moon Palace. Zhu Qing smiled lightly and raised his hand. Fellow immortal Xiao, the boat has reached the shore. Fellow immortal Xiao only needs to step onto the Rainbow Bridge, and the Star-Picking Tower's disciples will naturally receive Bright Moon Palace. Many thanks, Lord Zhu. Xiao Hua shook his Daoist robe and stepped onto the boat. Could it be that Lord Zhu doesn't want to go in with this one? Our guest has arrived. Our star-picking tower has its own way of entertaining guests. As for the host, he naturally has his own path to walk. Zhu Qing stretched out his hand and took out a star-patterned mask from his sleeve and handed it to Xiao Hua. Once you enter the Marquee Gate, you will be a passerby from now on. This one doesn't dare to travel with fellow immortal Xiao. Passerby Zhu, goodbye. Xiao Hua didn't put it on. He put his hand behind his back and stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge, his body and mind following the Rainbow Bridge as it flew towards the full moon. This Taoist is indeed somewhat interesting. Zhu Qing looked at Xiao Hua's confident and unrestrained back and said with a smile, if he changed into Confucian attire, he would definitely be a romantic youth. Immediately, starlight flashed around Zhu Qing's body and his figure disappeared again. Xiao Hua's figure rose up along with the Rainbow Bridge. He watched as the bright moon gradually grew bigger, finally transforming into a huge moon hall high up in the sky. The number of cultivators flying towards the moon gate had already decreased. Xiao Hua knew that he had arrived a bit late. He swept his divine sense around and discovered that he had actually been restricted. Immediately, he put the mask in his hand on his face. However, he felt a wave of coolness sweep over his body from top to bottom. A figure that was also covered in stardust appeared in front of the moon gate. This one's Xiao Yi greets Senior. Xiao Hua's figure had just stopped in front of the moon gate when a woman with a graceful figure walked out from the gate. She placed her hands on her waist and saluted. "And, this old man has come to participate in the auction. Little girl, lead the way." Xiao Hua opened his mouth and said. Unexpectedly, his voice was also somewhat different. It was impossible to tell that it was Xiao Hua's voice. That woman smiled apologetically and said, "Senior, please take out your star token. This one will arrange a place for you to go. Here." Xiao Hua extended his hand and handed over the star token that Zhu Qing gave him. "Oh. Senior is a distinguished guest of 3 Dawn. Please follow Xiao Yi." The woman looked at it and carefully returned the star token to Xiao Hua. Okay, Xiao Hua took the star token. Just as he was about to step into the moon gate, he heard another voice not far away. "This one's Xiao Yi greets Senior, oh." Xiao Hua was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, there was also another woman walking out from that place. She was bowing and saluting a figure covered in stardust next to him. "Senior, please." Xiao Yi seemed to know what Xiao Hua wanted to say. She smiled and said, "In this bright moon palace, all the disciples of Zhai Xing Lu are called Xiao Yi." "Huh, interesting." Xiao Hua smiled. "In Star Palace, all the disciples are numbered. In Bright Moon Palace, all the disciples are only given one name. This Zhai Xing Lu is really interesting." Xiao Yi didn't reply. She pursed her lips and smiled as she walked into the moon gate. The space inside the moon gate was extremely large. Above their heads were specks of starry sky and below their feet was solid ground. In the center of the space was an enormous vermilion palace. It was divided into 3 levels. In front of this palace, there was an enormous, perfectly straight osmanthus tree. "Senior, please." Xiao Yi raised her hand again. Xiao Hua gave a rough glance and followed Xiao Yi towards the vermilion palace. That palace looked very far away, but after walking for a few dozen steps, they arrived in front of the palace. The palace was simple and unadorned, but its specifications were elegant. Rather than calling it a palace, it was better to call it a large embroidered building. A kind of indescribable hidden bitterness seeped out from the vermilion palace. Even the 3 words, "Bright Moon Palace," on the door in the middle of the palace exuded endless loneliness. "Senior, please take out the star token and place it here." Xiao Yi extended her jade-like index finger and tapped on the door. A furry little white rabbit poked its head out from the door. Xiao Yi used her finger to point at the rabbit's 3-petaled mouth and smiled. Chapter 3268. Xiao Hua glanced at it with interest and placed the star tablet in his hand into the rabbit's mouth. Squeak squeak. The rabbit seemed to be crying out as it retracted its head. Creak. The vermilion door slowly opened, revealing a room of 1 zhang in size. When the rabbit retracted its head, Xiao Hua did not feel any fluctuation of magic power. It seemed to be completely a kind of mechanism technique. Seeing the door open, Xiao Yi bowed again and said, "Senior, please." Xiao Hua nodded and walked into the room. He saw that the room was very clean. Other than the door he came in from, there was only a window on the opposite side. Leaning against the window, there was a desk and a chair. On the desk, there were some 4 treasures of the study, a plate of spirit fruits, and a jade plate with a wine pot and a wine cup. "Senior, please sit." Xiao Yi walked to the side of the window and invited Xiao Hua to sit. She carefully picked up the wine pot and poured a cup of jade-like spirit wine. She smiled and said, "This is my Zhai Xing Lu's Yun Yi Ji. It can be considered a famous wine in Hidden Immortal Continent. Senior, please have a taste." "Forget it," Xiao Hua waved his hand, "this old man does not like spirit wine. You can have all these spirit wine. This old man will have a taste of these spirit fruits." "Hee, many thanks, Senior." Xiao Yi was very happy. Seeing Xiao Hua pick up a spirit fruit to taste, she put away the jade plate. Then, she walked to the front of the window and pushed her hand. The window also opened with a creak, buzz buzz. As the window opened, a burst of abnormal noise rushed in from outside the window. There was even a kind of slightly hot breath that entered. "Oh!" Xiao Hua was startled. He seemed to have not experienced this kind of noise in the secular world for a long time. Xiao Hua unconsciously stood up and looked outside the window. Xiao Yi looked at Xiao Hua very considerately. Although she could not see Xiao Hua's expression, Xiao Hua's sluggishness when he turned his head immediately aroused her vigilance. She hurriedly said, "Senior, if you feel that it is noisy, this servant will ban all the noise." "No need." Xiao Hua smiled and said,
since your Zhai Xing Lu has this kind of consideration, there must be someone who likes this kind of noise. This old man will also join in the fun. Yes, senior. If you feel that it's inappropriate, you can tell me immediately. Xiao Yi was very happy that she had met such a kind senior. She stood at the side with a smile. Xiao Hua walked to the window and stretched his head out to look. He saw that this was a huge space, and at the top of the space, there was a resplendent Milky Way across the sky. The starlight was not flashing in the Milky Way, but it was really like the mischievous eyes of a child, blinking from time to time. In the surroundings of this space, on the opposite side of Xiaohua, were rings of star veins that rippled like waves. Every place where the star veins dimmed should be a cultivator participating in the auction. This was because every starlight would more or less emit some sort of sound. There were even many places where the starlight lines were connected together, and there were also loud discussions. In the beginning, what Xiaohua didn't understand was that some of these star patterns were bright while others were dim. Furthermore, there were layers to them. It was as if the starlight around him was already extremely bright. However, in a short moment, Xiaohua already knew that the brightness of these star patterns should be related to the star veins. The area where the cultivator holding the one star veins was located should be a bit dimmer. If the cultivator holding the 3-star veins was like him, then shouldn't it be a bit brighter? Everything was beautiful, and compared to the star palace from before, it was even more enjoyable. However, in this misty illusion, there were some bald heads and white beards, that were especially eye-catching. Xiaohua looked for a moment and asked with a smile, "Are these Buddhist cultivators?" Xiao Yi glanced at them and nodded. "These are all monks from the temples near the Bronze Pillar State. There are also those old men wearing Confucian robes, they are also rotten Confucians from the Bronze Pillar State." "Oh. They came here, to participate in the auction. Why aren't they wearing masks?" Xiaohua was a bit surprised because these monks didn't seem to have a high cultivation. Those old men were even panting, they didn't seem like Confucian cultivators at all. He, Xiao Yi laughed, "Those monks naturally came to participate in the auction, but they only bid for the Buddhist sect's relics, ignoring all cultivation techniques and Buddhist artifacts, so they don't need to hide anything. As for those rotten Confucians, they are purely here to cause trouble, since they aren't here to participate in the auction, they don't need to hide their true faces, right?" "Oh. Cause trouble?" Xiaohua asked curiously. "They don't even have the strength to truss up a chicken, what kind of trouble can they cause?" "Senior will know in a while." Xiao Yi actually kept him in suspense, pursing her lips and smiling. "Senior, take a look. Aside from you and the other seniors holding the 3-star veins who have their own rooms, the others don't have rooms and are sitting together with the others. There are so many people, even if some of them are unwilling to wear masks, they still wear them for the beautiful scenery of the Bright Moon Palace. But these people are really annoying, adding so many bald white flies to the beautiful scenery of the Milky Way." Cough cough. Xiaohua coughed and said unhappily, "Everyone has their own ideas, and they are also abiding by the rules of Zhai Xing Lu. As for whether they wear masks or not, that is their own business. These Buddhist sect's great masters are merciful and have come here to welcome the Buddhist sect's disciples' relics back to the sect. How can you casually insult them? Even these elders, they may have some thoughts of causing trouble, but they are old enough to be your grandfather. Don't you feel guilty for being so eloquent?" When Xiao Yi heard this, her expression changed rapidly. Perhaps she didn't have so many filthy thoughts in her heart, so she followed Xiaohua's words and even had the intention to curry favor with him. But she didn't expect that she would end up making a fool of herself. With a plop, without waiting for Xiaohua to say a second word, Xiao Yi knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Senior, it's all Xiao Yi's fault, please forgive me." "Ah, get up." Xiaohua hurriedly helped Xiao Yi up with a flick of his sleeve and sighed, "Don't think too much, this old man doesn't have any other intentions. I just feel that you should have more awareness of respecting your elders."
You have no reason to lose your moral integrity in order to curry favor with honored guests. Yes, this servant also didn't want to, but this servant is only a disciple who attends to honored guests. Xiao Yi lowered her head and replied with some hidden bitterness. Don't say any more. Xiao Hua said with a smile, tell this old man, what is a pedantic scholar? A pedantic scholar is naturally a pedantic Confucian scholar. Xiao Yi blinked her eyes. Although she was very curious, she didn't dare to ask too much. She answered obediently, it's those bookworms. They only know how to read, they are inflexible and ignorant of worldly affairs. So they are called pedantic scholars. Are these white-bearded elders all bookworms? Xiao Hua naturally knew the meaning of being ignorant of worldly affairs, but he didn't expect that these bookworms would have such an elegant name. Xiao Yi's heart became lively again as she said with a smile, actually, simple bookworms can't be considered pedantic scholars. Sometimes, Zhai Xing Lu will also have some bookworm scholars. They are quite cute, but most of them don't know worldly affairs, that's why they are ignorant of worldly affairs. On the other hand, these old, pedantic scholars are really pedantic. They only know how to use the dogmas in the books to apply to people. They are simply stuck to the rules. Look, this is not good, that is also not good. They also say that our Zhai Xing Lu's female disciples should kneel and serve them. They also say that women without talent are virtuous. Zhai Xing Lu shouldn't have female disciples at all. Other than marrying and having children, women have no other merits. Ha ha ha, this old man understands, Xiao Hua laughed, finally understanding why Xiao Yi was so disdainful of these so-called pedantic scholars. This old man has wronged you just now. This person's words are indeed very annoying. That's right. Xiao Yi also beamed with joy, looking at your appearance, you are not a pedantic scholar. Sweat, this old man wants to be a pedantic scholar. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it's a pity that this old man hasn't read a lot of poetry and books, and also doesn't have that kind of scholarly wisdom. Even if I want to apply dogmas to people, I can't. Hee hee, if you are like those pedantic scholars who read books, you will have read all the books into a dog's stomach. At this point, Xiao Yi was shocked again, knowing that she had said something wrong. She stole a glance at Xiao Hua, but she couldn't see his expression clearly, so she covered it up and said, on the other hand, the famous great scholars, although they are well-read and can write poems that can shock the wind and rain, and make ghosts and gods weep, they also won't take advantage of their seniority. Dong. Just as Xiao Yi was afraid that Xiao Hua would get angry and was trying her best to remedy the situation, she heard a clear bell ring outside the window. Not only did this voice cover up all the other noises in an instant, it even swept away the heat that filled the entire space. Senior, the auction has begun. If you have anything you want to bid, feel free to tell this servant. Xiao Yi breathed a sigh of relief and said hurriedly. Xiao Hua had participated in many auction gatherings, but when had he ever received such treatment? He didn't need to know how to bid, he only needed to tell Xiao Yi, and it would be easy. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said with a smile, then I will have to trouble Miss Xiao Yi. I don't dare. Xiao Hua's seemingly ordinary words made Xiao Yi's tense heartstrings immediately relax. Xiao Hua didn't pay attention to it. He only looked outside the window and saw that in the center of the space, a burst of star patterns flashed, and a fist-sized brilliance appeared out of thin air. It was just that this brilliance was too dazzling, just like a heartbeat, it was dazzling to Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua looked carefully again, the brilliance had already turned into 3 balls of light, and they were rapidly expanding. In just a moment, they had already turned into 3 balls of light of different shapes and colors. Hua! The sound of huge waves suddenly filled the entire space, and 3 water-blue brilliances appeared from the edges of the 3 balls of light, like a huge wave, rushed to the center, which was where the brilliance had appeared. On the tip of the wave, the boat that everyone was sitting on previously floated out of the water. A handsome scholar holding a folding fan stood on the boat with a serene expression.
Chapter 3269. After the scholar appeared, the water quickly retreated and turned into a strangely shaped pool of blue water that surrounded the three different colored balls of light. At first, Xiaohua was astonished by the appearance of these balls of light. He didn't know what these balls of light meant, but when the waves of water appeared, and turned into a water blue color that separated the three balls of light, he immediately had a sliver of understanding. Wasn't this the appearance of the three continents? Weren't these water streams the four seas? However, Xiaohua was somewhat baffled. The Dawn Rain continent was incomparably huge and no one knew its shape. Why did the people of the three continents know? Could it be that the cultivators of the three continents had a higher cultivation level than the Dawn Rain continent? With these thoughts, Xiaohua's attention was clearly different from others. He stared closely at the edges of these balls of light. Unfortunately, the edges of these balls of light were abnormally blurry. If they were the boundaries of the three continents, wouldn't that be too deceptive? Fellow immortals, seniors, good evening. The scholar stood at the bow of the boat and gently opened the folding fan in his hand. He slightly shook it and cupped his fists towards the surrounding people. This one's surname is Yu and given name is Xian. My courtesy name is Lin Feng. Today, my star-plucking pavilion's Bright Moon Palace's auction will be hosted by this one. Oh, I forgot. Although this one can't see you all, this one can't be talking to myself in this sea of stars, right? And, fortunately, there are a few Buddhist masters and my Confucian seniors accompanying me. As he spoke, Yu Linfeng stomped his foot. The boat beneath his feet instantly shattered, turning into thousands of fragments that scattered in all directions. Pa, pa, pa. The sound of rain hitting banana leaves rang out. The star patterns from before all shattered, revealing the human figures that sat around the Bright Moon Palace. They were condensed from stardust. Xiaohua slightly poked his head out and saw that the entire Bright Moon Palace seemed to be in a spiral shape. Those spiral stripes were where the cultivators were sitting, and Xiaohua and the others were sitting on the highest floor. The room on the highest floor was also affected, revealing the appearance of a window in space. However, everything inside the window couldn't be seen clearly. Although this one can't see the faces of fellow immortals, this way, I can always feel that someone is listening and watching. It's much better than playing the lute to a cow. Yu Linfeng's voice was very exaggerated. It sounded humorous, and many people actually laughed. Yu Linfeng circled around Bright Moon Palace again and said, originally, this auction was the same as the previous ones. I wanted to see if there were any familiar immortal friends. If there were many familiar immortal friends, I wouldn't have to waste my breath explaining the rules of the auction. But everyone is still hugging the pipa and covering half of their faces. Oh, the masters don't count. Boom. Some people roared with laughter again. Therefore, I have no choice but to explain the rules of the auction once again. Fellow Taoists who have already heard it can cover their ears. Yu Linfeng said from below. Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as he looked at the three balls of light. He didn't listen carefully. Now that he had little E by his side to serve him, he could just tell her if he wanted to bid on something. Why would he need to listen to the rules for no reason? Presumably, the cultivators on the same floor as him with the 3 Dawn Star plate wouldn't listen carefully. Little E, Xiaohua suddenly asked, in this room, no matter what this old man says, you have to listen, right? When Little E heard this, a trace of panic appeared on her face. She slightly clenched her teeth and said, no, that's right. Senior's words, this servant has to listen. And, then let this old man ask you. The tricolored brilliance under Yu Linfeng's feet should be the shape of the 3 continents, right? Xiaohua didn't notice Little E's strange behavior and only asked indifferently. Little E was stunned and hurriedly replied, yes, that's right. These are the 3 continents and 4 seas. Then that's strange. Xiaohua muttered and probed, according to this old man's knowledge, these 3 continents don't have an end.
Where did this shape come from? Xiao Hua was naturally confused. If Little E said that he was wrong, he would definitely make Little E listen to his orders and not tell anyone about this. Unfortunately, Little E laughed again and said, "Of course. This is my Zhai Xing Lu's gimmick. Take a look, the edges are very blurry and there's also a blue brilliance. Just treat it as the 4 seas enveloping these continents. As for the end, only ghosts know." At this point, Little E hurriedly stuck out her tongue and said with a smile, "This servant said the wrong thing again. Today is the Hungry Ghost Festival, the night of 100 ghosts. This servant can't mention them." He, Xiao Hua laughed. Just as he was about to look at Yulin Feng, a light suddenly flashed in his mind. He secretly said in his heart, "Io, how could I forget about this matter?" Immediately after, Xiao Hua pointed at the 3 continents diagram and said with a smile, "If this old man goes from hidden immortal continent to Western Paradise, is there any transportation array?" Transportation array? Little E stared blankly for a moment, confusion appearing on her face. "Senior? What's a transportation array?" "Oh no." Xiao Hua's heart quivered again. He secretly said, "Could it be that the 3 continents don't have transportation arrays? Or perhaps it's called something else?" "Oh, it said that in ancient times, when Taoism was prosperous, there was a kind of array that connected 2 extremely far places. For example, one was Zhai Xing Lu in Bronze Pillar Country and the other was Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country. Entering the transportation array of Bronze Pillar Country's Zhai Xing Lu would bring you to Zhai Xing Lu in Shi Country." Xiao Hua thought for a moment and explained. Little E shook her head blankly. This servant's knowledge is shallow and has never heard of the transportation array that Senior is talking about. And this servant has never walked out of Yuzhou. Perhaps there are other transportation arrays that Senior is talking about. How about, this servant help Senior ask? "No need." Xiao Hua faintly said, "You can't reveal anything that this old man has said here." "Yes, this servant understands." Little E hurriedly replied. This request was really simple. Zhai Xing Lu originally asked them to keep their mouths shut. Even Zhai Xing Lu itself never asked about the movements of these distinguished guests. After getting the answer that he didn't want, Xiao Hua's heart was in a mess. Previously, when he heard Xiao Jian say that to go to Western Paradise, one had to take a boat across the East Sea, Xiao Hua didn't care. He thought that Xiao Jian didn't know about transportation arrays, but now, after hearing Little E's words, he was afraid that the 3 continents really didn't have transportation arrays. The problem was, without transportation arrays, the cultivators of the 3 continents would go to very far places. How could they arrive quickly? Did they all fly over? Even if it was as fast as lightning evasion, then, it would still take a long time to fly a distance of 1,000,000 li. Oh, right, Master Qing Chen's Rainbow Yuan, Chu Muhuan's Flying Crane. Xiao Hua suddenly realized, and young Master Duanmu's Golden Carriage. Confucian cultivators and Buddhist cultivators don't use transportation arrays. Instead, they use these flying magic tools and flying spirit beasts. Little E, Xiao Hua muttered again and said, "At the auction, are there flying magic tools?" Senior should be talking about flying magic tools, right? Little E probed. Xiao Hua slightly nodded and replied. "Of course there are. And there are quite a few of them." Little E said with a smile, "Senior should know that the word magic in magic tool originally meant to control. It said that in the earliest days, magic tools were all called magic tools. Only magic tools used for flying were called magic tools. But later, there were too many magic tools. Furthermore, magic tools and magic chi weren't easy to distinguish, so magic tools were all called magic tools." This old man knows. Xiao Hua made up the numbers and waved his hand, saying, "This old man is just a bit puzzled. The legendary transportation arrays are very convenient, so why were they lost?" This.
Little E said awkwardly, with this servant's knowledge, I'm afraid I can't answer Senior. However, this servant seemed to have served a great Confucian a few years ago. Although he didn't mention transportation arrays, he once said that reading 10,000 books is not as good as walking 1,000 li. Confucian cultivators can only learn more by walking more. Moreover, one can't travel 1,000 li without accumulating one step. Only by advancing step by step can one understand the difficulty of each step. In his opinion, not only can you not have a magic tool for flying, you also can't have a flying demon pet. Where you want to go, you can only rely on your own ability. Sweat. Xiaohua said with a bitter smile, Little E, are you sure this great Confucian isn't a rotten Confucian? Sometimes, it's impossible to travel extremely far in a short time just by relying on one person's flight. Senior, please don't laugh. This servant is just relaying what this servant has seen and heard. It may be a bit contrary to what this great Confucian said. Little E hurriedly smiled, that old man is a famous great Confucian in Yu province. He can't be wrong. He he. Xiaohua nodded slightly and said with a smile, let this old man ask you, do you know who flies the fastest in the 3 continents? He he. Little E blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, Senior has asked the right person. Last time, it was also an old senior who asked this servant. This servant originally thought it was a cultivator of my human race. Who knew that Senior told this servant that my human race's physical body is not good, unable to resist the pressure of space. Flying speed is limited. What is the fastest flying golden-winged great peng? It is said that with a flap of its wings, it can travel 90,000 li. Good heavens, it disappeared in an instant. Senior, is this servant right? It's really not bad. Xiaohua nodded with a bit of astonishment, I didn't expect you to know so much. That's. Little E stuck out her chest and said with some pride, although this servant's cultivation is shallow, and I have never traveled far. However, after serving many elites of the human race like Senior, I naturally know a lot of things. Little E's flattery was really not obvious, making Xiaohua feel comfortable listening to it. While they were talking, Yu Linfeng outside the window seemed to have finished speaking. With a wave of his folding fan, there were already some green-clothed youths holding red lacquered plates coming up one after another. However, seeing the green-clothed youths appearing one after another, the scene was a bit cold and cheerless. There weren't too many people bidding. It seemed like these were all ordinary things. Although Xiaohua was chatting with Little E, he was actually listening attentively. He knew that the things that were ordinary to the cultivators of the hidden immortal continent were not the same to him. Chapter 3270. Unfortunately, in any auction, whether it was hidden immortal continent or dawn rain continent, there would always be a gimmick of throwing a brick to attract jade. Following Yu Linfeng's shout, if it wasn't some spirit herbs, some spirit fruits, and even some materials for refining tools. Even the 4 treasures of the study didn't appear. Although these spirit herbs were rare, no matter how Xiaohua looked at it, he felt that these things were only used to arouse the crowd's emotions. Little friend Yu. A voice rang out like a golden bell. This isn't the first time this old man has come to Zhai Xinglu. I've also participated in this auction 3 times. Why is the beginning of each auction so boring? These are all the trash your Zhai Xinglu threw at you. If you want, you can leave them in the first Heaven Star Palace. If we need them, we can go and buy them. Every time you take them out to show off, the price is so high. Who would want them? Haha, Yu Linfeng laughed and waved his hand. This immortal friend is right. These things are indeed leftovers from the previous auctions. But how can my Zhai Xinglu be so stingy as you say? As the saying goes, the auction is made of iron, and the bidders flow like water. The immortal friends in this auction are naturally different from the previous ones.
These immortal friends naturally don't know about the good things from the previous auctions. In order to not let these immortal friends miss out, my Zhai Xing Lu has no choice but to take out these things for you to see. However, immortal friends, don't worry. There are still a few slightly rare items. After bidding, you can see the newest item in this auction. Quick, quick, quick. A group of people began to clamor. Next is. Yu Linfeng stretched out his voice and laughed loudly. Last time, a few female cultivators didn't come and bid, the beauty-preserving pill. Oh. That's great. Immediately, a few high-pitched female voices rang out from all around. Immortal friend Yu, why didn't you take out such a good thing earlier? I've been waiting for a long time. As they spoke, a young girl dressed in palace attire suddenly appeared in mid-air and leisurely walked to Yu Linfeng's side. With every step she took, there was an osmanthus flower. When the girl walked past, the osmanthus flowers turned into petals and fell from the sky. It looked very beautiful. The woman was holding a green lacquer plate in her hand, and on top of it was a budding flower. Yu Linfeng pointed with his finger and the flower flashed with brilliance. Layer by layer, it bloomed and a green pellet flew out from the flower. This is the famous beauty-retaining pill, Yu Linfeng said loudly. I don't need to explain the specific effects. As long as a pretty female cultivator takes this pill, they will be able to maintain the same appearance as when they took the beauty-retaining pill for the rest of their lives. They will not age for the rest of their lives. Woo! Another round of female cultivators cried out in alarm. Heh, isn't this Dawn Rain Continent's ageless pill? Xiaohua smiles, looks like, no matter what world it is, a woman's face and beauty will always be number one. It's just that. I don't know if there are many beauty-retaining pills in the hidden immortal continent, and how many spirit stones can one beauty-retaining pill be exchanged for. The price of this beauty-preserving pill is 50 mid-grade primordial stones. Every increment is 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Ladies and gentlemen, please bid. After Yu Linfeng finished speaking, someone immediately shouted, I offer 80 mid-grade primordial stones. I offer 100 mid-grade primordial stones. The other female cultivators naturally did not hesitate to raise the price. In a short moment, the price had already reached 5 high-grade primordial stones. At this time, the surrounding female cultivators who were bidding suddenly became silent. The previous rising and falling bids had already disappeared. There were only 3 female cultivators bidding for 10 mid-grade primordial stones. Oh no! Xiaohua smiled bitterly, looks like beauty-retaining grass is not very rare in the hidden immortal continent. Even the beauty-retaining pill that can retain one's appearance has fallen. If this was the Dawn Rain continent, I don't know how many top-grade spirit stones it would cost. Although there was a huge advantage to be taken, Xiaohua himself knew how to refine beauty-retaining pill. There was no reason for him to snatch these beauty-retaining pills from other female cultivators. Therefore, after a few more bids, a female cultivator finally bid for this beauty-retaining pill with 8 high-grade primordial stones. Following that, there were 2 more beauty-retaining pills. However, the price also fluctuated around 8 high-grade primordial stones. There was no special change. Next is the first-grade rejuvenation pill. Yu Linfeng waved his hand. That cyan-colored pill fell into the flower bud. The woman in palace attire used a lacquer plate to hold that flower bud-shaped thing and slowly walked away. When she disappeared in midair, Yu Linfeng spoke again. After taking this first-grade rejuvenation pill, you can return to your appearance from 10 years ago. Yu Linfeng introduced, although it can't compare to the 9th-grade rejuvenation pill that can completely restore one's youthful beauty, it is still much better than the beauty-retaining pill. Following Yu Linfeng's words, another woman in palace attire walked in front of Yu Linfeng. Her hand was still holding a lacquer plate. However, this time, it had already changed into a light green color. I want to remind you all that this first-grade rejuvenation pill can only be taken once. It cannot be taken more than once. As for the specific drawbacks, I don't need to say anymore. Yu Linfeng chuckled and said, fellow immortal who wants to regain their youth, don't daydream. Ha ha ha. A few people couldn't help but laugh. It was as if they could see a white-bearded cultivator taking a few rejuvenation pills and immediately turning into a baby. After the laughter, Yu Linfeng spoke again, this rejuvenation pill has the same starting price as the beauty-retaining pill. However, each increment is 20 mid-grade primordial stones. Fellow immortals, please bid. 100 mid-grade spirit stones. A group of female cultivators began to bid. Even a few male cultivators' voices appeared. Contrary to Xiao Hua's expectations, this rejuvenation pill was also quickly sold out. Moreover, the price wasn't very high. In the end, it was only 2 more primordial stones than the previous beauty-retaining pill. It was a successful bid for 10 high-grade primordial stones. This was great. Xiao Hua, who originally wanted to rely on the rejuvenation pill to make a fortune, was disheartened by this reality. AI, that's right. Returning to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference between this and the beauty-retaining pill? Even if an old woman returns to her appearance from 10 years ago, what's the difference? 2 high-grade primordial stones, is still considered a lot. That's right, Xiao Yi. Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, how many years can a 9th grade rejuvenation pill restore one's appearance? Senior knows. It can restore one's appearance from 100 years ago, and it won't change for the rest of one's life. Xiao Yi said in a low voice. Oh, Xiao Hua nodded, then, a 1st grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously. Then a 1st grade and 9th grade rejuvenation pill can't be taken continuously either. Exactly. Xiao Yi said with a smile, my Zhai Xing Lu hasn't bid on a 9th grade rejuvenation pill for a long time. If Senior wants to take this kind of elixir, it's best to wait. Xiao Hua smiled, is there no elixir in this world that can directly restore one's appearance to one's youth? Is Senior testing this servant again? Xiao Yi pursed her lips and smiled, isn't the immortal elixir from the immortal palace empress? Moreover, this servant also heard that the Dipankara Buddha in the Western Paradise also has elixirs that can restore one's youth. These aren't things that I can reach. Xiao Hua pretended to sigh, I just don't know how much a 9th grade rejuvenation pill costs recently. It seems to be 100 pieces of supreme grade primordial stones. Xiao Yi replied solemnly, this kind of rare elixir is really rare, this servant remembers it very clearly. Sigh, only 100 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones. Why is it so little? Xiao Hua listened very dejectedly, and he thought of Qian Diheng who was far away in the Dawn Rain continent for no reason, it's still more convenient to bid for the rejuvenation pill in the Sky Patrol City. Damn it, Qian Diheng, this guy took a huge advantage of this Xiao. I don't know how many spirit stones I earned from the rejuvenation pill in the end, but this guy doesn't know what to do with these spirit stones. Give them to Mistress and the rest? Or keep them for this Xiao? Sigh, presumably, with his high standards, he might not take a fancy to the myriad Thunder Valley. Even if he did give some of those spirit stones, I'm afraid it won't be too much. If this Xiao can return, these spirit stones will definitely be this Xiao's. This guy's character is still trustworthy. But if this Xiao can't return, these spirit stones will be too cheap for this guy. In just a few thoughts, Xiao Hua actually sighed twice, and a kind of deep homesickness involuntarily overflowed in his heart. Seeing that Xiao Hua didn't say anything after asking a few questions, Xiao Yi also didn't dare to say more. She stole a glance at Xiao Hua, not knowing whether he would bid or not. Below, Yu Linfeng didn't give Xiao Hua a chance to hesitate, and in a moment, another 2 first-grade rejuvenation pills were sold. Okay, there's one last one. Yu Linfeng seemed to be relieved, and said, it's the thunder-amplifying wood that failed in the previous auction. Last time, the starting price was 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and no one bid. This time, the starting price has dropped to 8 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones, and each increase is 1 piece of supreme-grade primordial stone. Which immortal friend is bidding? 10 pieces of supreme-grade primordial stones. Damn it, it's the same price as a first-grade rejuvenation pill. Hearing this, Xiaohua unconsciously became interested, and pulled his thoughts away from his homesickness. This thunder-amplifying wood has the word thunder in it, I wonder what use it has. How come, no immortal friend is bidding? Seeing the cold silence of the scene, Yu Linfeng bitterly smiled, but he still shouted with all his might, and with a wave of his hand, a dark yellow thunderbolt streaked across the sky, and appeared in front of him. It was a 1-foot-long branch, and the branch emitted a dark gold color. In the center of the branch, there was a section that was charred black, as if it had been burned by fire. There were very few branches on this branch, and there were only 2 at one end of the branch. In the charred area, there were 2 protruding branches. Looking from afar, this branch was somewhat twisted, and unexpectedly looked like a horned dragon. Fellow immortal friends, don't think that this thunder-amplifying wood has already been struck by lightning once, and can't be used again. Yu Linfeng said, after my Zhai Xing Lu's appraisal, this thunder-amplifying wood is basically intact. Not to mention being able to withstand 1 lightning strike, even 3 lightning strikes, are not a problem. Chapter 3271. Alas, fellow immortal you, although this item has the benefits you mentioned, it can only withstand the lightning. However, the thunder-amplifying wood can only block the golden thunder of Gengxin. Even the golden thunder of Xinyu is not strong enough to block it. The other types of fire lightning, and earth lightning cannot block it. Instead of bidding for this item, why don't we find a great craftsman to forge a few imperial equipment that can block the heavenly thunder? Who do you think would do such a stupid thing? I've participated in 3 auctions in a row. Fellow immortal, you've already taken out this item the last 2 times, but no one bid for it. Fellow immortal, you should save your time and let us see what kind of surprises you'll bring out next. A voice rang out, seemingly very familiar with the thunder amplification wood. Yu Linfeng smiled and said, this fellow immortal is right. My Zhai Xing Lu naturally knows this as well. However, this lightning is a natural spiritual item of our 3 continents. It is different from those imperial tools that can withstand the heavenly lightning. Although the imperial equipment of a great artifact master was powerful, it was able to block the lightning power and lightning chi of the lightning tribulation. Only a natural spiritual item could block the lightning power and leave the lightning chi behind. If any immortal friend were to rely on this item to pass through the lightning tribulation, the benefits obtained would far surpass that of a normal imperial equipment. My Zhai Xing Lu wants to leave this natural spiritual item for the fellow immortal who needs to withstand the golden lightning. Forget it, it's your Zhai Xing Lu's business anyway. This old man will be patient. That cultivator sighed, clearly too lazy to explain. Golden lightning? Wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning? Xiaohua, who was in the room, was bewildered. Seeing that Yu Linfeng was bluffing again, he turned his head and asked, Xiao Yi, this old man wants to ask you, other than these wood lightning, fire lightning, and earth lightning, what other heavenly lightning are there? This. Xiao Yi clenched her teeth, her face a bit red. She smiled and said, this time, this servant has been tested by Senior. This servant has only heard of heavenly lightning and earthly lightning. That Senior just now seemed to have said heavenly 5 elemental lightning. Xinyu golden lightning should be earthly 5 elemental lightning, not bad. Xiao Hua's face should be even redder than Xiao Yi's. Fortunately, his skin was also thick for 200 years. He only chuckled and looked out of the window again, secretly wondering if he should bid or not. 7 high-grade primal stones, a dim figure behind Yu Linfeng shouted. Yu Linfeng's face lit up. He turned to the cultivator who finally made a bid and smiled. Immortal friend really knows how to do business. This thunder amplification wood has a base price of 8 high-grade origin stones. You're only willing to pay 7. You're really making things difficult for me. This item doesn't have much use for this old man. It's just a preparation. If fellow immortal you doesn't think it's suitable, then forget about it. That person played it down. It sounded like he didn't care about this item at all. Yu Linfeng thought for a moment and said with a smile, the auction hasn't really started yet, but this rare thunder amplification wood is already breaking the reserve price. I can't make the decision. Fellow immortal, please wait a moment. This old man offers 8 high-grade primal stones. Suddenly, a voice came from the third-floor pavilion opposite Xiaohua. Fellow immortal you doesn't need to ask for permission. Heh, that's great. This old man thanks senior. Yu Linfeng was even more happy. He cupped his hands and smiled. Then, he asked the cultivator downstairs, fellow immortal, can you increase the price? If you don't, then this item will be this senior's. That person didn't make a sound. It was unknown whether he was thinking or had already given up. Oh, is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? If not, then this item will be this senior's. Yu Linfeng raised his voice. 9 high-grade primal stones. It was still the same voice, but this time, it was filled with helplessness. Xiaohua laughed from upstairs. This guy really wants it. But it seems like he doesn't have too many primal stones in his small Qinquan pouch, so he's playing hard to get. Unfortunately, there's also a rich and overbearing person waiting on the 3rd floor. Damn it, isn't this the legendary waiting for rabbits by a tree stump? 10. Sure enough, the rich and overbearing person on the 3rd floor didn't care at all. At this point, the cultivator who just bid couldn't hide his intentions anymore. He could only follow suit. Not long after, the price of the thunder amplification would reached 40 high-grade primal stones. Boom! All of a sudden, the entire Bright Moon Palace was in an uproar. The previously cold and cheerless atmosphere was swept away by the lack of bids. Everyone understood that no matter if it was the rich and overbearing person upstairs or the person downstairs who made the first bid, both of them were determined to get the thunder amplification wood. After all, this thunder amplification wood's use was very targeted. Since these two people both needed this item, then they both needed this item to resist the golden lightning. Since they had already encountered this item, who would let it go? 40 high-grade primal stones, It was more than 5 times the starting price. It was far beyond everyone's expectations, and even more so, far beyond Yu Linfeng's expectations. Fellow immortal, do you still want to increase the price? If not, then this item is this senior's. Yu Linfeng shouted excitedly, as if he represented the mood of all the cultivators in the Bright Moon Palace. Senior. The person downstairs stood up and bowed. You're upstairs, Junior is downstairs. Junior knows that I can't compare to Senior's primal stones. In fact, when Senior started bidding, Junior should have tactfully withdrawn. However, Junior urgently needs this item. This item is related to the life of Junior's close relatives. Senior, please be lenient. After the auction, Junior will return to the 3rd floor to pay a visit to Senior. In the future, Junior will remember Senior's name and be deeply grateful to Senior. Fellow immortal, do you still want to bid? Yu Linfeng said sympathetically. I also sympathize with your situation. However, a auction is a auction. Fellow immortal, please bid. Of course, this senior didn't say it out loud. Perhaps he also has an urgent matter, so he bid like this. There is only one thunder amplification wood here. There must be a place for it to fall. 41. That cultivator raised the price in a low voice. 42. The cultivator upstairs didn't hesitate at all. He immediately added another primal stone, as if he didn't care about the cultivator's words at all. Hee. Xiao Hua felt like he was going to sit on top of the mountain and watch the tigers fight. These two are both cunning old foxes. One is retreating in order to advance. He actually started with 7 primal stones. The other is pressing on step by step, not giving in at all. The cultivator downstairs actually used the life of his close relatives as an excuse. Even I, Xiao Hua, have some doubts, not to mention that he really needs this thunder amplification wood. 43. While Xiao Hua was pondering, everyone was surprised. The price of the thunder amplification would actually reached 50 primal stones. Of course, contrary to everyone's expectations, this 50 primal stones wasn't called by the person upstairs. Rather, it was the cultivator downstairs who directly increased the price from 46 primal stones to 50 primal stones. It was very obvious that the cultivator downstairs only had 50 high-grade primal stones. After the cultivator downstairs finished calling out 50 primal stones, he said with a somewhat mournful tone, "Senior, please understand. This is all I have." Perhaps Senior feels that Junior's reason is somewhat laughable, but Junior has taken out all the primal stones I have on me to show my sincerity. "Senior, please forgive me." This was already the second time the cultivator downstairs opened his mouth to beg for mercy. If Xiao Hua still had some doubts the first time, this second time, Xiao Hua still believed him. He couldn't help but sigh lightly, alas, this poor child. If it was me, I would definitely let him go. He, Xiaoyi pursed her lips and laughed from the side, "Senior is indeed soft-hearted, just like what I thought. To be able to serve you, this time, I can be considered lucky. However, you're somewhat mistaken. These words I've heard a lot in the Bright Moon Palace. This isn't even considered much. There are even more crafty and scoundrel methods that you haven't seen before. In a while, you can take a look. I'll point them out one by one for you." Alas. Xiao Hua understood and slightly shook his head, "The wolf is coming, the wolf is coming. If you speak too many lies, who can still distinguish which is a lie and which is the truth?" However, this old man still believes that this person only has 50 pieces. Speaking until here, Xiao Hua suddenly stared blankly and suddenly had a kind of realization in his heart. What I gave to that Fujiwen, wasn't it just 50 high-grade primordial stones? It can't be so coincidental, this person can't be Fujiwen, right? That's right. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua also thought of what Fujiwen said at that time, that he brought his humble wife to thank Xiao Hua. Just now, the person that this person spoke of, wasn't that his wife? 60 high-grade primordial stones. The senior on the 3rd floor opposite Xiao Hua still spoke indifferently. Obviously, he had the same idea as Xiao Yi. Alas, with a long sigh, the person downstairs said mournfully, "This junior knows that no one will believe what I say, but this is this junior's last chance. This junior still wants to ask senior to be lenient." Rip. With a faint sound like silk tearing, among the many stardust figures, a pale-faced young master in embroidered clothes revealed his true appearance. Ha! Seeing the face of this young master in embroidered clothes, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. Wasn't this the Fujiwen that he suspected a moment ago? It seems that this Fujiwen's last sentence wasn't said to others, but to himself. He hoped that if he was in this Bright Moon Palace, he could help him. Fellow immortal. Yu Linfeng smiled bitterly and said, "If you want to ask this senior to be lenient, no matter what, you have to add a primordial stone. No matter what you say, this senior can't give you a piece of amplifying thunder wood for free." At this moment, the entire Bright Moon Palace was very noisy. Almost everyone was discussing, whether this Fujiwen was speaking the truth or guessing the identity of the senior on the 3rd floor. Almost all of Yu Linfeng's words were suppressed. Looking at Fujiwen's dejected appearance, Yu Linfeng finally opened his mouth and said, "Fellow immortal, I'm very sorry to say this to you, but this is your last chance. If you don't increase the price, this amplifying thunder wood will be this senior's." Fellow immortal you, how many primordial stones is my life worth? Fu Jiwen raised his head, his face was pale, but his eyes were like stars. Chapter 3272. Yu Linfeng seems to have seen Fu Jiwen's situation many times. He smiles faintly and says, "Your life is worth countless top-grade primeval stones. My Zhai Xing Lu can't afford it." He, senior, look, he's starting to act like a scoundrel. Upstairs, Xiao Yi purses her lips and laughs. Xiao Hua doesn't laugh. He asks faintly, "How do I bid?" "Oh. Senior." Xiao Yi is stunned. She looks at Xiao Hua in disbelief and says anxiously, "Senior, this is. You tell me how to bid." Xiao Hua says in a deep voice. "Oh. Senior, you only need to say the word." Xiao Yi comes back to her senses and says anxiously, "Leave the future matters to me." Alright, at this moment, Yu Linfeng seems to have lost the patience to pretend. He looks at Fu Jiwen and says, "This thunder-amplifying wood, one top-grade primeval stone." Xiao Hua's voice isn't loud, but it's abnormally clear. It's like a huge rock is thrown into a deep pool. However, when the rock enters the water, it's quiet. It seems that everyone has shut up. No one dares to believe their own ears. Even the experienced and knowledgeable Yu Linfeng, who has encountered many unforeseen events, is stunned for a moment. Then he says with ecstasy, this senior bids one top-grade primeval stone. This is the first item in this auction to bid more than one top-grade primeval stone. Boom. At this moment, the shockwave of the huge rock falling into the water raises the heavenly abode. The entire Bright Moon Palace is boiling like never before. A single thunder-amplifying wood, after two failed bids, this time it appears, it immediately causes such a huge commotion. It's actually bid for one top-grade primeval stone. One top-grade primeval stone. Xiao Hua exchanged so many broken artifacts for only 10 top-grade primeval stones. This thunder-amplifying wood that no one paid attention to before actually bid for one top-grade primeval stone. Previously, they thought that 60 top-grade primeval stones was already high enough. However, they didn't think that, there's no higher price, only higher. Because this is a battle between two rich and overbearing people on the third floor, and this is only the beginning of their first confrontation. While Bright Moon Palace was seething with excitement, Xiao Hua's balcony had instead calmed down, as if there wasn't the intense reaction that everyone had expected. After half a cup of tea's time, when the atmosphere in the entire Bright Moon Palace had calmed down a little, Yu Linfeng took a deep breath and slowly flew up. When he was level with Xiao Hua and the others, he bowed and said, "Seniors, although the thunder-amplifying wood is not bad, our Zhai Xing Lu has prepared many good things for you later." If it wasn't necessary for any of the seniors to do so, they wouldn't have bothered to make a fuss over it. This junior asks the two seniors to calm down a little. "No need." The cultivator opposite Xiao Hua said indifferently, "This old man will add 10 high-grade primordial stones. 2 top-grade origin stones." Xiao Hua was even more aggressive. He didn't allow Yu Linfeng to ask him and immediately shouted. "Fellow immortal." The cultivator on the other side seemed to be somewhat angry. How could this thunder amplification would be worth 2 top-grade primordial stones? 1 was more than enough. 3 top-grade primordial stones. Xiao Hua was usually somewhat stingy, but when it came to a matter of life and death, or when it came to someone pleasing to the eye, he definitely wouldn't be stingy. Seeing that cultivator's voice floating over the Bright Moon Palace, he immediately shouted. 3 top-grade primordial stones, this sentence was more powerful than any rebuttal. The other side immediately stopped talking. This. Happiness came too suddenly. Yu Linfeng didn't dare to believe it and smacked his lips. He said with a smile, "Since this senior needs the thunder amplifying wood so much, this item, Wait a moment, the person on the other side hesitated for a moment and said, this junior didn't come here specifically for this thunder-amplifying wood, so the primordial stones in my hands are slightly insufficient. But when I heard about the thunder-amplifying wood, I suddenly remembered that I have a close friend, who should be able to use this item. In a few months, it will be her birthday. This junior wants to give this item as a gift. Fellow immortal, please don't give in. This fellow immortal, this junior's identity, will be revealed to fellow immortal after the auction. This junior will definitely thank you greatly. Hehe, as for this junior's identity, Star-Picking Tower's young master Zhu is very clear. Fellow immortal doesn't need to worry about anything. Hearing this, Xiaohua was amused. Damn it, if I'm not mistaken, this guy is probably that bullshit young master Duanmu, right? Even if he isn't, for a so-called birthday gift, you're fighting over this thunder-amplifying wood with Fu Jiwen. Look at Fu Jiwen, he's already said that this thunder-amplifying wood is related to his wife's life. You still won't let it go. Even at this point, you still want this Xiao to show mercy? Not a chance. This Xiao doesn't care if you're young master Duanmu or not. Today, this Xiao will fight to the death with you. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't speak, that person was overjoyed and said with a smile, many thanks, fellow immortal. Cough cough. Yu Linfeng coughed and said with a smile, senior hasn't increased the price yet, and, this junior will add another top-grade primordial stone. That person suddenly realized and said with some embarrassment. Unfortunately, before Yu Linfeng could speak, Xiaohua said with a smile, this senior will add 9 top-grade primordial stones. Senior. When the others didn't speak, Xiao Yi hurriedly reminded, Senior, you can't increase the price anymore. Why? Xiaohua asked curiously, this senior also wants this item. This. Xiao Yi said with a smile, Senior, it's obviously your first time coming to this auction. This junior will tell you the truth, the seniors on the 3rd floor all have some background. If it weren't for the last few most important items, it's rare for them to bid like this. Especially that senior on the other side, he's already stated his purpose. He's just short of revealing his identity. If senior increases the price at the beginning of the auction, then that's shedding all pretense of cordiality. This face, could be the face of that country's monarch, a sect, or an aristocratic family. Senior, you must think carefully. And, this senior understands. Xiaohua nodded indifferently. Sure enough, the other side was silent and didn't say another word. If nothing unexpected happened, he should be squatting in a corner of the room and drawing circles. Senior, you've offended that senior. Xiao Yi muttered with a bitter face. Now that things had come to this point, the women who served in the room would most likely be implicated as well. When the city gate is on fire, the fish in the moat will suffer. This had always been an unbreakable principle. If Xiaohua saw that he couldn't afford to offend the cultivator on the other side, he could just say that Xiao Yi didn't warn him and he didn't understand this rule. Wouldn't that be the best way out? Star-Plucking Tower or the cultivator on the other side might not be able to do anything to Xiaohua, then where would they get their face from? They could only remedy it from a girl like Xiao Yi. This kind of thing had happened before, and it wasn't like Xiao Yi hadn't seen it before. Her mood was already somewhat bad. Cough cough, since senior has increased the price, this item is senior's. Yu Linfeng coughed a bit. He was naturally willing to bid for the thunder amplification wood at a good price, but such a bidding war also made him tremble with fear. With a wave of Yu Linfeng's hand, that thunder amplification wood slowly flew in front of Xiaohua. Does senior want to pay the primeval stones first, or do you want to pay after the auction? If you pay now, you can get this thunder amplification wood now. Xiao Yi forced herself to smile and said, Senior doesn't need to do anything. You just need to tell this junior what to do. And, naturally I have to pay the primeval stones now. Xiaohua said indifferently, also, call that scholar downstairs who revealed his face.
Ah! Xiao Yi was stunned. Senior, are you talking about the young master who bid for this thunder amplification wood just now? Yes. Xiao Hua nodded. He took out the primeval stones from the space and handed them to Xiao Yi, saying, just give this thunder amplification wood to him. No, no way. Xiao Yi cried out in shock as if she had seen a ghost. You actually believe his words? Could it be, you don't believe him? Xiao Hua asked back mercilessly. This junior indeed doesn't believe him. Xiao Yi lowered her head and said, in this bright moon palace, this junior has seen too much. This junior is unable to distinguish between them. This senior is also unable to distinguish between them. Xiao Hua said indifferently, however, this senior is willing to believe. I'm willing to pay the price of 2 supreme-grade primeval stones. It's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones and 10 high-grade primeval stones. Xiao Yi's heart warmed for no reason. All the fear and guesses from before were swept away. No matter how much this kind of senior evaded the responsibility, it was impossible for him to push the responsibility of offending this senior to her, right? Go. Pay the primeval stones and give this to him. Xiao Hua waved his hand, go quickly and come back quickly. This senior still wants to bid for other things. Yes, this junior will do it right away. If you want to bid, you can bid as much as you want. This junior will settle the transaction with the senior after returning. Xiao Yi took the primeval stones and the thunder amplification wood and hurriedly left. Xiao Hua looked below the balcony. Fu Jiwen was looking at him very eagerly. The reason he revealed his true face was to let Xiao Hua see it and let Xiao Hua make a move. Although this method had the intention of taking drastic measures and forcing Xiao Hua could also feel his helplessness when he put himself in Xiao Hua's shoes. Thinking about Xue in the space, thinking about how much primeval stones Fu Jiwen's life was worth, Xiao Hua felt that even if he was deceived, it was worth it. In this world, how many men could say these words? However, Xiao Hua didn't dare to wait until after the auction to give the thunder amplification wood to Fu Jiwen. Xiao Hua's heart was like a mirror, but Fu Jiwen didn't know. He didn't know if this kind of trust would allow Fu Jiwen to persist until the auction ended. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen after the auction, Xiao Hua didn't have Fu Jiwen's message talisman and other things. At that time, Fu Jiwen would be so happy that he went silly. He said that he would invite Xiao Hua to his humble home for a chat and didn't leave any jade eyes. If he didn't see Fu Jiwen, then Xiao Hua's 3 supreme-grade primeval stones would be wasted. Fellow immortals. Yu Linfeng, who was in midair, had already landed. He said with a smile, after the fierce battle just now, many of the rare items have already been returned to their owners. Now, this junior will bring fellow immortals to see the rare items in my hidden immortal continent's auction this time. Chapter 3273. While speaking, Yu Linfeng waved the fan in his hand. Like a butterfly flapping its wings, the fan flickered with a faint brilliance. That brilliance split off and rushed towards the silver-white hidden immortal continent light ball under Yu Linfeng's feet. The brilliance was extremely fast, arriving in front of the light ball in a moment. However, just before the brilliance fell into the light ball, it suddenly changed into a complete ray of light. A ray of light as sharp as an awl. Boom! A huge trembling sound rang out. The silver-white brilliance filled the entire bright moon palace. Within the brilliance, a woman wearing a flawless heavenly robe descended from the sky. Her long sleeves, which were like a rainbow, slowly waved. Countless bright specks of light flew out. This woman's face was blurry, but her bright eyes and white teeth were faintly discernible. Everyone's gaze landed on this heavenly maiden. When the brilliance faded, the heavenly maiden's figure disappeared. More than 10 specks of light adorned the light ball as if the heavenly maiden had just placed them there. Xiao Hua's divine sense is powerful,
and his Tao foundation is even stronger than others. With just a glance, the charm technique within the brilliance lost its effect on him. Seeing the heavenly maidens dance, Fu Jiwen, who is downstairs, is stunned at first. Then, he seems to have realized something. He turns his head to look and disappears. Xiao Hua smiles. He knows that Xiao Yi called Fu Jiwen out and gave him the thunder amplification wood. His karma can be considered settled. 3 top-grade primeval stones were really insignificant for that bone. Since Xiao Hua had this dilemma in his heart, he couldn't not help but help. Fellow immortals, everyone knows that my hidden immortal continent's cultivation base is Confucian. Yu Linfeng opened his mouth again. Speaking of Confucian cultivation, although I'm neither high nor low, I also know that I can't do without the 4 treasures of the study. Whether it's the 8 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, poetry, wine, flower, tea, or the 6 arts of etiquette, music, archery, imperial, and mathematics, they all can't be done without ink, paper, and inkstone. Even my 10 great imperial artifacts, what? Before Yu Linfeng finished speaking, a slightly hoarse voice called out. You! Fellow immortal you, could it be that you want to bid for the 10 great imperial artifacts today? Cough cough. Yu Linfeng's face was rather awkward. He smiled and said, Fellow immortal, can you listen to what I have to say? What's more, I was only talking about the 4 treasures of the study, not the 10 great imperial artifacts. If you really want to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment, do you think I can stand here? Heh heh, heh heh. That person laughed. Who asked your Zhai Xing Lu to make the fairies so alluring? This old man had just woken up from the beauty of the female immortal when I heard you mention the 10 great imperial equipment. This old man has only heard of them and has never seen them before. How can I not be shocked? Okay, go on, go on. Yu Linfeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He helplessly looked at the silhouette and said, the 4 treasures of the study are necessary for us Confucian cultivators to draw scrolls. At the same time, the 4 treasures of the study can also be used as imperial weapons. Of the 10 great imperial artifacts of our Confucian cultivators, the divine pen is ranked 2nd and is the most famous representative. Of course, my Zhai Xing Lu temporarily doesn't have the opportunity to bid for the 10 great imperial equipment. Because if I see this item, I will use my family's fortune to obtain it. Damn it, why don't you tell me what the 10 great imperial equipment are? The bystanders all laughed and listened to Yu Linfeng's nonsense. However, upstairs, Xiao Hua was scratching his ears and cheeks. At this moment, a light sound came from behind Xiao Hua. Xiao Yi walked back and said in a low voice, Senior, mm. Xiao Hua nodded, indicating that he heard. Senior. Xiao Yi said in a low voice again, that young master, is waiting outside to thank Senior. Oh. Xiao Hua smiled and said, didn't this guy keep saying that he wanted to save his family? Why isn't he in a hurry to go back? Could it be that he really is lying to this old man? Reporting to Senior, Xiao Yi smiled and said, this servant has already brought him to the door of Zhai Xing Lu. He has already given the item to his servant. Looking at that old servant's appearance, he has already galloped away. He is not a swindler. Ah. So fast. Xiao Hua stared blankly, then immediately understood. This bright moon palace probably had a special passage that led directly to the door. Moreover, if not for Xiao Yi leading the way, Fu Jiwen would not have been able to come here so easily. Xiao Hua originally did not want to see him. After all, he had a wife waiting for him at home. However, he heard Yu Linfeng's chatter downstairs. He could not keep asking Xiao Yi, so he smiled and said, go, let him in. Oh, also, Miss Xiao Yi, you wait outside first. When this old man is bidding, I will call you in. Yes, Senior. Xiao Yi was somewhat unhappy, but she still walked out obediently. Junior greets Senior. Fu Jiwen walked in, looked around, and hurriedly bowed his head and thanked Xiaohua. Xiaohua smiled and did not get up. He waved his hand and said, "No need to be so polite. Didn't you take off your mask so that this Xiao could make a move? Now that we are here, we are instead distant." He, so it really is fellow Taoist Xiao. All of a sudden, Fu Jiwen relaxed. He looked to the side and said, "This is the highest level place in Star-Picking Tower. Normally, only Confucian cultivators or disciples of aristocratic families can come here. I have never come here before. You also did not reveal your identity, so how could I dare to be careless? How could I succeed if I did not put on a show?" He. Xiaohua smiled and did not intend to say more. Fu Jiwen once again respectfully straightened his robe and bowed. "However, I came here this time to thank fellow Taoist. If not for fellow Taoist's help, I would not have been able to obtain this thunder amplification wood. And, since this thunder amplification wood is actually so important, you should hurry back. The matter at your wife's side is the most urgent. Do you not care about this little bit of formality?" Xiaohua stood up and solemnly helped Fu Jiwen up. "The old housekeeper has already brought the thunder amplification wood back. This thing, even though the bidding price here is so high, in reality, no one will have any ideas about it. Nothing will happen." Fu Jiwen smiled and said, "If I did not come to see if it was fellow Taoist Xiao, there would always be a knot in my heart, and it would be detrimental to my cultivation. Especially, fellow Taoist Xiao, you are a guest from afar. I have to accompany fellow Taoist no matter what. When the matter in Copper Pillar State is over, I will send fellow Taoist away. It won't be too late for me to return. It can also be considered to be a good host." Just right. You can explain to me a bit about the 10 great imperial artifacts of Confucian cultivators. Xiaohua did not stick to formalities and smiled as he pointed to a chair at the side. "Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao." When Fu Jiwen heard this, he was also very happy. He pulled a chair and sat next to the windowsill. Just as he was about to open his mouth, he seemed to have thought of something. He hastily put his hand into his bosom, took out a jade eye, and personally handed it to Xiaohua. "Just now, this little one left in too much of a hurry. I didn't even leave behind my address. I'm really ashamed. This little one is from the Yu province's Pingshan country. This jade eye contains the address of this little one's residence, and also, some of this little one's cultivation experience. I really don't know how to thank fellow Taoist. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water." Xiaohua glanced at him, reached out his hand, and carefully took it. He didn't check it, and sent it into his space. He smiled and said, "Your jade eyes are actually unnecessary." Fellow Taoist took it. Only then can my heart be at ease." Fu Jiwen finally let out a sigh of relief. He sat down and looked outside the window. He smiled and said, "This place is really good. I can see the outside but the outside can't see the inside." At this moment, Yu Linfeng, who was in the air, grabbed one of the light spots on the map of hidden immortal continent into his hand. It was a rectangular jade box. The outside of the box was drawn with neat patterns. There were even some characters carved on it. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this jade box is different from the Dao sect's jade box." Fu Jiwen said naturally, ordinary Dao sect's jade box would have talismans attached to it to prevent the aura inside from leaking out and attracting the attention of others. But Confucian cultivators use these characters to suppress the aura inside the jade box. Those patterns also have this effect. In short, there are some similarities between Confucian cultivators and Dao sect cultivators, but in essence, there is a difference between heaven and earth. After Fu Jiwen finished speaking, Yu Linfeng pointed his hand and a stream of true energy rushed out. Buzz. The jade box also emitted a faint buzzing sound. Waves of clear air came from the patterns and characters. Ka-ba, a crisp sound rang out. Roar. Following the crisp sound, the jade box opened and a red fire dragon rushed out of the jade box. A clear dragon roar resounded throughout the bright moon palace. Then, an even brighter crimson color mixed with an indescribable heat slowly floated out of the jade box. Everyone squinted their eyes and saw clearly that it was an ink brush that was over a foot long and as thick as a fist. The ink brush was made of a very strange material. It was completely red, and a horned dragon was engraved on it. The horned dragon was swimming in the light, and the clear dragon roar came from the shadow of the horned dragon. What was even stranger was that the ink pen was only a pen holder. The place where the brush should have been was empty. Fellow Taoists, this is what I was talking about, a copy of the divine brush, red dragon brush. Yu Linfeng waved his hand and his true energy fell on the red dragon brush. The dragon-like light gradually fell and the heat was withdrawn into the red dragon brush. This red dragon brush is made from the bones of a fire dragon. The dragon engraved on the surface is also made from the blood essence of a fire dragon. When you use this red dragon brush to draw a scroll or use it as an imperial weapon, you can use the fire dragon's soul to fully display the power of the divine brush. Then Yu Linfeng gave a simple introduction of the red dragon brush and announced the starting price of the red dragon brush. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't bid for it. He smiled and asked Fujiwen, "This red dragon brush is a copy of the divine brush. If it's so powerful, then what would the real divine brush look like?" Chapter 3274. Fujiwen thought for a moment and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, as the saying goes, a big sound has no sound, a big elephant has no shape, a real treasure is returning to its original state. I have never seen the divine brush before, but I have heard that the divine brush was not made from the tendons and bones of some fire dragon, nor was it made from any other demonic beast. It was made from a type of green bamboo. Only the green bamboo's upright and unbending character could bring out the true noble spirit. What is special is that when the divine pen appears, it always has a faint clear chi. This clear chi can directly rush to the sky and resonate with the literature star in the sky. I heard that when the divine pen is writing the scroll, it can borrow the literature star's literature chi to attract the noble chi of the world. Good, so powerful. Then this green bamboo is definitely not ordinary." Xiaohua smacked his lips and said with a smile. "Indeed. It is said that this green bamboo is taken from the Immortal Palace's immortal emperor's favorite green bamboo, and it is personally made by a great artificer who cultivated to the literature saint realm." Immortal Palace. Hearing Empress and Immortal Emperor one after another, Xiaohua unconsciously muttered in his heart and said in a low voice, "Does young Master Fu know where the Immortal Palace is?" "He, how would I know?" Fujiwen shook his head as expected. "Perhaps when I cultivate to the literature saint realm, I will be able to see the mystery of the Immortal Palace." "Oh. Why do you say that?" Xiaohua asked curiously. Fujiwen said with a smile, "On the hidden immortal continent, all Confucian scholars who can cultivate to the literature saint realm can receive the invitation of Emperor Go Chen and Empress Dongming to participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet. Although the road to the Immortal Palace is specially guided by the Immortal Palace's warriors, the literature saints don't know where the Immortal Palace is. But after all, they can see the wonders of the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua nodded slightly. In other words, even if they participate in the heavenly bestowal banquet, it is impossible to know where the Immortal Palace is. Yes, it should be. Otherwise, this Immortal Palace has existed for who knows how many years, but there is no rumor of the Immortal Palace's location on the hidden Immortal Continent. Fujiwen nodded. Let's not talk about the Immortal Palace." Xiaohua did not care about the location of the Immortal Palace. After all, that was the ultimate goal of Confucian cultivation, and it was far from him. "Let's talk about the 10 great imperial equipment." Fujiwen pointed at the falling fire dragon brush and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao already knows about the second-ranked divine brush. The 10th ranked imperial artifact is the 10,000 transformation scarf. Ever-changing scarf. When Xiao Hua heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. This myriad of transformations sounds like. Why does it have something to do with my Tao Sect's Dharma artifacts? Fu Jiwen smiled and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, didn't I say it before? Although Taoism had been in decline for a long time, both Taoism and Confucianism were passed down from ancient times. Both sects had their own advantages and disadvantages, but they could also learn from each other. As for who was whose essence and who was whose fabrication, who would be able to tell? The ever-changing scarf is a Confucian scarf used by a Confucian scholar. Rumor has it that when worn on the head, not only can it change one's appearance at will, but also when reciting poems, the clear air on the head can connect to the stars. Different times can connect to different constellations, and when drawing inscriptions, it can also borrow the power of the constellations. Inscriptions. Xiao Hua heard a new term. Fu Jiwen immediately explained, inscriptions are words that are written with a divine brush and contain an aura of righteousness. When these words are written on paper, the paper becomes a scroll. If it is directly written in the air to counter the enemy, it is called inscriptions. Oh, right, the words carved on the jade box just now can be called inscriptions. These inscriptions should be similar to the Tao Sect's runes. Xiao Hua nodded, if that's the case, then I understand. These runes and inscriptions are indeed different methods to achieve the same result. The 9th ranked imperial equipment is misty like immortal robe. Fu Jiwen said again, the biggest effect of this imperial equipment is that it can create auspicious clouds in the 9 heavens and dance with the white clouds. It is the fastest flying imperial equipment among the top 10 imperial equipment. It can be considered as a real imperial equipment. Of course, this immortal robe can also become invisible and illusory. Even if it is as strong as the sage of literature, it will not be easy to detect. Good, so to say, who can wear this misty like immortal robe? In this world, there is almost no one who can defeat him. In this lifetime, even if he can't beat him, he can still escape with his life. It is indeed so. Fu Jiwen laughed and said, speaking of this misty like immortal robe, there is a wonderful thing. Oh. Quickly tell me about it. Xiao Hua liked strange things the most and withdrew his gaze from the auction. This matter happened in the Pure Land world. Fu Jiwen said tirelessly, the Buddhist sect has always claimed that they are benevolent and pity the world. They even shout out slogans such as sweeping the floor for fear of hurting the lives of ants and cherishing moths. A Confucian scholar in my hidden immortal continent thinks that human nature is evil. How can there be such a benevolent person? Even if there is such a person, it is impossible for the entire Buddhist sect to be like that. Thus, in front of a famous temple in the Pure Land world, a very ferocious and filthy beggar appeared. Every morning, this beggar would come when it was time to give out porridge and would leave after eating the porridge. He would not give these Buddhist sect monks the opportunity to say Zen. At the beginning, the monks of this temple were very obedient and did not get tired of it. Every day, they would chant the name of Buddha and give porridge to this beggar. They would also take advantage of the time when they were giving porridge to explain some Buddhist teachings. Unfortunately, that beggar did not listen at all. This continued for 3 years. The beggars who came to eat porridge left wave after wave. However, this beggar's appearance was the same as before, regardless of rain or shine. The beggar did not change, but the monks who gave porridge began to slack off. From the 4th year onwards, the porridge bowl slowly became half a bowl. Moreover, they no longer taught any Buddhist teachings to this beggar. They only chanted the name of Buddha to deal with him. Since he began to slack off, in the future, it will be even more uncontrollable. Xiao Hua thoughtfully said, this monk who gave porridge is not a senior monk of this temple. I'm afraid that he fell into the beggar's trap. Indeed, before the 6th year, the monk who gave porridge had already begun to speak ill of him. Even when there was no one around, he would drive the beggar away. The so-called Buddhist mercy had long been thrown to the back of his head. Fu Jiwen laughed. The most tragic thing was that one day in the 7th year, the weather seemed to be extremely cold. Except for this beggar, no other beggar went to eat porridge. And the rule of this temple is that as long as someone comes to eat porridge, they must give porridge. I don't know if this monk was in a bad mood, or if it was cold and he did not want to give porridge, or some other reason. In short, this monk actually had a conflict with this beggar when he was giving porridge. He used a porridge spoon to break the beggar's skull, causing his brain to splatter everywhere. Good boy. Xiao Hua laughed. This time, the trouble is really big. Yes, this kind of trouble can really be big or small. Fu Jiwen said in all seriousness, this is also the key to the beggar's test. After all, giving porridge or not, patience or not, are all small things. This life and death is righteousness, whether or not he is a beggar. Alas, this Confucian scholar is really patient. Xiao Hua sighed. He actually spent 6 years of effort to investigate the good and evil of human nature, the hypocrisy of Buddhism. This world is most afraid of this kind of persistent investigation. Fu Jiwen shook his head. If fellow Xiao does not have this kind of persistence, I'm afraid that the road you can walk in the future will not be long. Ha! Young Master Fu is absolutely right. Hearing Fu Jiwen's tone, Xiao Hua unconsciously felt warm in his heart. Although these words are not pleasant to hear, they are really for his own good. Moreover, Xiao Hua also heard that Fu Jiwen should be able to sense his cultivation and feel that his cultivation is still shallow. It's only because he has a lot of primordial stones that he can reach the 3rd floor of Bright Moon Palace. This monk has caused a disaster. The safest way is to directly return to the temple and admit his mistake to the abbot and ask the expert in the temple to perform a ritual for this beggar. No matter what, the abbot will not let this monk pay with his life for this beggar. After all, that place is not my hidden immortal continent. Fu Jiwen said again. Unfortunately, this monk was lucky. Seeing that there was no one around and the wind and snow covered the sky, he boldly dragged this beggar's corpse into the wilderness and threw it down the cliff. Seeing this corpse falling down the mountain stream like a fallen leaf, even if it is a living person, there is no doubt that he will die. Only then did he feel relieved and returned to the temple. Xiao Hua was speechless and said with a bitter smile, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. Just now, this Xiao felt that this monk was somewhat pitiful. After being stared at for 6 years, who knows how many good deeds he did before this, his moral integrity was destroyed for a moment. But from this monk's actions, not only does he have Buddha in his heart, he also has a devil. This Buddha and devil are the most terrifying. Correct. Exactly. Fu Jiwen nodded and said, actually, this monk also has his own difficulties. It is said that the next day is a big day. A bodhisattva from the great Lane temple will come to their temple to give a lecture. Therefore, the entire temple was moved by this grand event. This monk originally also had something to do, but he could not refuse to give porridge to this beggar, so he had resentment in his heart. Especially, before this grand event, how could he dare to report the matter of him killing the beggar to the abbot's table? He could only quietly cover up this matter. Of course, the weather that day was extremely cold. Other than that beggar who was killed, no one came to eat porridge. Even the entire temple was busy and chaotic. They did not know that a murder had occurred in front of their temple. This day passed by very quietly. That monk who was originally somewhat worried and nervous finally fell asleep. He thought that everything had passed and that everything that he had endured for 6 years had become a passing cloud. However, on the 2nd day, that bodhisattva from the great Lane temple came to the temple. Before he opened the altar to give a lecture, the monks in the temple discovered that the chests of all the Buddha statues in the temple had been broken open, revealing holes in the golden body. On each hole, there was a large flamboyant character. Naturally, the abbot did not dare to be negligent. He thought that this was a conspiracy against the bodhisattva and hurriedly reported it to the bodhisattva. After the Bodhisattva heard it, he released his Buddha's consciousness to investigate. After seeing these words, he sighed, the human heart is hard to fathom, human nature is hard to be at peace. Then, without saying another word, he stepped on a lotus and flew away. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.